I take the Earth to wander. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126: Containment and Mimetic Infection. 3 days later. When Lin Xu and his friends met the detective named Anna again, it was in a coffee shop on the street. At this time, Miss Anna was still dressed in a slightly revealing outfit. I don't know if she likes this style of dressing or has some special hobbies, but Lin Xu thinks it is quite pleasing to the eye. What did you find out? Do you know why the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire want to join forces? And why are they just surrounding this planet and doing nothing? Lin Xu asked a series of questions in a low voice as soon as he came up, and he looked around excitedly. I'm afraid he has brought himself into a spy movie. Please, why did the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire join forces? Can a street detective like me find out about this? Even the royal agent can't do it. Didn't we agree at the beginning that we would just try to investigate what's special about that planet? Miss Anna felt bad when she heard Lin Xu's questions. She just felt that her employer didn't want to pay her anymore, so he used such an outrageous question to make her retreat? Don't listen to her nonsense. She has watched too many movies. Just tell me the information you have investigated. Don't worry, I won't miss your money. Lin Xu stretched out his hand and pushed the excited Lin Xu back to his seat. Okay, but I did find out some strange things, which are related to that planet. Anna, who was only wearing a tube top, stretched her body and took out a document from her bag. Paper. Lin Xu was a little surprised that paper documents were still used in this era. This is under the management of the military. Any information in the storage is not safe and may be discovered by the military at any time. On the contrary, no one will check this kind of old-fashioned paper documents. Anna said with a little pride. Then, Lin Xu saw the words written on the header of the document, Containment, Smiley Monkey. The containment. Yes, it is the containment. It is said that it is a palm-sized plastic toy, and the toy is a smiling monkey. However, anyone who has seen this monkey will start to laugh from the bottom of their heart. At first, it is just a smile, and after a few days, the smile will become more and more intense, until the laughter is out of breath, and finally die of laughter. Anna introduced. Laughed to death. Lin Xu was stunned for a moment, not expecting this result. Yes, it is said that this smiling monkey was brought back by an agent from that planet, and now the agent is dead. Anna added. Then there is no way to make them stop laughing. Lin Xu was surprised. Yes, delete the memory, delete the image of the smiling monkey from their memory, they will no longer laugh, and their lives will be saved. However, it was not until later that this was discovered. The first group of people who came into contact with the smiling monkey before that were almost all dead. At this point, even Anna felt a little scared. Where is this smiling monkey now? Lin Xu thought for a while and asked. I don't know. They were collected by the military. It is said that there are many similar items brought from that planet, and they are all collected by the military. According to the custom on that planet, such items are collectively called containment objects. Anna introduced. Why do you feel a little scary? Lin Xu said with his neck shrunk. Mimetic infection, of course it's scary. Lin Xu sighed. He can now be sure that this is definitely something done by humans. After all, Lin Xu is very familiar with containment objects. In the 21st century, it was spread all over the internet. Although it was all made up by netizens, Lin Xu also followed a trend and read a lot of it, and found it very interesting. Unexpectedly, one day humans actually realized it. Using high-dimensional information interference with low-dimensional information, objects involving rules and laws are produced, that is, containment objects. 10,000 years ago, could humans use high dimensions to this extent? Lin Xu was a little surprised. That's right, it's mem infection. Any intelligent life that has seen the smiling monkey will be infected. The Alliance even found some races that can't laugh to do experiments. As a result, people of those races also laughed, even though they themselves don't understand why they laughed. Anna continued to introduce. What about seeing pictures or video images? Lin Xu asked. Same thing. Anna nodded solemnly. What? Seeing pictures or videos will also make you laugh. Lin Xu on the side had never heard of such a thing and shouted in surprise. Yes, even if you see pictures or videos, you will laugh and die of laughter. The first group of people who saw the smiley monkey through videos and pictures have now died of laughter. Anna added. If someone broadcasts this thing to the entire universe. Lin Xu felt chilled when he thought of the picture. The Alliance doesn't have time to delete the memories of people in the entire universe. Anna's expression also became serious. When she first accepted this commission, Anna just wanted to earn some travel expenses, but now with the things she found out, she also began to feel curious about the things on that planet. As a detective, how can she not be curious? Are you going to that planet? Anna asked. You guessed it. Lin Xu looked at her and was not surprised. In fact, I also found out the route to sneak into that planet without being discovered by the patrol team. Anna said in a low voice. You can find out this? How did you find it? Lin Xu looked at Anna in surprise. Lin Xu was also surprised. In fact, being able to find out more about the smiley monkey was beyond Lin Xu's expectations. This thing is very obvious. It should be confidential information in the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire. I really don't know how she found it out. I'm a detective. Tracking, investigation, disguise, lock-picking, hacking technology, all of them are indispensable. Anna said confidently. Wait a minute, so you sneaked into someone's house and found the information from the computer? You have this method and you are still short of money. Lin Xu looked incredible. Period. I'm a detective, not a thief. I have a very professional ethics, okay? Anna immediately retorted. What kind of thief is that? He broke into the house and took something by the way. How can that be considered stealing? Detective work, can that be called stealing? Lin Xu thought of an excuse for her. Okay, stop bickering, both of you. Tell me what you want. Lin Xu stopped the two people's irrelevant conversation and said directly to Anna. Investigating intelligence is part of the job, but the safe route to enter the planet is obviously not part of the job. So Anna said it at this time, naturally wanting more benefits. It just so happened that Lin Xu also wanted to find a way to enter that planet without being discovered by the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire. It can be said that both parties have needs. What I want is very simple. When you go to that planet, take me with you. Anna said with sparkling eyes. Take you with you? You want to go to that planet too? Lin Xu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect it to be this request. That's right. As a detective, how could I not want to see such a magical thing as a containment object? Although I don't know why the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire suddenly joined forces, I guess it is probably related to the magical containment objects on this planet. Anna's hair was raised, shaking like a detective radar that had discovered the target. Okay, no problem. Lin Xu said indifferently. So just like that, there was one more person who was about to go to the target planet. Then the group prepared to set off. Although it is not completely clear why the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire have not made any moves until now, and have not carried out a large-scale occupation of the planet, etc. But it is probably related to the containment objects. Lin Xu no longer intends to wait. Whatever is waiting, it will naturally be clear when they arrive on the planet. However, before the group returned to the port and boarded the Skylark to officially set off, a series of alarms suddenly sounded outside the window of the cafe. A large number of armed robots flew from the sky towards this block. At the same time, the armed robots on the ground also blocked off the block. The long isolation belt pulled up by the robots blocked off the people in the entire block. Then, more armed robots, some flying in the sky and some running on the ground, poured into the block. What's going on? What happened? I don't know. The port just notified me that it can unload the goods. I was just about to go back. Is it possible that the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire are finally going to fight? It doesn't look like it. Didn't you see the armed robots sent out? Didn't both sides have them? People on the street whispered to each other, and Lin Xu and others stood aside, observing the situation. Hey, I said, could it be that you sneaked into someone else's house to steal information and were discovered? Lin Xu whispered to Anna's ear. How is it possible? I'm a professional. Anna expressed indignation at Lin Xu's behavior of doubting her professional skills. What's going on? Is it to catch a fugitive? At this point, Lin Xu's voice suddenly paused, because she thought that she and several others seemed to be wanted fugitives. No, there is no need for such a big battle to catch a fugitive. Anna denied. Lin Xu wanted to say that you don't know how big a job we have done, but she didn't say it after thinking about it, because she also felt that it should not be to catch a fugitive. Could it be related to the containment? Miss Qiu, who was silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Containment? I remembered. Anna's face suddenly looked a little ugly. What did you think of? Lin Xu asked. I remember that the information mentioned that there was a containment with a lower risk, which escaped because of the carelessness of the guards. Anna replied. Less dangerous? Then it shouldn't be difficult to catch it. Why did they mobilize such a big battle? Lin Xu asked, puzzled. Because the characteristic of the containment is that it can disguise itself as any intelligent life it has seen, so the sudden blockade of the block, could it be looking for that containment? Anna guessed. It makes sense, but whether it makes sense or not, we can't be searched. Lin Xu looked at the armed robots in the distance and began to check every person in the block one by one. Are you fugitives? Anna guessed it easily. Or rather, she had guessed it long ago. After all, from what Lin Xu asked her to investigate, she knew that the few people were at least not law-abiding people. People always have secrets, just like you. Can you accept such an inspection? Lin Xu asked with a smile. Anna smiled bitterly. Obviously she also had secrets that could not be investigated. Then do we fight out? Lin Xu said eagerly. No, we still want to sneak into the target planet quietly. If we fight now, all our efforts will be wasted. Lin Xu shook his head and said. Then what should we do? Lin Xu hesitated. It's very simple. Find the containment object before the armed robots. In this way, if they catch the containment object, they will naturally not block the block. Lin Xu said easily. Good idea, but how do we find it? Lin Xu looked around and felt that it was as difficult to accurately find a containment object disguised as an intelligent life from the entire block, who knew that there were hundreds of thousands of people. It was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Do you know any other information? For example, is there any flaw in the containment object? Lin Xu looked at Anna. Now we are all on the same page, so just say whatever you want to say, don't hide anything. Flaws. It is said that although he can disguise himself as any intelligent life, and even read the memory of the person being disguised, and imitate it exactly, he is essentially composed of a mass of unknown matter. Once, when he was disguised as an intelligent life, some researchers extracted some tissues from his body. They were not normal cells, but still a mass of unknown matter. Anna thought for a while and replied. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. That's easy. Lin Xu's eyes lit up. Easy? How is it easy? Anna didn't understand. For example, when those armed robots are checking each person, they can extract some body tissue for testing. But if the few of us want to find the containment in advance, there is no way to obtain the body tissue of everyone in the block in advance. But Anna didn't know that after learning the information Anna said, Lin Xu's personal space had quietly opened, and a large number of nanorobots were released outward. In order to prevent being discovered here again, Lin Xu did not habitually release nanorobots when he arrived here to construct a suitable casting area. Unexpectedly, he still had to release them in the end. Soon, the spreading nanorobots had spread over a large area in the block. Although they were not dense, they ensured that there were nanorobots in every area. Then Lin Xu's consciousness connected with the nanorobots, controlling the nanorobots to sneak into the body tissues of every intelligent life in the block. With the atomic size of the nanorobots, no one could notice that there was an atomic-sized object penetrating into their bodies. In just a blink of an eye, Lin Xu had instantly screened the body structures of hundreds of thousands of intelligent lives in the entire block. All intelligent lives are made of flesh and blood. Even if some believe in the mechanical ascension of the mechanical empire and most of their bodies have been transformed into machines, they are still made of machines. There is only one individual, a special individual, whose body is made of some unknown substance. That substance carries some kind of high-dimensional pheromone, which distorts the substance of the low-dimensional world and forms this substance. If it weren't for the fact that the nanorobots, as human creations, have their own high-dimensional features, even atomic-level nanorobots would probably not be able to enter that massive inexplicable substance. In short, Lin Xu quickly found the target containment. At this time, the armed robot's investigation was about to reach them. How is it? Do you have any solution? Seeing the armed robots getting closer and closer, Anna became a little anxious. Don't worry, it's okay. Lin Xu even began to comfort her. Found it, let's go. Lin Xu said. Found it? What did you find? Anna looked puzzled. Of course I found the containment, let's go. Lin Xu said, pulling Anna to quietly follow Lin Xu. How did you find it? Anna was puzzled. This time Lin Xu didn't answer. Several people disappeared silently in the crowd on the street. Because they walked very slowly, they did not attract the attention of the armed robots on guard in the sky. The armed robots did not prohibit people from moving. As long as they were not running or trying to escape the warning zone, it was okay to move within the area. After all, the inspection of hundreds of thousands of people could not be completed in a short time, and it was unrealistic to keep everyone from moving for such a long time. With such convenience, Lin Xu and his companions quickly came to a shop selling battleship models not far away. Then they bought a flying battleship model from the clerk. Lord Lin Xu, do we have to expose it ourselves? Lin Xu did not understand Lin Xu's intention. No, that's why we need this. Lin Xu took out a battleship model that had been thrown away from the packaging, and several people left the store. The next moment, the model in Lin Xu's hand seemed to be out of control and suddenly crashed into the sky. Alarm, alarm, high-speed moving object detected. The armed robots in the sky responded immediately. A volley of cannons blew up the battleship model with a bang. At the same time as the battleship model exploded, Lin Xu controlled them in orbit, manipulating one of the fragments and flying directly to a young man who seemed to be watching the excitement not far away. With a puff, the rotating fragments directly cut off his arm. With a snap, the young man's arm fell to the ground, and no blood flowed out. There was only a dark mass of unnamed substance on the wound. What is this? The people around him, who originally thought that the young man was unlucky, immediately noticed the abnormality on the young man's wound. Immediately, the crowd became chaotic. The young man's face changed several times, and he was about to rush out while covering his wound. Unfortunately, the changes here have alarmed the armed robot. The result is no surprise. In addition to the changes, the containment object has no combat ability. It was quickly caught by the armed robot, and his arm that fell on the ground was also taken away. Then, the entire block was unblocked, and the patrolling armed robots were withdrawn. Everything returned to its original state, except for some onlookers who saw everything with their own eyes, who were warned not to say anything. How did you find him? How did you make the exploding model airplane hurt him? Anna still couldn't understand until now. Lin Xu just smiled. Okay, we should go. Do you want to come with us? That planet may not be that safe. Come, of course. As a detective, how can I be afraid of danger? Anna shook her hair and followed Lin Xu and the others to the port without any concern. Soon, the group arrived at the port and boarded the Skylark. Then the Skylark took off, but it did not go outside the galaxy like most of the fleets that left, but flew into the galaxy instead. However, there are also many transport ships that need to transport supplies to the galaxy, so the Skylark does not seem too abrupt. It's up to you next. You said that there is a route that will not be discovered and can sneak in quietly. Lin Xu looked at Anna and said, no problem, just follow my command next. In fact, this route exists because of the containment. Otherwise, who has the ability to create a safe route under the noses of the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire? At this point, Anna no longer kept it secret and said directly, is it the ability of the containment again? Lin Xu nodded. Yes, or it is precisely because of this containment that the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire have not occupied the planet on a large scale until now. Anna nodded. How do you know this information? This is not like the information that can be obtained by prying open the home of a staff officer casually. Lin Xu frowned. It's very simple, because the home I pried into happened to be a big shot. Anna shrugged and said, okay, if you don't want to say it, forget it. Everyone has secrets, don't they? Lin Xu smiled and said, thank you for your understanding. Anna also laughed. But what exactly is the containment you mentioned that prevented the large-scale invasion of the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire? Lin Xu asked the most concerned question. I don't know what it is, or no one knows. It's just because of the existence of that thing that the space near the planet has become an area that the warships of the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire cannot enter. Anna explained. An inaccessible area? All ships can't enter? Lin Xu asked. Yes, there is only one route that allows small ships to enter, which is the route I'm talking about now. Anna explained. So if we hadn't met you, we wouldn't be able to enter here, right? Lin Xu looked at Anna thoughtfully. What I want is a fair deal, not threatening you to take me with you. In the vast universe, arbitrarily threatening unknown existences is an act of seeking death. I don't want to be turned into a corpse by you halfway. Anna raised her eyebrows and said. Lin Xu nodded without comment. He did feel that there was a high-dimensional information disturbance near the planet, but he didn't know what it was. I didn't expect it to be used to prevent ships from approaching. But even if I don't know the effect, this level of high-dimensional information disturbance is impossible to stop him. Of course, there is no need to talk about this kind of thing. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 127 High-dimensional information entanglement of the contained object. The Skylark passed the satellites above the planet and slowly descended towards the interior of the planet. As it got closer to the planet, Lin Xu became more aware that a large amount of high-dimensional information was abnormally entangled on this planet. Lin Xu couldn't tell what the high-dimensional information was, even though he himself was a high-dimensional creature. Just like when you walk on the street and see fruits and tools you have never seen before, you will not understand why. At least before trying, you will not understand what this thing is used for. And these abnormally entangled high-dimensional information, if nothing unexpected happens, should be the so-called containment objects. But Lin Xu didn't understand, even if humans conducted high-dimensional experiments here and created a large number of high-dimensional items, or containment objects. But shouldn't these containment objects be sealed in the ruins? How could they get out? After all, these containment objects carrying high-dimensional information, in a sense, each can be equivalent to a high-dimensional weapon, and it can be used infinitely. Don't humans know what harm they will cause if they leak out? At the same time, Lin Xu also had another doubt. Humans, who had just left the Milky Way not long ago, were obviously still in the initial stage of understanding high dimensions. Could they really create so many high-dimensional objects? In 870 years of the sailing calendar, humans arrived at a galaxy where the Oya civilization was located and stayed there for 30 years. When they left in 900 years of the sailing calendar, they gave the Oya people nanorbits that could build Dyson spheres. Then humans drove 2,000 light-years away at 20 times the speed of light. In 950 years of the sailing calendar, they arrived at the Noseiya galaxy. They stayed in the Noseiya galaxy for 50 years and made a series of scientific and technological advances. Then they observed anomalies in the center of the galaxy and decided to go straight to the center of the galaxy. And in 1,000 years of the sailing calendar, they set sail for the center of the galaxy 20,000 light-years away. During the long voyage, they gathered all their scientific research forces and further conquered the curvature engine technology, making the curvature engine speed reach 100 times the speed of light. Including the time for scientific research, it took a total of 300 years, and arrived at a monument planet outside the center of the galaxy in 1,300 years of the sailing calendar. Then the Great Wall of the Galaxy was built, and the ferry ships and the Tree King Ark were ordered to patrol the Milky Way. Until the 1,400th year of the sailing calendar, it sailed to the depths of the Milky Way center. After a year of sailing, in the 1,401st year of the sailing calendar, it stopped at a high-dimensional weak point near the Milky Way center. Here, with the help of the high-dimensional weak point, after 50 years of achieving certain results, Wang Jian's shadow was left. It rushed into the Milky Way center in the 1,451st year of the sailing calendar. This is the timetable obtained by Lin Xu after sorting out the human relics. But he didn't know for the time being what year it was when humans conducted high-dimensional experiments on the planet in front of him. How many years did this experiment last before humans successfully created so many high-dimensional objects, or containment objects? He only knew that the time he arrived here was the 11,408th year of the sailing calendar. The Skylark landed on this planet. There is a city over there, let's go there. Lin Xu pointed to a metropolis below that was brightly lit at night and said. He had seen from a high-dimensional perspective that there was more than one high-dimensional information entanglement in the city. There is one point that is particularly bright from a high-dimensional perspective, containing much more information than the other high-dimensional information entanglement points. This means that this containment, even among all the containment, is an unusual one. It is either extremely dangerous or extremely powerful. So the Skylark quickly stopped near the edge of the city. The technological level of this world is not high, so the Skylark's infiltration was extremely smooth, and it was not discovered by radar until it reached the ground. Lin Xu took Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Liu Yao, and Anna, who was hitchhiking, off the Skylark. Lin Xu thought about it and looked at Anna. Do you want to act on your own, or follow us. Of course I will follow you. If I act on my own, I don't have a spaceship to leave. I'm just curious about this place and want to come and see it, not to trap myself on this native planet. Anna said as a matter of course. Then you can follow, Nanzhu, you can take her with you later. Lin Xu nodded as if to agree, and said to Nanzhu at the same time. Well, leave it to me. Nanzhu said happily. She had a good impression of Miss Anna. Take me with you? What do you mean? Anna was a little puzzled. Then the next moment, she saw an incredible scene. The spaceship over 100 meters long beside her gradually disappeared with a wave in the air. What is this? What did you do? Anna felt that as a detective, she had seen all kinds of scenes that were enough to make people's heart beat faster, but she was still shocked at this moment. Lin Xu, who had put away the Skylark with his portable space, did not answer. Instead, he took off directly. Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, and Lu Yao, who were beside him, also took off with Lin Xu. Okay, let's follow. Nanzhu said, and the nanorobots that emerged from his body wrapped Anna. He took her up and flew. Ah, we are flying! Anna exclaimed in midair. Although there are always various ways to fly in the interstellar age, flying backpacks and flying skateboards are even cheaper. But this feeling of taking off out of thin air is the first time Anna has experienced it. Who are you? God-given ones. Anna, who was brought by Nanzhu to follow the others, knew that these people were not ordinary, but she realized that she had underestimated them. God-given ones, no. Nanzhu answered casually. No? Impossible. Besides God-given ones, there are only cyborgs, but cyborgs can't take others flying, so you can only be God-given ones. Anna said as if there was only one truth. Okay, keep quiet, we are getting there. Lin Xu interrupted Anna's guess. Where? Anna was puzzled. The containment is below. Lin Xu stood in the air and looked at a dark building below and said. It was not until then that Anna realized that in this brightly lit city, the dark building below seemed completely out of place. Containment? How did you know? Anna was even more puzzled. Obviously, they didn't know anything about the containment before, and they only knew about the containment based on the information they collected. How come it seems that they know more about the containment than themselves? It is so easy to find the location of the containment. Lin Xu did not answer, but directly descended. Anna also chose to keep her mouth shut. When facing the strange containment, she had to cheer up. 2D class personnel died. I repeat, 2D class personnel died. We need more Pathfinders. We have no more D-class personnel to consume. What should we do? Up to now, we don't even know where the elevator leads to. All the Pathfinders have not returned. I think we should change our methods. How to change? Since the elevator is in this building, why don't we just move the building away? The elevator will appear randomly in any building. It's useless to move this building. What if the elevator door is not closed? As long as the elevator door is not closed, the elevator cannot be moved and can only stay in this building. In this way, we don't need to know where the elevator leads to, and we can contain it. You mean, arrange for people to constantly press the elevator door opening button when the elevator door is about to close? Maybe we can give it a try. As the decision was made, a large number of men in black surrounding the entire building took action. It is not easy to move a building like this as a whole. But they can borrow the power of the objects they have contained, so it is not impossible. For example, if the object is a space ghost, the building can be moved away, but it only requires the life of a D-class personnel. This is not important. On the contrary, the procedure of borrowing the objects is more troublesome. They must successfully move the building before dawn and move it to a safe area that can be fully controlled by the Foundation, so that it can be considered a successful containment. The black-clothed people in the building gradually withdrew, and the armed personnel responsible for escorting the D-class personnel in front of the elevator also began to retreat. The D-class personnel have all died, but these armed personnel did not dare to be careless. Because not far from them, the blood-red elevator was like an open mouth of hell, which made everyone breathe faster. At this time, the captain of the armed personnel who were about to evacuate in the hall suddenly found that several figures appeared in front of the elevator. Who are you? In an instant, the armed personnel who were preparing to evacuate pointed their guns at the figures in front of the elevator. However, the figures just glanced at them casually and walked towards the elevator. Open fire. The captain hesitated for a moment and immediately gave the order. Da 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 da. Various gunshots rang out in the hall, and bullets swept towards Lin Xu and others like a storm. However, before the bullets touched Lin Xu and others, the elevator door had already closed. The crackling bullets shattered the walls near the elevator and blew away countless rubble. But the elevator was intact and showed that it had started running towards the non-existent lower floor. This is already the first floor of the building, and this building has no underground parking lot, so naturally there is no negative floor, but the elevator is still running towards the next floor. A suspicious person broke into the elevator, and the elevator has started. Repeat, the elevator has started. At the same time, Lin Xu and others who entered the elevator saw all kinds of bizarre scenes in all directions as the elevator continued to move downward. From Lin Xu's high-dimensional perspective, this is a high-dimensional information entanglement point with average brightness, not the abnormally bright entanglement point he observed. The reason why he chose to come here first was that he wanted to practice before contacting the brighter abnormal point, to see how capable these high-dimensional information entangled containments were. Master Lin Xu, where's this elevator taking us? Nan Xu hugged Lin Xu's arm with some fear. Where is it taking us? Of course it's going to eat us, Lin Xu said with a smile. At this time, from the current dimension, Lin Xu and his companions were riding in an elevator, running infinitely downward. But in a higher dimension, from the perspective of Lin Xu's high dimension, it was like a lizard entrenched in the gap between high and low dimensions, sticking out its tongue towards the low dimension. The elevator was his tongue, and at this moment, the tongue was carrying the prey back to the lizard's stomach. And Lin Xu was also waiting for the moment when the elevator arrived at the location. Finally, the elevator stopped, and all kinds of bizarre scenes from all directions squeezed towards Lin Xu and his companions. Anna just looked at the scene, and her brain was about to explode. The massive amount of information washed over her brain, giving her a splitting headache. Fortunately, this was only information between high and low dimensions, not real high-dimensional information, otherwise she might have gone crazy the first time. However, such information flushing was nothing to Lin Xu and Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nan Xu and Lu Yao, who belonged to the family. Lin Xu's high-dimensional perspective always observed everything, watching the monster entrenched in the gap between high and low dimensions, intending to digest himself and others. Then, Lin Xu gently moved and interfered in the high dimension. The latest novels are published on the 69th book bar. In an instant, a monster formed by countless high-dimensional information entangled together. The high-dimensional information on the body was pushed away and scattered by Lin Xu. So everything stopped abruptly. The elevator that was infinitely descending suddenly stopped. With a ding, the elevator door opened. Outside the door was the first floor of the building, where Lin Xu and others had just entered the elevator. However, there were no armed personnel outside the elevator at this time. It was obvious that those armed personnel had evacuated. At the same time, looking at the elevator, it was no longer blood red, and everything returned to the appearance of a normal elevator. What's going on? Is it over? Anna, whose brain was still churning, but no longer in so much pain, looked up and observed everything and asked. It's over. Lin Xu nodded. However, as soon as the few people left the elevator, a large number of footsteps sounded from outside the building, and then a large number of people in black poured into the office building. The leading black man was holding a box in his hand, and his eyes were full of indifference and superiority when he looked at Lin Xu and others. Stop, I now suspect that you are humanoid containment objects, please come with us. Humanoid containment objects? Are you trying to contain us? Lin Xu frowned. Yes, please don't resist, and leave with us. If we can find out that you are not harmful, we can also absorb you into the Foundation and give you a certain degree of freedom. Many humanoid containment objects have cooperative relations with the Foundation. The leading black man tried to persuade Lin Xu. It's a pity, I don't know if they have been the only ones on this planet for too long, or what. The tone is really not very good. No, I have something else to do. Lin Xu shook his head and didn't intend to continue to entangle with him. He still had to check the abnormally bright high-dimensional information entanglement to see what it was. The rejected man in black didn't say much and gave the order directly. Start fighting. The next moment, a large number of armed personnel and men in black raised their guns and started shooting at Lin Xu. Bullets rained down on Lin Xu like raindrops. It was not Lin Xu's turn to take action. Miss Qiu snorted coldly and took a step forward. In an instant, a sword energy swept out. Directly rolled back all the bullets. In the crackling sound, countless armed personnel and men in black were knocked down by the bullets they shot. The black-clad man in the lead was lucky to escape, but his body was also scratched with blood by the rapidly flying bullets. But he still stood firmly in place and raised the box in his hand. Prepare to start the ghost story space. As soon as the black-clothed man finished speaking, the armed personnel who had been prepared pushed a prisoner who was being held to the box. The black-clothed man immediately opened the box in his hand, and the box was like a monster with a bloody mouth, swallowing the criminal in one bite. Then there was even a blood-red tongue, licking the corner of the mouth, and then it seemed like a big monster possessed by the box, staring at Lin Xu and his friends with blood-red eyes. Then the bloody mouth opened again and bit towards Lin Xu and his friends. At that moment, Lin Xu even saw that the space around him had a faint feeling of breaking. Don't worry, he is full now and will not eat you anymore. He just keeps you in his stomach and will release you when we get to the headquarters of the Foundation. The black-clothed man even spoke to comfort Lin Xu and his friends. Lin Xu didn't know what to say for a while. Not planning to kill us, is this considered a kind of friendship? Well, for your kindness, I won't kill you either. So the next moment, Lin Xu and his companions were swallowed by the box with its bloody mouth open wide. Let's go, return to the Foundation. The man in black put away the box and gave an order. Although the containment failed this time, they encountered a suspected humanoid containment object. Overall, it was not without gain. It's just that the bloody elevator left, and it's unknown when it will be encountered next time. That's right, he thought the bloody elevator had left and moved to an unknown building. He didn't know that it was Lin Xu who destroyed the bloody elevator. But this is normal. After all, since the Foundation and the containment objects were established, no one has ever heard of any containment object being destroyed. The containment object cannot be destroyed, it can only be contained. This is common sense. Of course, the top leaders of the Foundation have also used some powerful containment objects to eliminate weak containment objects, but the process is very cumbersome and not something that ordinary people can know. At this time, Lin Xu and others who were put into the box came to a strange place. It looks like a villa here, but this villa is extremely dilapidated. There are dense bloody handprints on the walls around. Ghosts frequently appear outside the window. Is this a haunted house? Nan Xu lay on the window, curiously looking at the ghosts outside the window, and even wanted to go out and catch one. This space is quite large. Lu Yao said after closing her eyes and feeling it. Hey, aren't you afraid? There are ghosts. Only Anna huddled up and hid behind Miss Qiu and Miss Qiu. You are afraid of ghosts? Nan Xu looked at Anna in disbelief. Yes, is it okay to be afraid of ghosts? Anna said stubbornly. Master, are we going to stay here for a while? Miss Qiu asked Lin Xu. No, you can see the end here at a glance, let's go out. Lin Xu shook his head. Originally, I came in just to see what it looked like here, but there was nothing else except a haunted house space. So Lin Xu didn't plan to stay any longer. At the same time, Lin Xu had already found the tangled high-dimensional information of the object in front of him from a high-dimensional perspective. With a light flick of his hand, the tangled high-dimensional information points were directly flattened. In an instant, the man in black who had just left the building and was about to board the helicopter, carrying a box and escorted by a large number of armed personnel, appeared. The box-shaped containment space in his hand suddenly cracked with a snap. Then, in the eyes of the man in black, the gap became bigger and bigger. Finally, with a bang, the box exploded. The figures of Lin Xu and others appeared in front of the man in black. You? How did you get out? No, where's the strange space? The man in black was surprised that Lin Xu and others came out. Then something even more shocking happened. The strange space disappeared. The containment disappeared? How is this possible? We have something else to do, so we'll leave first. See you again if we're lucky. Lin Xu didn't say any more nonsense like a villain. In front of the Foundation staff, several people took off and disappeared into the night sky. At this time, the man in black, who had been searching for the strange space in vain, finally confirmed that the strange space was really destroyed. On the other side, Lin Xu and others came to another corner of the city. As he got closer and closer to the high-brightness high-dimensional information entanglement point in the high-dimensional perspective, Lin Xu became more and more curious about that information point. Because that information point didn't seem to be something like the objects he had seen before. It was a humanoid object. Or, it was a real humanoid object. Using the detection of the nanorbit, Lin Xu had even outlined the appearance of the humanoid object. It looked like an ordinary female individual. Lin Xu stood in the night, looking down at the seemingly ordinary community below. The female individual suspected of being a humanoid object was doing a test paper in the room. She didn't seem to know her own specialness. She was just studying like an ordinary student. From time to time, she would frown because she couldn't solve a problem. But Lin Xu, who was standing high and observing her, noticed something was wrong. This kind of wrong was not only her own wrong. There was also something wrong with the entire community where she lived. Chapter 128, You took Suzume Hiruhi's script? Is there any problem here? It looks normal. Lu Yao stood in midair, looking around in confusion. Does the master like that girl? Do you need me to tie her up? Or if the master likes pure love, I can pretend to be a robber to kidnap her, and then the master will come to save the beauty. Miss Qiu's eyes flashed with a gleam, and she suggested very enthusiastically. Don't make trouble, she is just a child. Lin Xu hurriedly stopped his maid. Lin Xu knew that Miss Qiu was always very active in everything involving herself. Don't worry, master, according to the laws of this planet, she is an adult. Miss Qiu said confidently. So Lord Lin Xu likes this one? What if I wear a school uniform? Nanzhu looked down and observed the girl in the ordinary residential area below who was doing homework in a school uniform. In fact, you can wear a sailor suit. Lu Yao suggested on the side. Lu Yao, who has played many games on Earth, is more knowledgeable about this aspect. Good idea. Nanzhu's eyes lit up. Sailor suit. Mu Ziyai was also thinking. Stop, 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 what are you talking about? Did you notice that she's not right? Lin Xu had no choice but to shake his head and explain. If this continues, who knows where Nanzhu and Mu Ziyai will be abducted to? Something's wrong. Nanzhu observed carefully. Isn't she just an ordinary student? She looks like a high school student. You pay attention to her neighbors. Lin Xu sighed. Neighbors? It seems that they are in the same group as those black-clad men before. Nanzhu soon found something wrong. More than one neighbor, the neighbors living near her seemed to have different purposes. Miss Qiu also quickly discovered the unusualness, or she had already discovered it, but she was a little bit mean and didn't say it out. These neighbors don't seem to be from the same organization. Mu Ziyao also came to the conclusion after observation. How did you observe it? Damn, I don't even have such a useful ability. Anna, who only felt like a burden at this time, looked depressed. She was a detective, but when it was time for her to play a role, she couldn't do anything. After all, she couldn't control the nanorbits, and couldn't conduct reconnaissance from a distance like Lin Xu and others. The neighbors in the entire building where she lives should all be from various organizations with different purposes, but in front of her, they still pretend to be ordinary neighbors. It's really interesting to get along with her day and night. Lin Xu laughed as he watched. Master, is she also a containment? Miss Qiu asked. Yes, and she is the containment with the most information entanglement I have seen so far. Lin Xu nodded. Information entanglement. Anna's heart moved. Looking at her current living conditions, she should not know her specialness, and these neighbors are just conducting some kind of monitoring and don't want her to realize her specialness. Miss Qiu observed for a while and came to the conclusion. I think so too, then it's easy. Lin Xu said with a smile. So, what does the master plan to do? Miss Qiu looked at Lin Xu. I'm also curious about her, so why don't we go and be her neighbors for a while? Lin Xu decided. Being neighbors? Sure, but she's surrounded by people from various organizations, right? Under such tight surveillance, how can we get involved without being noticed? Nanzhu asked puzzled. Why should we care whether those people monitoring can notice it? What if they notice it? They should be the ones to worry about it. Lin Xu said with a smile. Nanzhu was stunned, then reacted. That's right, they don't dare to make a big deal. If they make a big deal and are noticed by the female high school student of the humanoid containment, won't she find out her specialness? Let's go, let's choose the house opposite hers, which is closest to her and convenient for contact. Lin Xu decided, and then landed directly on the balcony next to the little girl's house below. Then what identity should we use to contact her? Nanzhu continued to ask. Just make up one later. I believe those people from the foundation will help us with a follow-up, if they don't want to make a big deal. Lin Xu said as a matter of course. That's right, they have to consider the overall situation, understand. Nanzhu nodded repeatedly. Why do I feel like we are villains? Lu Yao muttered. What's wrong with being a villain? It's so comfortable to be a villain. I'm a villain and I'm proud. Lin Xu said, puffing out his chest. Although there are not as many as an Alu, the size and shape are definitely not inferior. Where are you from? I called the police. The middle-aged man who was sitting on the sofa in the room watching TV, who seemed to be the male owner of this family, looked at Lin Xu and others who came in from the balcony, and immediately stood up nervously and protected his wife. And his wife was like an ordinary person in danger, hiding behind her husband in fear. Okay, stop acting, you don't want to alarm the neighbors, right? Of course, if you don't care, I don't care either. Lin Xu said as he grabbed the coffee table next to him. The coffee table immediately floated up, and Lin Xu pretended to smash the coffee table against the wall of the living room. Across the wall was the home of the female high school student. Even if he couldn't smash through the wall, it would definitely alarm the people on the other side. No, calm down, stay calm. You are here for her, right? Then you should know what the consequences will be if she knows your specialness. Not only the city, but the whole world will be in unpredictable danger. The middle-aged man saw that Lin Xu was about to overturn the table if he disagreed with him, and he was anxious. For the safety of the whole world, he had to consider the overall situation. As for Lin Xu, he liked people who considered the overall situation the most, so he smiled with satisfaction. Well, he is becoming more and more like a villain. Very good, then this house has been requisitioned by me, you can leave now. Lin Xu made a declaration to confirm the villain. Requisition. The middle-aged man and the woman, who didn't know whether they were a real couple or a fake couple, looked at each other for a while, and didn't even know what to say. This is already my home, please leave quickly, if you don't leave, I will call the police. You don't want things to get out of hand, right? I'll count to 123. Lin Xu said, and picked up the phone next to the coffee table, pretending to call the police. Okay, let's go, we'll go now, this place belongs to you. But how are you going to explain it to her? The middle-aged man quickly agreed, and at the same time worried. It's just a new neighbor, what's there to explain? It's nothing more than you guys had something to do and sold this house, I'm the buyer, how simple. Of course, in order not to reveal the flaws, you'd better send the house certificate with my name on it later. It's okay if you don't send it, I don't care. Lin Xu said as he sat down on the sofa in a swagger, looking like the male owner of this place. Okay, I'll send the property certificate tomorrow. The middle-aged man nodded. Then the two of them didn't even pack up their things, they just left the house and walked away. So this is what robbery feels like? No wonder so many people are addicted to getting something for nothing. Lin Xu sat on the sofa, leaning on Lin Xu and curling herself up in the sofa with emotion. How can it be called robbery? We are clearly expropriating it. Lin Xu corrected. Master, what should we do next? Contact the other side. Miss Qiu asked, standing beside Lin Xu. Go and get in touch with them, and say hello to the neighbors in the name of the new family. Lin Xu thought for a while and answered. I understand. Just like that, Miss Qiu pushed the door open, walked to the neighbor's house opposite, and knocked on the door. Who are you? The one who opened the door should be the mother of the female high school student, a mature woman with a charming look, looking at Miss Qiu, a woman she had never seen before but was extremely beautiful, with a surprised face. My master bought the house next door, and we will live here from today. I just came to say hello as a neighbor. Miss Qiu said. Ah, hello, your family? Master. The neighbor's mother looked very surprised. I am the master's maid, and I will be a neighbor from now on. If you need any help, you can come to me. Okay, if you don't understand anything, you can also ask us. Our family has lived here for a long time, so you're welcome. The two sides exchanged greetings for a while, and Miss Qiu said goodbye and returned. The couple on the other side, however, gathered in the living room and whispered. When did the old Say family next door sell their house? How come we didn't know? Who knows? They moved away without telling us. We've been neighbors for so long, and I don't know how we'll get along with the new neighbors in the future. But this new neighbor is a bit strange. There's even a maid. Yes, I've only seen maids in TV dramas, never in real life, and they're pretty. The neighbor's father sighed. What do you mean? Seeing that the maid is pretty, are you thinking of something bad? The neighbor's mother was immediately upset. How is it possible? Our daughter is so old, and if I think of something bad, she won't like me. The neighbor's father explained. Well, Does it mean that I'm not as good as them if I like you? I know you're a heartless person." The neighbor's mother was immediately angry and burst into tears. "No, my wife, I don't mean that." Miss Qiu lay on the crack of the door, listening to the conversation between her parents. When she heard the two of them start to talk about something else, she quietly closed the door and returned to her seat, but for a while she didn't have the heart to do the questions. Her mind was full of the maid that she had just seen through the crack in the door. The silver-haired maid was really beautiful. Not to mention her father, as a girl, she was moved. And that was a maid. She had never seen a maid in real life. In the past, maids only existed in animations or TV dramas. But now she saw a real maid in real life, and she was her neighbor. This extraordinary development suddenly broke Miss Qiu's original unchanging and dull life. She began to look forward to it. Will there be more plots like those in TV dramas? For example, the maid is actually a combat maid, and her master is a gangster or something. Or they are hiding in such an ordinary community to avoid the pursuit of superpowers. Although she knew very well that there were no superpowers in this world, the whole world was an ordinary world made up of ordinary people, and there was no battle between superpowers in those movies and animations. But she just imagined it, imagined that these things happened around her, which was okay. However, what she didn't know, as her delusion emerged in her brain, a space hidden behind this world was born from nothing. In that space, everything in the city was reproduced in a 1-to-1 ratio. There was no one in that space, but there were countless hazy figures, slowly appearing in the space, as if the next moment, these hazy figures would condense into real people and start living in this space. But at this moment, those figures were still just illusory, as if they were dreaming, walking aimlessly on the street. At the same time, all the major organizations that have been monitoring this community, including the Foundation, the Tribunal, and Apocalypse, received the alarm. Special containment code girl, the space is being generated. In order to prevent the girl from losing control, the space must be disintegrated immediately. So a large number of men in black entered the space in various ways and began to disintegrate the space. At the same time, the information of Lin Xu and his group, who stimulated the girl and caused the space to be born, was also placed on the desks of the heads of major organizations. It's a pity that the information is extremely limited, because Lin Xu has only been on this planet for a short time. While Miss Qiu went to the next door to say hello, Lin Xu stood on the balcony, looking at the community below in a daze. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. Such a community is not much different from the one he once lived in. It can be said that after crossing a distance of tens of thousands of light years and a time of tens of thousands, he can still see such a community. Lin Xu was also a little emotional. Of course, he came to the balcony not to sigh, but to try to open the subspace where the human remains are on this planet. Unfortunately, there was no result. As early as he came to this planet, Lin Xu had already begun to spread nanorobots to this planet. Now nanorobots are basically all over the world. According to previous practice, Lin Xu connected his consciousness to the nanorobots and covered the entire planet. Then he ordered the subspace to open. But it is obvious that the subspace that should be bound to this planet as an anchor did not respond to Lin Xu's order to open. This surprised Lin Xu, but he also felt that it was reasonable. Because his nanorobots, strictly speaking, were not spread all over the planet, but only spread over most of the planet. So if the entrance to the subspace was where the nanorobots were not distributed, it was reasonable that they did not receive the command to open it. As for why the nanorobots could not be completely spread all over the world, this was the first time that Lin Xu encountered such a situation. Because there was more than one place on this planet that was hidden. And the hiding method was still related to the high dimension. This is why the nanorobots could not enter. Lin Xu guessed that it was probably related to the containment. Lin Xu didn't know what kind of high-dimensional experiments humans had conducted on this planet in the past to create so many high-dimensional objects in containment. But it was obvious that these containment objects had now caused a great obstacle for Lin Xu to find the human remains. And what Lin Xu didn't know was that the entrance to the human remains was hidden. Was it just a coincidence that a certain containment object happened to hide the entrance? Or was it someone who deliberately wanted to take the human remains for himself? In short, no matter what, Lin Xu felt that this world was becoming more and more interesting. This is also the reason why Lin Xu decided to live near the high school girl at this unusually bright high-dimensional information entanglement point. He believed that if the entrance to the human ruins was really hidden artificially, the person who could do this must be extraordinary. Maybe it was the work of a high-level person in a certain shelter organization in this world. So instead of Lin Xu looking for them one by one, it would be better to wait and see until they come. The high school girl is so important, and he is ready to detonate the high school girl at any time. Lin Xu doesn't believe that those organizations will remain indifferent. Maybe they have already started investigating him. If you want to see it, just look at it openly. Why are you sneaking around? Lin Xu suddenly said. The balcony on the other side of the balcony, which is only separated by a wall, is the home of the high school girl. As Lin Xu's voice fell, Miss Qiu, who was just peeking out from the balcony next door, shrank her head back like a frightened rabbit. But soon, the girl poked her head over from the balcony with a face full of curiosity. Hello, I live next door. My name is Miss Qiu. Are you the new neighbor? Miss Qiu asked politely. In fact, what she wanted to ask more was, are you the master of that maid sister? Master and maid, this combination seems like a plot in novels and comics, maybe it's the kind of 18 forks. Ahem, after all, she is a high school student, and it is reasonable to know this information. Yes, I just moved in. You can just call me Lin Xu. You seem to be very curious about me. Lin Xu said with a friendly smile. Well, brother Lin Xu, are you the master of that maid sister? Miss Qiu couldn't help asking out of curiosity. Yes, I am her master. Lin Xu nodded. Miss Qiu's eyes lit up, and she wanted to ask something, but she was embarrassed to ask. At this moment, the balcony sliding door behind Lin Xu was open with a bang, and Nanzu jumped directly and threw herself on Lin Xu. Master Lin Xu, do you want to have a midnight snack? Miss Qiu is going to prepare a midnight snack. Let me ask you what you want to eat. Nanzu said dishonestly, rubbing her head against Lin Xu's neck. At this time, Nanzu had already hidden her fox ears and fox tail, but her beautiful long golden hair was draped behind her, and now it was mixed with Lin Xu's hair. Miss Qiu looked at this scene, and her face flushed in the blink of an eye. She called Master Lin Xu, so what is the relationship between this blonde sister and brother Lin Xu? And what is the relationship between the maid lady and them? Is it a triangle relationship? Or a more confusing relationship? Thinking of this, Miss Qiu's head was about to steam. And accompanied by Miss Qiu's wild thoughts, in the different space, the black-clothed people of the major organizations who were fighting with the hazy shadows suddenly found that these hazy shadows were more solid, and the number suddenly increased. The phantom that was about to disappear soon, in the blink of an eye, spread all over the alien space again, and it was showing a trend of becoming more and more rampant. What's going on? Why did it break out again? We can't stand it anymore. Calm down. We must calm the girl down. She can't continue to have delusions. How to calm her down? Can't we give her a sedative? Do you dare to bear the consequences? Find someone to communicate with her. How to communicate? According to this special envoy's good student personality, she should have slept at this time, and she must not do anything to destroy her personality. Then what should we do? Persist. We must disintegrate the alien space at all costs and cannot let this alien space continue to grow. Damn, that bastard named Lin Xu, what is he doing? Go and communicate with him. No matter what, we can't let him continue to test the edge of danger. Nanzu, who was holding Lin Xu, finally found Miss Qiu on the balcony next door, who was still sticking half of her head out there, staring at this side. Hello, little girl, you are so beautiful. Nanzu said from the bottom of his heart. Because this fair-skinned and beautiful girl is really beautiful. No way, sister, you are beautiful. Miss Qiu was a little shy, but for her who liked beautiful older sisters, she couldn't help but smile when she was praised by beautiful older sisters. We are about to have supper, do you want to eat with us? Nanzu invited. This is embarrassing. What's the matter? We will be neighbors in the future. It's too late, if mom finds out. It's okay, you just wait here, I'll give it to you later, you can eat it on the balcony and then go back to the room. Miss Qiu's cooking skills are great, you will never regret it. Is Miss Qiu the maid? Sister, what is the relationship between you, the maid and brother Lin Xu? Miss Qiu finally couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. We? Of course it's a relationship of loving each other anytime and anywhere. Nanzu said seriously, after all, their group name is our loving family. Love each other, and there are 3 of us. This time, Miss Qiu's head was not only steaming, but her face was so red that she could make pancakes. More than 3 people. Lin Xu added. Shut up and stop talking nonsense. Lin Xu patted Lin Xu on the forehead. Miss Qiu was so shocked by the explosive news that her eyes were full of mosquito coils and she was completely speechless. At the same time, in the different space, the phantom erupted again. Repeat, the phantom erupted again. Please comfort the girl, please comfort the girl, it must not continue. Let the girl calm down, you must let the girl calm down. If it goes on like this, the different space will swallow up the reality, and the whole world will be destroyed. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Containment Operation for Lin Xu. In the early morning, the middle-aged uncle whose house was occupied by Lin Xu really delivered the property certificate to Lin Xu early in the morning. He even forged a complete transaction record. It can only be said that they were fast enough. The uncle even deliberately rushed to deliver the property certificate when Miss Qiu was about to go to school. He knocked on Lin Xu's door in front of Miss Qiu and handed the property certificate to Miss Qiu. It can be regarded as giving Miss Qiu a definite result to prevent her from thinking about it. Many times we have wild thoughts, which come from the unknown. For example, if you hear strange noises outside the door, some people may start to imagine whether there is a thief, a ghost, or even some supernatural event outside the door. But at this time, as long as you can clearly see that it is actually the cleaning lady who is cleaning outside the door, all the wild thoughts will disappear. After handing the property certificate to Miss Qiu, the uncle even said to Miss Qiu specifically, asking her to help tell her parents that he has moved out, because he was in a hurry, so he didn't have time to say hello. Miss Qiu, who was watching this scene, especially when the uncle kindly delivered the property certificate, had fewer random thoughts. For example, the delusion that Lin Xu, who had just moved in next door, was a gang member and had occupied the uncle's house, which had popped up from time to time, disappeared. This also relieved a lot of pressure on the black-clad people who were still fighting in the alien space. Yes, after a night of fighting, the black-clad people's battle was still going on, but they finally suppressed the phantom in the alien space. Congratulations, congratulations. Last night, not long after eating Miss Qiu's midnight snack, Miss Qiu washed up and went to bed. However, everything was not over. Miss Qiu, who was asleep, had a dream all night. And with the intensity of her dream, there was also a fierce turmoil in the entire alien space. It was not until later that the Foundation, the Tribunal, and Apocalypse and other organizations took out more than one containment object and jointly cleared the phantoms in the alien space, which was considered to have successfully suppressed the continued flooding of phantoms in the alien space. But the battle is still not over. Because of Lin Xu's arrival, the girl who had been calm for a long time, once again gave birth to a different space with a fierce collision of thoughts. It even got worse and worse. This made the people from the Foundation, the Inquisition and Apocalypse gnash their teeth at Lin Xu. Codename Detonator, suspected humanoid containment. Codename Maids number 1 to number 5, followers of the Detonator. Suspected of having the ability to fly, and launching sword-shaped key attacks, more abilities are unknown. In the Foundation's video conference, the senior executives could not see each other's appearance. This was a preventive measure to prevent mimetic infection. A voice was reporting the information about Lin Xu that had been investigated. Obviously, in the eyes of the Foundation, Lin Xu is now also a kind of humanoid containment. Even Miss Qiu and others who followed Lin Xu were also numbered as maids, and even Anna was regarded as one of the maids. What is the probability that the detonator will detonate the girl? On the black screen video, a senior executive asked in a distorted and mechanical voice. This is also to prevent contact with some kind of mimetic infection. At present, the probability is 30%, and as the detonator comes into contact with a girl, the probability continues to rise. Is there any way to eliminate the detonator? We have many ways to eliminate the detonator, but it is impossible not to alarm the girl. The current girl is still just delusional, but based on the rationality of reality, she suppresses herself. While delusional, She will constantly remind herself subconsciously that there are no superpowers in this world, and incredible events do not exist. This makes it difficult for everything in the alien space she created to invade reality. But once the girl finds that there are really extraordinary things and incredible events in this world, the delusion in her mind will be completely liberated, and everything in the alien space she created will easily invade reality. The alien space will also accelerate the speed of replacing and swallowing up reality. Therefore, not letting the girl notice the abnormality of the world is the first priority of the Foundation and other organizations when facing the girl. This is why the girl has such unique containment conditions compared to other containments. Just let her continue to live in the city, try to live an ordinary life, and never let her come into contact with anything related to the extraordinary. Even her friends at school are agents sent by organizations such as the Foundation. Why did the detonator do this? What is his purpose in contacting the girl? Is the destruction of the world good for him? At present, it seems that he does not want the world to be destroyed, otherwise he would just detonate everything, but he only contacted the girl, so I guess he may just want to threaten us. Threaten the Foundation? Ignorance is really fearless. Then contact him first. As long as he can stay away from the girl, anything can be discussed. As for the rest, we can talk about it later. The top leaders of the Foundation were discussing Lin Xu. At the same time, Miss Qiu had just said hello to Miss Qiu and left home. Not long after she went downstairs, a girl pretending to have just left home came trotting towards Miss Qiu. Qiu, what a coincidence, we meet here again. The girl tied a single ponytail, and the ponytail behind her head jumped with the youthful vitality of running. Yearning, I was late for several minutes today, and I thought you had already left. Miss Qiu was immediately happy when she saw her classmate. How could I leave? Even if I came out first, I would still wait for you here. The girl called Yearning and smiled brightly. The two little girls whispered all the way, just like all the girls on the way to school. But halfway, Yearning rolled her eyes and suddenly pretended to be curious and asked, Qiu, I heard that the uncle next door to your house moved away, and a lot of new brothers moved in, right? Yes, how did you know? This morning, my dad met that uncle when he went to buy breakfast. Hey, how is the new brother? Is he easy to get along with? Well, he's pretty easy to get along with. Oh, then you have to be careful. I heard that there are many adult men now who specifically target little girls like us who don't know anything. Don't be fooled. Yearning reminded. No way, brother Lin Xu is a nice guy. Miss Qiu wanted to say something, but when she thought of the beauties in Lin Xu's house, she suddenly couldn't say it. Okay, it seems that it is indeed a bit bitter. Yearning, who is on a mission, changed the subject after she finished eye drops from Miss Qiu. In fact, she said this just to make Miss Qiu subconsciously be a little wary of Lin Xu. This way, she would naturally have less contact with Lin Xu. Soon, several more girls came and mingled with Miss Qiu. They knew each other well, and they were all from which organization, but they played the role of friends perfectly in front of Miss Qiu, playing with each other. On the other hand, as Miss Qiu went to school, the Foundation was finally able to let go a little. The two people went straight to Lin Xu and knocked on the door of Lin Xu's house. Sorry, we don't buy insurance, thank you. Miss Qiu said expressionlessly after opening the door, and then slammed the door. The two members of the Foundation who were caught off guard were even frozen for a moment. But next door is Miss Qiu's home. Even if Miss Qiu is not at home, her mother is still there. At this time, she opened the door curiously and looked at the two people. Are you selling insurance? I just planned to buy an insurance recently. Can you introduce it to me? Miss Qiu's mother said enthusiastically. Oh, okay. The two members of the Foundation immediately agreed. Then they turned into insurance salesmen. But soon, Miss Qiu's mother noticed the unprofessionalism of the two and found an excuse to send them away. After leaving, the two wiped the cold sweat and felt that it was difficult. Master Lin Xu, don't you want to talk to the Foundation? Miss Qiu said puzzledly. Of course we have to talk, but we have to take the initiative. How can we talk just because they say so? Nan Xu spoke for Lin Xu first, looking at Miss Qiu with a look of you don't understand. Until half an hour later, Lin Xu and his group appeared above a coffee shop. This coffee shop seemed to be open for business, but the pedestrians passing by seemed to have forgotten the existence of the coffee shop, and no one walked in at all. The forgotten coffee shop is also a collection object. The Foundation used this collection object to build a temporary headquarters in the downtown area. At this moment, in this headquarters, two Foundation agents who were just driven away by Miss Qiu as insurance salesmen were reporting to their superiors what happened. So, he doesn't want to communicate with us? Strange, too strange. The man wearing glasses and a plaid shirt sat on a chair in the corner. From the window, he looked like an ordinary customer drinking coffee. Everything he did seemed like he wanted to talk to us, but now he refuses to communicate. Does he want to take the initiative? Another sympathetic man replied. Take the initiative? Take the initiative to find us? How to find us? If our Foundation's people were so easy to find, they would have been eliminated countless times by the authorities. The man with glasses said disdainfully. Then the next moment, the two Foundation executives who were communicating stiffened their hands. Because they clearly saw that Lin Xu and others pushed open the door of the coffee shop and walked in like ordinary customers. However, this is a containment object, a forgotten cafe, which theoretically will not be discovered by anyone. Even when they use this containment object, they must be careful, because if they are not careful, they may even forget the existence of this cafe. They must use various methods to leave records about the cafe. But now, the detonator brought his maids number 1 to number 5 and easily pushed open the door of the cafe and walked in. He even asked for a cup of coffee like the Foundation agent at the front desk, and then sat down on the empty chair in front of the man with the glasses and the man in t-shirt. The 5 maids scattered and sat down in various places. Hello, both of you. I'm really sorry. I just mistook the person you sent for an insurance salesman, so I came to find you in person to apologize. Lin Xu said without any apology in his tone. How did you find this place? The man with glasses couldn't help asking. Well, do you need me to make up a reasonable excuse? Lin Xu thought about it. He couldn't tell them that the so-called forgotten cafe was simply invisible in his high-dimensional perspective. Forget it. Compared to your excuses, we want to know more about your purpose. The considerate man stopped his companion from asking questions and went straight to the point. The purpose is very simple. I want to make a deal with your Foundation. Lin Xu said directly without any hesitation. What deal? I heard that the headquarters of the Foundation has countless collections. Lin Xu asked first. The collections of the Foundation will not be traded. The man with glasses explained immediately. I don't need your collections. I just want to go to the headquarters of the Foundation to take a look. You don't need to tell me the location. You can take me in. I will naturally not disturb classmate Miss Qiu at that time. Lin Xu explained. Lin Xu found many places hidden by higher dimensions on this planet. In Lin Xu's opinion, the entrance to the human remains must be in these places. But it is too troublesome to find so many high-dimensional hidden areas one by one. Among these hidden snow areas, Lin Xu thinks that the headquarters of the 3 major organizations, the Foundation, the Tribunal, and Apocalypse, are the most likely to hide the entrance to the human remains. So he wants to go to these places to take a look. And this requires the people of the 3 major organizations to lead the way, otherwise the same problem remains. There are so many hidden snow areas, and Lin Xu doesn't know where the headquarters of the 3 organizations are. The headquarters of the Foundation? According to the regulations of the Foundation, outsiders are absolutely prohibited from entering the headquarters. The man with glasses shook his head immediately. Can't you make an exception? Lin Xu was not going to give up. I'm sorry, we need to report this to the counselors for discussion. The sympathetic man stopped his companion from further refusing. No problem, you can discuss it, then we won't disturb you. Lin Xu smiled and left with Miss Qiu and others. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. Of course, they did not go back, but visited the people of the Tribunal and Apocalypse respectively, and also stated his conditions. He wanted to visit the headquarters of these organizations. The Tribunal and Apocalypse did not agree immediately. Instead, after Lin Xu left, the 3 major organizations immediately started a meeting between the top leaders. What does he want to do? Why is he so persistent in coming to the headquarters? Actually, this is a good thing. Once he enters the headquarters, it will be difficult for him to leave. We can take advantage of the situation to accommodate him directly. But I'm afraid he has other purposes. The 3 major organizations hesitated. Lin Xu, however, made a lot of purchases without any care. That night, Miss Qiu cooked, and Lin Xu personally invited Miss Qiu's family next door to dinner. The reason was that they had just moved in and wanted to get to know their neighbors. At this moment, the three major organizations were immediately in a mess. They didn't understand what Lin Xu was going to do again. Miss Qiu's family was very happy. Mother Mi even took the initiative to ask to help Miss Qiu and Miss Qiu in the kitchen, but unfortunately, after a moment, seeing the gorgeous cooking skills of Miss Qiu and Miss Qiu, the shocked Mother Mi retreated. She even secretly asked Lin Xu if Miss Qiu and Miss Qiu were chefs in the hotel before. The two of them have studied cooking skills. Lin Xu replied, "This is a must-have skill for maids," Lin Xu explained proudly. However, this sentence, coming from someone who can't cook, is really not convincing. Maids, Lin Xu must be from a wealthy family, right? Mi's father asked curiously. After all, a room full of maids doesn't look like an ordinary person. I'm just from an ordinary family, Lin Xu said lightly, and almost added that I'm not interested in money. Looking at Mi's father, Mi's mother and Miss Qiu, the three of them looked unconvinced, obviously thinking that Lin Xu was not telling the truth. In fact, I really come from an ordinary family. The reason why I have them around me is just because of some adventures. Lin Xu smiled and said, "Adventures?" Mi's father asked puzzledly. Miss Qiu instantly pricked up her ears. "Yes, I wonder if you know what a containment is." Lin Xu continued. "Containment? What is that? I haven't heard of it." Mi's father and Mi's mother shook their heads together. Miss Qiu was also puzzled. "Well, it's an item with magical powers." Lin Xu thought for a while and said. Suddenly, Miss Qiu's eyes lit up. At the same time, the originally suppressed alien space suddenly expanded tenfold. Countless phantoms appeared from the alien space. The phantoms that were originally human-sized now expanded to hundreds and thousands of times, covering the sky and the sun. Alarm, alarm, the girl in the containment is about to get out of control, about to get out of control. Calm the girl immediately, calm the girl immediately. Don't let that bastard continue talking, the world will be destroyed. In the forgotten coffee shop, several senior executives of the Foundation looked up at the sky with pale faces. In the empty sky, tiny cracks had appeared at some point. Once the cracks broke, the alien space would begin to devour the world. By then, nothing could be stopped. At the two families' dinner, Miss Qiu didn't know about the abnormality in the sky. She was still listening to Lin Xu's story with excitement. Is there really some incredible power in this world? Didn't you see that brother Lin Xu said that he had an adventure? That kind of item is very valuable. Lin Xu continued. Valuable? Isn't it said to have the power of a divine weapon? Miss Qiu blurted out unconsciously. Don't you know that money is the greatest power in the world? I accidentally got a few very valuable things called containment objects. After selling them, I had money and could naturally afford a maid. Lin Xu said lightly. Oh, so that's the case. Miss Qiu felt a little disappointed, but it seemed reasonable to think about it carefully. There is no incredible power in this world. At the same time, the tiny cracks that originally appeared in the sky gradually closed up in Miss Qiu's disappointment. The huge phantom in the different space also slowly disappeared. The crisis of the world's destruction has been touched. In the forgotten cafe, the man with glasses gritted his teeth and almost gnashed his teeth. He is threatening us, threatening us. Yes, it is a threat. If we don't take him to the Foundation headquarters, no one knows what he will do next time. What should we do? I will talk to the congressman in person. No matter what, we must agree to his request. Just like that, the lively dinner between Lin Xu's family and Miss Qiu's family ended. Both Mi's father and mother praised Miss Qiu and Miss Qiu's cooking skills. Lin Xu also played several games with Miss Qiu. Both parties were very happy, and Miss Qiu's family returned to their own home opposite with a reluctant heart. The two sides have established a friendly relationship. Then early the next morning, Lin Xu received a message from a member of the Foundation disguised as a courier. The counselors at the headquarters had agreed to Lin Xu's visit to the headquarters. Everything was formed with a caring man that Lin Xu had met yesterday accompanying him and serving as a guide. So, when Lin Xu and his party greeted the parents next door under the pretext of going out for a trip, they went downstairs and left the community. Not far away, they saw the caring man waiting there. At this time, the caring man had just read a document in his hand carefully again. When he saw Lin Xu and his party appeared, he casually put the document into the shredder next to him and shredded it, and then burned it clean. On the header of the document, it was clearly written plan for the containment of the detonator. That's right, The Foundation intends to take advantage of the opportunity of Lin Xu and his party entering the Foundation headquarters this time to directly contain them. This way, they can solve the problem once and for all. As for the possibility of failure, it does not exist at all. The Foundation headquarters has an unknown number of containment objects, and entering it is equivalent to walking into a trap. If you want to leave at that time, Lin Xu will have no choice. In this way, the bus took Lin Xu and his party out of the city, and soon arrived at a suspected military base. Here, a huge flying object that looks like a hovercraft, or a technological creation that does not belong to the technological level of this world, is parked in the air. Is this also made using the containment? Lin Xu asked. The carrying man smiled and did not answer, but led the group to board the hovercraft. Then, it sailed towards the east. Soon, the hovercraft crossed the ocean, crossed the island, and arrived at an archipelago composed of continuous islands. Along the way, it did not block the sight of Lin Xu and others, as if they were not afraid of knowing the specific location of the headquarters. But Lin Xu knew through the nanorocket that the image projected on the window was not a real image, and everything they saw was fake. Except for the last archipelago, everything along the way was fake. In other words, even if someone follows this road in the future, they will not be able to find the headquarters of the Foundation. Is the Foundation here? Lin Xu asked. Yes, get ready, we are here. The carrying man reminded. Then, the hovercraft dived and entered an unknown place. Lin Xu was stunned, then he turned on the high-dimensional perspective and observed carefully. The scene outside the window of the hovercraft did not change, but in Lin Xu's feeling, everything changed. It was as if it was no longer in the previous time and space. Or maybe it was really gone. Chapter 130. Opening the Human Relics. Lin Xu stood up from the hovercraft in a flash. He came to the window and looked out. Nothing outside had changed. It was still the archipelago composed of countless small islands. But Lin Xu clearly felt in the high dimension that this place no longer belonged to the previous space, and even the flow of time had undergone subtle changes. Time was divided here. Of course, non-high-dimensional beings could not feel it, because the passage of time here was no different from the passage of time in the outside world. It would not be the case that one day here and only 1 minute passed outside. But time was divided here after all. Here and outside were already two time and space. It was like a small tributary of the long river of time. Even if the flow rate was the same, it was still a different branch. This kind of time and space barrier, it is no wonder that when Lin Xu was outside, not only the nanorobots could not break through, but even the high-dimensional perspective could not penetrate the barrier of time and space and see the situation here. And now with the unique time and space of the archipelago, Lin Xu's perspective in the high dimension finally saw the numerous collections that were contained in this unique time and space at this time. We're here. The hovercraft stopped on a small island, and the compassionate man Ramen got off the hovercraft first. Lin Xu and others followed. But compared to the calmness of Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Lu Yao, Anna seemed more alert. After all, compared to the skilled and courageous people, Anna, who was just an ordinary detective, was really a little weak at the moment. Have they arrived? In a certain room, in a video conference that was going on all the time, the screen representing a certain congressman was dark, with only the ripples of sound passing by. We're here, the action can begin. Agreed, the action begins. So the order was issued, and the various departments that had been prepared for a long time began to act. At the same time, Lin Xu, who was on the apron of the small island, asked the compassionate man Ramen who was walking in front. Where is the place where the storage objects are stored? No hurry, since you are here, let's meet the congressman first. Ramen gestured to continue moving forward. Lin Xu smiled and did not comment. Soon, the group came to a closed building. It looked like a palace on the outside, but more like a prison on the inside. The further you go, the more complete the defense measures are. The heavy reinforced concrete is several meters thick, and even artillery shells can't blow it open. Lin Xu and his friends stepped through the heavy steel doors. Anna became more and more nervous and excited, and even flushed a little. She just likes this kind of excitement, so she chose the profession of detective, chose this kind of life, and went deep into danger countless times. Finally, under the guidance of Ramen, several people entered a room that was completely poured with several meters of reinforced concrete. In the room, there was only a long table and several chairs, a row of monitors, and a figure wearing a cloak sitting in the main seat. Are we there? Lin Xu looked at Ramen, who was leading the way in front, with an inexplicable smile on his face. We're here, the congressmen are waiting for you. For some reason, Ramen's voice suddenly became a little hoarse. The next moment, as if receiving some kind of signal, dense snowflakes flashed on a row of monitors. But behind the monitors, there was no voice of the congressman. For a moment, in the gloomy and dark reinforced concrete room, a row of monitors flashing with snowflakes, and a figure sitting in the main seat covered by a cloak. Everything was shrouded in a horror movie atmosphere. Playing tricks. Lin Xu muttered. It seems that the parliamentarians don't want to talk. What about you, can you still talk? Lin Xu smiled as he looked at the monitor whose screen was still flashing with snowflakes. What do you mean? Ramen's voice became more and more hoarse. Lin Xu shook his head and reached out to push Ramen gently. With a bang, Ramen's whole body fell to the ground and broke into a pile of porcelain fragments. What's the matter? He is not a real person. Anna immediately squatted down to check, her eyes shining like a detective. She had never seen such a living person turned into a pile of porcelain fragments. Originally, it was, but I don't know when it was replaced in the middle. Lin Xu replied. Didn't you notice it either? Anna asked. It was discovered after the change occurred, but there is no clue as to how the change occurred at the moment of the change. This should be the ability of some kind of containment. Miss Qiu replied. Wait, you discovered it? Why didn't I discover it? Lin Xu instantly widened his fox eyes and stared at Miss Qiu. Because you are stupid. Miss Qiu replied lightly. I am stupid? I am the leader. Lin Xu immediately refused to accept it. The fairy fox clan is known for its strategies. She, the leader, was called stupid. If it weren't for the wrong occasion now, she would have to use force to argue with Miss Qiu. Your attention is all on Lin Xu, so it's normal that you didn't notice it. Lu Yao on the side tried to smooth things over and persuaded. I didn't, I just paid 80% of my attention to Lord Lin Xu, not all of it. Lin Xu disagreed. Miss Qiu just glanced at her and didn't bother to pay attention to her. At this time, I don't know if the porcelain man who fell to the ground startled the figure sitting there, and the figure under the cloak moved. He just seemed to have just woken up, slowly stood up, and at the same time, the cloak on his body rolled off. Anna saw clearly immediately that it was a person whose face was completely made up of 3 black holes. The moment she saw the 3 black holes on the man's face, Anna seemed to be attracted and fell into a state of being unable to move. Then, the faceless man with only 3 black holes on his face seemed to be frightened by seeing a person. He immediately pinched his neck with both hands and tightened his palms. You can even see the blue veins in his palms. So Anna's hands also tightened her neck and used force with her palms. At the same time, on another nearby island, in a closed containment room, a human-shaped porcelain suddenly appeared on the surface with ripples. Then Ramen's figure appeared and replaced the original porcelain. Panting violently, Ramen checked his whole body and found that he was safe and sound. But he couldn't leave here yet. Because he and the porcelain man in containment had just exchanged bodies. If they couldn't exchange their bodies within 24 hours, he would completely lose his body and die. Of course, his body, which had already turned into porcelain, would be fine even if it was broken, as long as it was glued together. But the premise is that his body that has turned into porcelain can still be found. However, he is not worried about this. After breaking into the Foundation's base camp, Ramen does not think that those people can hold out for 24 hours. Of course, in order to prevent accidents, he cannot leave this containment room within 24 hours. Hey, Ramen, do you want something to drink? We can send it to you. The voice outside the containment room asked. No, thank you, I just want to know what's going on over there now. Ramen asked after thanking him. It should have started, don't worry, that is a terrifying containment, which once caused people in the entire city to commit suicide. In order to contain him, the Foundation paid a huge price. The voice outside the containment room sighed. Is the faceless man so powerful? Can't he only let people who see him imitate his movements? Someone was surprised. You don't understand this, newcomer. He doesn't just let people who see him imitate his movements, but as long as someone imitates his movements, a meme will be formed. Anyone who sees someone imitating his movements will also imitate him. You don't need to see him directly, just see the person who imitates him. The voice explained. So, if he makes a suicide move in the city center, others will immediately imitate him. At the same time, even if people farther away can't see him, they will follow suit when they see people imitating him. This spread will soon spread to the entire city. This is his terrifying part. Fortunately, he was discovered early, otherwise it would not just be a city. The voice at the beginning sighed. Ramen heard all these conversations. He was not unfamiliar with the Faceless Man, because when the Faceless Man was taken in, he was a newcomer and even participated in the original shelter plan. He will never forget that more than half of the people in his team committed suicide. It is precisely because he knows the horror of these shelters that he doesn't think Lin Xu and others still have the chance to survive. At the same time, he is not worried at all that his body will not be found. Anna just felt that she couldn't control herself at all. Whatever the Faceless Man did, she followed him. With the force of her hands, she couldn't breathe immediately. If nothing unexpected happened, she would soon pinch herself to death. Is this a shelter? It's really weird. This ability is simply unreasonable and contrary to common sense. How are they? Anna rolled her eyes vigorously and looked to the side. Then she saw that Lin Xu was still standing there calmly. Miss Qiu placed her hands on her belly, maintaining a perfect maid posture. Miss Qiu was alert all around, while Nanzu and Lu Yao were surrounding her, seemingly studying why she was pinching herself like crazy. You guys? Are you okay? Anna wanted to ask, but the sound she made was just the sound of friction from the remaining gap in her trachea. Master Lin Xu, what should she do? Nanzu asked Lin Xu. Nanzu still cared about Anna, a temporary companion who had been with her for several days. It's very simple, just block it. Lin Xu said, and took a step forward to stand between Anna and the Faceless Man. Suddenly, Anna, who had lost the Faceless Man in front of her, immediately let go of her hands. She gasped violently. You guys, why are you okay? Anna didn't understand. Well, just think we have special physiques. Nanzu said with a smile. I can't tell her that it's because Lin Xu is a high-dimensional creature, and they are high-dimensional followers. It's like they are immune to the information shock caused by chaotic energy. As human followers, they have enough resistance to high-dimensional interference. Not to mention the Faceless Man's high-dimensional interference ability, which is just a drizzle in the high dimension. How could it work on them? At this time, Lin Xu had walked up to the Faceless Man and looked at him curiously. The Faceless Man, who always kept his neck tightly pinched, seemed to glance at Lin Xu secretly with his black hole-like eyes, as if he was also thinking, why this person didn't follow his movements at all? Then the next moment, the Faceless Man loosened his hands, exerted force directly, and broke his neck with a snap. The broken neck hung on the head by the flesh, and the Faceless Man's black hole-like eyes seemed to be accusing Lin Xu, why don't you learn from me? This is not normal. Can his neck be connected after it is broken? Lin Xu was a little curious. Master, do you need to treat him? Miss Qiu came forward and said. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. I don't know if his body structure is the same as that of a normal person. Lin Xu looked at the Faceless Man as if he was looking at a little white mouse. And the Faceless Man's eyes seemed to be still accusing, I am at least a horror-level containment, you can't humiliate me like this. After all, the Faceless Man was still collected by Lin Xu on the Earth in the portable space and locked up temporarily. Such an interesting little white mouse, Lin Xu was reluctant to kill it immediately. Because the mem infection of the Faceless Man is not just through real viewing, even if it is just video viewing, it will also trigger mem infection. Therefore, there is no surveillance camera installed in the concrete pouring room where the Faceless Man is placed, but only eavesdropping devices. And now through the eavesdropping device, the people of the Foundation have already known that Lin Xu and others have not been affected by the Faceless Man. As for Lin Xu taking the Faceless Man away, they didn't know without surveillance. How is this possible? How could they not be affected by the mem? Is there a problem with the release of the Faceless Man? His cloak didn't open, and no one saw his face. Someone has been affected just now. Didn't you hear it? It's just that not everyone has been affected. What's going on? Yes, no one knows what happened. They only know that the next moment, accompanied by a loud bang, the reinforced concrete room was directly pierced by Mu Ziao's sword. The thick sword energy extended outward, piercing through the defenses one by one, and the reinforced concrete protection several meters wide extended to the outside of the building. Even Lin Xu and his friends could see the sunlight outside when they looked out from the center. Release the containment immediately, don't let them escape, hurry. The Foundation's agents began to get anxious. On the other small islands, a large number of Foundation members were ready to go. Soon, just as Lin Xu and his friends followed a passage opened by Miss Qiu's sword and walked out of the building, a helicopter flew across the sky, and a figure descended from the sky with a parachute, blocking the way of Lin Xu and his companions. Are you also a containment object? Lin Xu looked at it curiously. This figure looked like an ordinary person. No, I'm an agent of the Foundation. I came here to play a game with you. The man who claimed to be an agent smiled and opened the box in his hand. Game. Lin Xu was puzzled. Yes, a dice game. There is a dice here. You bet on a part of your body to compete. Whoever rolls the dice with the highest score can win. The loser loses part of his body, and the winner gets a spare organ. The agent explained. Spare organ? What does that mean? Lin Xu was puzzled. That is to say, if we bet on our hearts to play the game, I will lose my heart if I lose. If you win, the next time your heart is fatally injured, it will be instantly restored to its original state. The agent explained the rules. This is also one of the rules for the use of this containment object. After all, the gambling game can only start after the rules are clearly introduced. This is very interesting, but why should I bet with you? Lin Xu said with a smile. I will pay double the chips and force you to start the gambling game. You can't refuse it anymore. The agent laughed. But I have to refuse. Lin Xu said with a smile. Then the gambling game will force you to lose. Will you still refuse? The chips I paid are all my internal organs. If you are judged to lose, you will lose half of your internal organs and will also die. The agent was sure that Lin Xu would not refuse. However, the next moment, when the agent was about to pick up the dice in the box and roll the dice, he suddenly found that the dice began to change colors. The agent's face changed. You actually refused. Then his face was ecstatic again. Then you can die. It seems that this credit belongs to me. I can't believe that there are such stupid people in this world. However, the next moment, the agent noticed something was wrong. Because Lin Xu was still standing there intact, but the colors on the dice were becoming more and more colorful. Until finally, without a sound, the dice disappeared. As the dice disappeared, the agent who had just wanted to force Lin Xu to participate in the gambling felt a weight reduction on his body, and then something was missing in his stomach. What happened? Why did all my internal organs disappear? It was you who rejected the gambling, so where did the dice go? The agent fell to the ground, his face full of confusion. It's just a backlash. It wants to take something from me. With its ability, it is inevitable that it will be reduced to ashes. Lin Xu said lightly, not surprised. At that moment, the high-dimensional information entangled with the dice wanted to interfere with Lin Xu in a high-dimensional way. It felt like an ancient computer from decades ago trying to understand and invade a modern supercomputer. It would be strange if it didn't burn itself to pieces. The dice disappeared and the agent died. This caused a sensation in the Foundation. More importantly, this time they observed that the dice was not hidden by Lin Xu, but disappeared. A real containment object disappeared from the world. Such an incredible scene made all the members of the Foundation who were watching this scene, including the bottom and the top, silent. I propose that the containment of the headquarters be evacuated immediately. The containment must not fall into the hands of this person. I think we should activate the destruction level containment and completely eliminate the detonator and the maid. They are too dangerous. But activating the destruction level containment will be more dangerous. If we are not careful, the whole world will be destroyed. If we continue like this, when the destruction level containment falls into his hands, won't it be dangerous? The counselors were arguing with each other, and no one could convince anyone for a while. Lin Xu, on the other hand, stayed on the island and did not move towards the other islands. Instead, he closed his eyes slightly, as if he was feeling something. What is he doing? I don't know, but this may be the last chance. Try it, the destruction level containment. Agree. Agree. Abstain. Abstain. In the end, 7 votes agreed and 4 abstains, and the proposal to use the destruction level containment was passed with difficulty. Master, did you find it? Miss Qiu asked. Found it, it is here as expected. Lin Xu let out a long sigh. This was not the longest time he had spent searching for the ruins, but it felt like the most tortuous process. In fact, as early as when he just entered this time and space that was different from the outside world, Lin Xu had already begun to release a large number of nanorobots. All he had just done was to wait for the nanorbits to spread and find something interesting to kill time. Finally, without a sound, the nanorbits had spread all over the space full of islands. Lin Xu's consciousness filled this space through the nanorbits, and finally found the subspace entrance anchored on this planet. Not far away, on an island in the middle of many islands. And it was also on that island that the most contained objects existed. Lin Xu even suspected that the Foundation might have taken the entrance to the subspace of the human ruins as some kind of contained object. Let's go. Since he had already found it, Lin Xu didn't plan to waste time and stood up and flew over there. The rest of Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Lu Yao and others naturally followed immediately, and Nanzhu didn't forget to bring Anna with him. But before they flew far, a beam of light suddenly rose from a distance. The direction of the light was exactly where they were going. That was the place with the most objects among the many small islands. Master, what is that? Miss Qiu asked puzzledly, because she also sensed an unsettling feeling from the light. It was conceivable how dangerous it was that could make Miss Qiu feel uneasy. Miss Qiu immediately stopped in front of Lin Xu and became alert. Don't worry, I'm here. Lin Xu patted Miss Qiu's shoulder and comforted her. At the same time, he was also observing the location represented by the light from a high-dimensional perspective. In the high dimension, this light is also the brightest one among many high-dimensional information entanglement points. So Lin Xu understood. The Foundation is about to struggle to its death. Chapter 131 What is kneeling in seconds? That's the Angel of Light. Isn't that a destruction-level containment? If you're not careful, the whole world will be destroyed. What are the higher-ups thinking? The Angel of Light is already the most gentle and controllable of the destruction-level containment. At this time, there is no other way except to use the Angel of Light. Rather than being contained, the Angel of Light has reached an agreement with the Foundation and actively accepted the supervision of the Foundation. Although the Angel of Light has the power to destroy the world, it has no intention of destroying the world. It's just that it is used as a tool without authorization. What if it angers the Angel of Light? The agents looked at the increasingly bright little sun rising over the archipelago, and everyone had different ideas. Some people think that the Angel of Light has wisdom, can communicate, and has never shown signs of losing control, so the power of the Angel of Light can be borrowed. Others believe that as long as it is a containment, it is uncontrollable. Even if the Angel of Light has wisdom and has always tended to be in the lawful camp, it is precisely because of its wisdom that it is used as a tool. What if it angers the other party? Even the top leaders of the Foundation were worried, otherwise there wouldn't have been so many abstentions when discussing whether to use the destruction-level containment. But now, there is no other choice. This light is so exclusive. Miss Qiu, who was standing in front of Lin Xu, was the first to face the increasingly bright white light. Under this white light, it seemed that everything in the world was excluded. As the saying goes, God said there should be light, so there was light in the world. There is nothing else except light. This is the terrifying thing about the Angel of Light. If this white light is allowed to continue to shine, there will be nothing but light wherever the light reaches. The whole world will be reduced to a place where only white light remains. And Lin Xu also felt this exclusivity as the white light shone on him. And the faint fear in the white light. That's right, why does this white light seem to be afraid of himself? Lin Xu, who was about to completely annihilate the containment formed by countless high-dimensional information entangled together and emitting white light in the distance through high-dimensional interference, paused. At the same time, the overbearing destruction-level containment object that had just been emitting white light recklessly and expelling everything within the range of the light, seemed to have noticed something, and the white light that had been spreading outwards paused immediately. Then, like an animal that was stretching its limbs recklessly, it was frightened and shrank back all of a sudden. The white light that had been spreading in all directions suddenly shrank and returned to the inside of the light ball. At the same time, the light ball that had gathered all the light flew towards Lin Xu with a whoosh. Miss Qiu almost slashed it with a sword. But Lin Xu stopped her. The next moment, the light ball that had lost its light and looked like a boiled egg without a shell, now considered a white ball, came in front of Lin Xu, hovered there, and spun around. Nanzhu even vaguely saw a flattering emotion from the rotation of the egg. An egg flattering? No, I must have seen it wrong. And the next moment, the egg spoke. Oh, my great human master. I finally see you again. I missed you so much. The boiled egg kept muttering as it rushed towards Lin Xu. Then, Miss Qiu, who was always on guard, condensed the sword energy in his hand, and swung the white egg like a baseball with a bang. The only thing left in the air was the unwilling shout of the boiled egg. No. Home run, Miss Qiu gets another point. Lin Xu put his hands on the pergola and watched the boiled egg disappear in the sky. Actually, it can be lighter. Lin Xu looked at the disappearing boiled egg, thought about it and reminded him. Okay, be lighter next time. Miss Qiu nodded. Then the boiled egg flew back to the sky at a faster speed than when it was hit. Praise you, great human. Miss Qiu raised the sword energy again, and the boiled egg braked instantly and did not continue to pounce on Lin Xu. Miss Qiu then put away the sword energy. Who are you? Lin Xu asked curiously. Great, bright, correct, omnipotent human master, praise you, I finally waited for you to come back. All these years, I have missed you so much. It was obviously a boiled egg, and at this time, even a special effect of tears appeared on its surface. Put away the emoticon package. Lin Xu said speechlessly. Okay. The special effect of tears disappeared. Later, after the self-introduction of the boiled egg, Lin Xu learned that this boiled egg was originally a light bulb among the human relics. In its own words, it watched humans doing high-dimensional experiments every day, and somehow became a spirit. At first, it was just a little conscious, until one day, as if waking up from a dream, it understood a lot of things at once, and completely possessed consciousness, becoming a boiled egg spirit. Well, to use a mythological way of saying it, anyway, it was enlightened by humans, and then the light bulb became a spirit. Master, I have had a really hard time for thousands of years. You must not abandon me again. The special effect of the boiled egg's tears reappeared, but what flowed down was not water, but light particles, which kept falling down. Okay, stop crying. Then why are you still involved with the Foundation? Lin Xu asked puzzledly. They are really annoying. They chant in my ears every day, persuading me not to destroy the world. I told them that I didn't have this idea, but they didn't believe me and continued to persuade me. No matter how I promised that I would not destroy the world, they still didn't believe me and continued to chant to me not to destroy the world, not to destroy the world. What can I do? I am also desperate, so I have to sign a contract with them and pretend to be taken in by them. This time I am finally at peace. The boiled egg's face full of egg white showed an expression of I am also desperate. I don't know who he learned it from. Then you are also very hard. Lin Xu on the side couldn't help but say. Yes, finally there is someone who can understand me. You are my clan, right? We are compatriots after all. The crying expression appeared on the egg white of the boiled egg again. Who is your compatriot? I am not a light bulb. Lin Xu immediately retorted. It doesn't matter, don't pay attention to the details. The light bulb boiled egg flashed and looked very happy. If you don't want to listen to them nagging, why don't you hide? Can they find you if you hide? Lu Yao on the side also asked. Of course not, I can't leave. This is the entrance to the high-dimensional laboratory back then. I have to guard this place. This is my duty. The boiled egg said with the egg white in front of his chest. Duty. Yes, I was the light bulb at the entrance of the high-dimensional laboratory. Although I don't understand why I ran outside when I became self-aware, I must guard the entrance and not let anyone find it. By the way, human master, are you here to find the entrance to the ruins? I'll take you there. If the boiled egg had a tail, its tail would have shaken out a shadow at this time. Anyway, Miss Qiu looked at its flattering appearance, and it was no different from a dog that hadn't seen its owner for a long time. Let's go. Lin Xu nodded. So the boiled egg made a sound and flew in front to clear the way for Lin Xu. Along the way, it even shouted arrogantly and very dog-leggedly. Get out of the way, get out of the way, get out of the way. I'm talking to you, that Foundation agent, don't think I can't see you hiding in the corner with a containment object. Get out of the way quickly, if you dare to make trouble, I will shine directly. Just like that, the boiled egg in front rushed to clear the way for Lin Xu. From time to time, it would scare a group of Foundation agents and make way in a hurry. The Foundation members who were hiding somewhere were watching the scene through the video, and they were all silent. No one expected that the destruction level containment that was placed with high hopes would directly betray to the other side. Even if you said you would fight and you were defeated in the end, we would not be so speechless. You betrayed directly and you are still such a lackey. What's going on? Where is the majesty of your destruction level containment? Where is your ability to destroy the world? At this time, Lin Xu had already come to the entrance of the subspace of the ruins under the leadership of the boiled egg. Although he didn't need the boiled egg to lead the way at all, he already knew where the entrance was, but seeing that the boiled egg was so diligent, he just let him go. At the same time, the consciousness connected to the nanorbit and issued an order to open the subspace. The next moment, the order was transmitted to the subspace ruins, and in an instant, a space gap opened in the void above the islands. And the space gap became larger and larger, gradually covering the entire sky. And above that sky, a continent appeared in sight. That was a subspace as big as the planet, with this planet as its anchor point. Similarly, the congressmen who were still paying attention to Lin Xu and didn't know what to do were also stunned by the sudden scene above the archipelago. What's going on? What's that in the sky? Is it some kind of ability of the containment? I don't know, is it a world? It's incredible. The Foundation agents on the archipelago were also discussing. No one knew what happened. But soon, something even more subversive appeared. Along with a continent that obscured the sky in the sky, another space gap opened. A planet wrapped in steel emerged in it. That was Lin Xu's personal space and the Earth in it. A continent and a planet appeared in succession in the sky above the archipelago. For a while, the people at the Foundation's archipelago headquarters didn't even have the sound of discussion. Then, a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates flew up from the steel planet, higher and higher, passed through the space gap, and came to the sky above the archipelago. Then, without stopping, they directly crossed the sky above the archipelago and rushed into another continent. Seeing the huge machines constantly appearing and disappearing in the sky above the archipelago, it was as if they were treating the archipelago as a passing path. Whether it was the senior counselors of the Foundation or the ordinary agents, they were completely numb at this time. They were stunned and looked at all this dully. Finally, a senior member of the Foundation spoke first. Things seem to have gone out of control. What should we do? Transfer the containment. We abandon this place. Transfer? Is it still in time to transfer? Do we still have a chance? A counselor laughed miserably at the sky scene in the video. In the sky above the archipelago, there were countless huge machines that were just passing by and heading to the opposite continent. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. Suddenly, a part of them split off and rushed towards the archipelago on the ground. Some agents wanted to resist with a containment in their hands. Unfortunately, as a human creation, the autonomous mechanical aggregate is also immune to some high-dimensional interference. If the high-dimensional interference is too strong, the autonomous mechanical aggregate may not be able to withstand it. But if it is just the high-dimensional interference of these containments, to be honest, it is too weak. Perhaps the high-dimensional ability of these containments can still interfere with interstellar civilizations, even interstellar civilizations such as the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire, which have developed across an entire vast galaxy. After all, the dimensionality reduction attack of high dimensions on low dimensions does not care how big your territory is or how many warships you have. But when they encounter autonomous mechanical aggregates, they can only blame their own bad luck. So one by one, the agents who tried to rely on the containments to fight back were easily caught by the mechanical claws stretched out from the autonomous mechanical aggregates. Those containments were also confiscated and then packed and sent to Earth. In this way, Lin Xu swept away all the collections of the Foundation for countless years. Even the senior counselors who were hiding in the space created by a containment under the archipelago were caught in one pot. Including countless agents on the archipelago, all were packed up and imprisoned. However, these Foundation members were not sent to Earth. After all, Earth does not collect all garbage, but they were temporarily imprisoned on the archipelago. All this was done by Xiangxing after Lin Xu ordered it. As for Lin Xu, he had already entered the human relic space. He has no time to care about these trivial matters of the Foundation now. The high-dimensional laboratory in the relic space is the big deal. I'm back, I'm finally back, high-dimensional laboratory, I miss you so much. As soon as he entered the relic space, the crying emoticon on the surface of the boiled egg was unheard of, and a large number of light particles flowed downwards, looking like he wanted to die of tears. Hey, don't cry, weren't you just a light bulb here back then? Is it so sad? Nan Xu asked curiously. You don't understand, that's my lost youth. The boiled egg light bulb said, crying even harder. Okay, cry all you want. Nan Xu looked defeated, and took Anna to catch up with Lin Xu who had already flown far away. Boiled egg realized that he had fallen behind. and immediately stopped crying and hurried to catch up. He shouted while chasing. The omnipotent and always right human master, wait for your loyal lamb, I will always be your light bulb, lighting up your desk. Don't be cheesy, if you continue, I will learn from Xiu. Nanzhu felt goosebumps all over his body, and said with a more professional baseball bat in his hand. Boiled Egg paused for a moment, then quickly went around to the other side of Lin Xu, and then continued. Nanzhu looked at Boiled Egg hiding on the other side of Lin Xu, and sighed helplessly. Compared with the dispute between Nanzhu and Boiled Egg, Anna, who was flying with Nanzhu, felt that she was in a state of numbness all the time. It was really since entering the archipelago, everything that happened along the way was refreshing Anna's three views over and over again. Those incredible collections were fine, but the subspace in the sky behind and Lin Xu's personal space were just too exciting. So since being taken by Nanzhu to fly into the relic space, Anna felt that her eyes were not enough. She kept looking up and down, left and right, looking at the land below, and the huge buildings that spread out endlessly. Listening to Lin Xu's conversation, it seemed like this was a laboratory? Or a laboratory involving high dimensions? She naturally knew what high dimensions were, but where could there be a laboratory involving high dimensions? She had never heard of it. That was a field that neither the Galaxy Alliance nor the Mechanical Empire could set foot in. At the same time, she also had a sudden realization that it was no wonder that these collections were so incredible and magical. If they were related to high dimensions, then it made sense. Lin Xu, who was flying in the front, was completely attracted by the high-dimensional laboratory on the ground below. From his high-dimensional perspective, he could already see the huge high-dimensional information entangled in front. The high-dimensional information contained in it, in Lin Xu's view at this time, is like a rushing river, winding and endless. This makes Lin Xu very curious. 10,000 years ago, humans were able to carry out research on high dimensions to this extent shortly after leaving the Milky Way. When in the center of the Milky Way, it was necessary to use the weak points of high dimensions to conduct preliminary research on high dimensions. But here, it is possible to carry out research on high dimensions in normal space. There are also so many collections with strange abilities. So why did humans leave these collections behind, and even not preserve them properly, but instead spread them everywhere? With doubts, Lin Xu slowly landed in the huge base that spread across the Earth. And with Lin Xu's arrival, a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates also landed in the base and started working. The gate of the base noticed the arrival of humans and slowly opened. As Lin Xu walked in, he also ordered Zhangxing to take over the database and other information of the ruins. And Lin Xu continued to walk into the base. It's not that Lin Xu can't wait for Zhangxing to finish sorting out the database. But in the high dimension, he had already sensed some kind of invitation coming from deep inside the base. Lin Xu was too familiar with the invitation in the high dimension. It was Wang Jian, whom Lin Xu had met once in the ruins near the center of the Milky Way. Or should we say it was another shadow of Wang Jian? Since they had already met once, as human beings, they could be considered old friends. Now that the old friend invited him, Lin Xu came directly. So, all the way down, it was still a vast and boundless special space with high-dimensional characteristics. Lin Xu saw Wang Jian, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Well, it didn't seem to be too long. At this time, Wang Jian was sitting on the sofa in the starry sky. In front of him, in addition to the birth and death of countless stars, there was also a TV. On the screen of the TV, a soap opera was playing. "Are you here? Sit down," I said. "We can meet again." Wang Jian greeted Lin Xu enthusiastically. "What are you watching?" Lin Xu walked over, sat down without hesitation, and looked at the TV in front of him. "There's a TV series currently on air on this planet. You know what? It's quite interesting." Wang Jian was watching it with great interest. "It seems like you're not as bored as last time," Lin Xu said speechlessly. "People should learn to entertain themselves. It's better to have TV than nothing." Wang Jian said this with a look of emotion on his face. "Do you know about our last meeting? But you are obviously different shadows," Lin Xu asked curiously. "The moment he disappeared, all the other shadows knew it, so I also knew it. We succeeded in upgrading. Congratulations, congratulations," Wang Jian said, and couldn't help but smile. "It seems that you don't know that the upgrade is successful." Lin Xu felt a little regretful. If this shadow could know more about the later things, he would be able to get more information. How should I put it? My situation here is quite special. I actually guessed it. The message conveyed by the shadow you saw was confirmed by me. Wang Jian thought for a while and said, "How did you guess it?" Lin Xu asked. The containment in this world was not like this at the beginning. At this point, Wang Jian showed a very headache expression. His face was full of depression. "How do you say it?" Lin Xu asked. "When we were doing high-dimensional experiments here, some were successful, but most of them failed. So we didn't manage the failed work seriously, and many were even thrown away directly. Until one day, I suddenly found that the garbage we left in this world had high-dimensional characteristics and became high-dimensional objects." Wang Jian said this, and his expression became more depressed. So, along with the dimension upgrade of human beings, the failed products that were thrown away at that time also evolved, and even changed from failed products to successful products, right? Lin Xu finally realized. No wonder there are so many strange collections in this world, thrown everywhere by humans. It feels like they are just garbage thrown away at that time. As time goes by, they have become spirits. Yes, we didn't expect that these failed experimental products that were thrown away would turn over one day. It was because of the appearance of these collections that I speculated that we succeeded in upgrading. But I didn't expect that the successful upgrading would have such a chain reaction," Wang Jian said with a depressed face. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 132, The Prelude to World Destruction. Praise the great human, your brilliance is as dazzling as thousands of stars, and the sun's brilliance is not even 1/10 as bright. Omnipotent human, always right human. Oh, great human. A bare-boiled egg-like light bulb, circling Lin Xu and Wang Jian, floated back and forth in the air, muttering as it swung. It can be seen that he was very happy, but Lin Xu and Wang Jian, who were chatting, were not very happy. So Lin Xu waved his hand to signal, and Mu Zi'er next to him was about to condense sword energy, but was beaten by Nansu. Nansu seemed to have been waiting for this moment. In an instant, a baseball bat condensed from the non-orbit in his hand, and then with a bang, it hit the boiled egg directly. With a whoosh, the boiled egg flew out. Great, duh. In the vast and boundless high-dimensional space, there was still a voice coming from afar. The sound that got in the way was gone, and Lin Xu and Wang Jian continued to chat. The things that Lin Xu felt strange before finally had an explanation. Before, I was wondering why humans only had a preliminary contact with high dimensions when they were still in the Milky Way, but how come they can easily conduct high-dimensional experiments and create so many high-dimensional items as soon as they come here? It turns out that it is a chain reaction caused by humans' later dimensional upgrade. So, did humans at that time successfully create high-dimensional items here? Lin Xu asked. No, all of them are unusable semi-finished products. Except for some representative ones that were taken away, the rest of the meaningless ones were just thrown here. Wang Jian sighed. Then there is such a huge amount of high-dimensional information here, which is also formed after humans upgraded their dimensions and fed back here. Lin Xu nodded in understanding. A huge amount of high-dimensional information? I don't know about that. I am just a shadow left here. When I was left here, I was not a high-dimensional creature, so as a shadow at that time, I was also not a high-dimensional creature, and I couldn't observe high-dimensional information like you. However, based on the known information, it is probably like this. Back then, we established a base here to study high dimensions. Although we successfully built this base with high-dimensional characteristics in a location that is not a weak point of high dimensions, it only has high-dimensional characteristics. Humans at that time were absolutely not capable of gathering the huge amount of high-dimensional information you mentioned. Wang Jian's tone was full of emotion. Dimensional upgrading is really amazing. Lin Xu also sighed. Yes, it's really amazing. With the dimension upgrading of humans, everything that humans have left behind has also changed with the dimension upgrading of humans. Maybe this is what is called, one person's success brings prosperity to all the family members. Wang Jian continued to sigh. Can you use some nice words? Lin Xu said speechlessly. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Wang Jian shrugged. Well, he can't change his habit of shrugging. Okay, let's not talk about this. Do you have anything else to tell me this time? Last time I left you here to help me fight against disorder and filth, but I solved it myself and you didn't help. What about this time? Why did you stay? Lin Xu asked. Well, The original purpose of leaving me as a shadow was just to tell you about our next plan and where we are going, so that you can follow behind and not run too far, but now there is really something, and I want you to do it, brother," Wang Jian said, and he stretched out his hand and patted Lin Xu's shoulder, as if the future of mankind is in your hands. "If you have something to say, just say it, don't make a move." Lin Xu shook off Wang Jian's slap, and patted his shoulder, as if he was going to clear the dust. "Actually, it's very simple, it's those containment objects, you need to control them, after all, they are what we made, we can't let them continue to be unscrupulous," Wang Jian said to Lin Xu with a rare serious expression. "That is to say, I need to recycle the high-dimensional objects that have been lost, right?" Lin Xu nodded. "Yes, according to the research we have conducted, too many high-dimensional objects flowing into the low-dimensional universe are a hazard to the stability of the low-dimensional universe. The frequent use of a large number of high-dimensional objects will cause high-dimensional interference, which will accelerate the entropy increase trend of the universe and shorten the life of the universe. Since this is the consequence caused by us, we naturally have to take responsibility," Wang Jian explained. "Understood, I'll clean up your ass, right?" Lin Xu's tone was a little helpless. As the saying goes, plans are not as fast as changes, and I don't want this to happen. Who would have thought that the garbage thrown away back then would become an unstable factor? Wang Jian also said helplessly. At this time, the boiled egg that had just been hit by Nanzhu's baseball bat, after disappearing far away, actually flew back from the other side. Well, this space seems to be infinite, but it is actually cyclical. As long as you fly to one side, you can eventually return to the original place. Oh, great human, your loyal servant. The light bulb wanted to say something else, but he was glared at by Lin Xu and Wang Jian at the same time, especially Nanzhu, who was beside Lin Xu, holding a baseball bat and looking eager to try. Suddenly, the light bulb dared not speak, and a zipper-mouth expression appeared on the face of the boiled egg, indicating that he should shut up. So, it was finally quiet. "So do you have any suggestions for the recycling of high-dimensional items?" Lin Xu asked. "No suggestions, but I have been watching here for these years. Although I can't do anything, I have collected a lot of information about the objects on this planet. You can take it and search for it. The key problem is that the objects are not on this planet now," Wang Jian reminded him specially. "The objects are not on this planet? Is it difficult to find?" Lin Xu felt the trouble. "It's not difficult to find, but it's very troublesome. It's not that it's troublesome to find, but it's troublesome to recycle," Wang Jian said meaningfully. "What do you mean? Stop being a riddle man, okay?" Lin Xu said puzzledly. "It's not the riddler, it's really troublesome. Forget it, you should first deal with the containment on this planet according to my information." Wang Jian sighed. "Okay, is there anything else to say? If not, I'll leave and deal with the containment on this planet first." Lin Xu stood up and said. Go ahead, don't forget to come back to me when you are ready to leave," Wang Jian reminded. "Don't worry, and besides, I saw you seem to be very envious of me last time. Do you want me to leave you a robot girl or something to relieve your loneliness?" Lin Xu looked at Wang Jian seriously. Then, Wang Jian threw a teapot at Lin Xu. "Get out of here and do your work quickly. Tisk, why are you pretending? You obviously hesitated at that moment just now." Lin Xu didn't spare anyone's words, but he turned around and ran away at the first time. Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Miss Qiu, Lu Yao and others behind him also stood up and ran away with Lin Xu. Boiled Egg looked at Lin Xu and then at Wang Jian. Finally, they chose to follow Lin Xu. Only Anna was a little slow. She was still in the middle of a brainstorm. Her brain was digesting everything she had just heard. She always felt unreal. A high-dimensional race? High-dimensional information entanglement? High-dimensional creation? Is all this true? Who will save me? Am I dreaming? The person I have been following these days turned out to be a high-dimensional existence? The kind of high-dimensional existence that only exists in the imagination of scientists and is far greater than the so-called gods? Although she was a little slow, Anna finally caught up with everyone. She didn't want to be left here alone. Although this place looked magical and seemed to have a high-dimensional space, she was not interested in staying here all the time. In this way, Lin Xu and his party left this space. On the way back, Nanzhu asked curiously, "Master Lin Xu, are we leaving now?" Will he not disappear this time? He will disappear. When Xiangxing finishes collecting the information in the database and takes away some equipment we need, he will disappear when we leave after everything is over. But before that, there is still some time. Lin Xu smiled and explained. I understand. Then let's go and destroy all the objects on this planet first. Nansu said confidently. It's not necessary to destroy them. We just need to recycle them. After recycling, seal them up and don't use them anymore. Naturally, they won't have much impact on the universe. Lin Xu explained. Hey? Just recycle them? Then there doesn't seem to be much difference between what we do and what the Foundation does. Nansu suddenly realized. There's still a difference. The so-called containment of the Foundation is not really containment. They just control the objects to prevent the objects' abilities from harming the world. But in fact, many controlled objects are still interfering with the universe and increasing the entropy of the universe. Just like the faceless man we saw before, even if he was contained, his abilities are actually still running. It's just that no one can see him in the containment, so no one is affected by his abilities. Lin Xu continued to explain. Oh, then do we have a way to turn off his abilities? Nansu asked. Of course we can turn off his abilities, but the Foundation can't do it. Lin Xu explained. But, Lord Lin Xu, you clearly broke the faceless man's neck and killed him, but you didn't turn off his ability. Nansu complained in her low voice. Who made him look so ugly? Lin Xu also complained. Just like that, the group left the relic space and returned to the archipelago. In the air, the relic space and Lin Xu's portable space were open to each other, and a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates were constantly flying in and out of the two spaces. Not only did the entrances and exits of the two spaces open above the archipelago, but there were also a large number of huge machines constantly passing by. At the same time, the Foundation agents on the archipelago have also been controlled by the autonomous mechanical aggregates and the kin terracotta warriors. With the containment objects in their hands being ineffective against the autonomous mechanical aggregates and the kin terracotta warriors, the Foundation did not have much power to resist. It was easily uprooted. The 11 counselors were also dug out from the ground and locked up. And Lin Xu had nothing to interrogate them now. Compared with these counselors, Lin Xu was more interested in the hundreds of containment objects contained by the Foundation. It was the boiled egg that volunteered to tell them everything they knew. Lin Xu thought about it and handed it over to it. My great human master, I will complete this mission successfully and offer you a song of victory. So the boiled egg lightbulb shouted all kinds of extremely disgusting words while heading for the interrogation room next to it. The Foundation agent squatting on the ground not far away looked at this side with a bit of a strange look in their eyes. Is that really the legendary destruction level containment object, the Angel of Light? In the legend, isn't the Angel of Light the messenger who claims to be the creator, and is extremely cold? What happened? Has he been contained for too long and his brain is broken? Lin Xu came to the underground of the island, in a containment room that was protected by layers of defense. The huge building complex that occupies the entire underground space of the island, like a city, has countless densely packed containment rooms. Various containment objects, as many as hundreds of pieces, are contained here. Some of them are contained alone, while others use their own abilities to put them together and check and balance each other for containment. In short, various containment methods were used to contain these objects. Lin Xu, led by an agent who was temporarily captured as a guide, inspected the containment rooms one by one. But before he could take a few steps, there was a loud bang, and the door of a containment room was destroyed by a strange force. At the same time, a gorilla that was more than 3 meters tall came out from behind the heavy iron door with rumbling steps. As soon as it came out, it saw Lin Xu and his friends, and then roared and rushed towards them. At the same time, in various containment rooms throughout the underground, various weird, crazy, and roaring sounds continued to be heard. Before the gorilla ran to the front of the few people, the wall beside Lin Xu was suddenly torn by a huge claw. A giant spider-like existence, with dense compound eyes, stared at Lin Xu and others through the penetrating wall, as if looking at prey. Are these all containment objects? Lin Xu looked at the captured guide very calmly. The latest novel is first published on 69shu.com. It's out of control. The objects are out of control. All the objects will be out of control. You are dead. We are dead. Everyone will die. Everyone will die. Ho ha ho ha. Ho ha ho ha. The guide looked at the objects that appeared one by one, heard all kinds of roars and weird cries, and he was already in a bad mood. He knew very well what would happen if hundreds of objects here were out of control. The whole world would be destroyed. Originally, the containment methods of these objects were linked together, and many of them required the participation of agents. But now, because of the fall of the Foundation headquarters, all the agents were arrested, and some containment methods lost the participation of agents and became ineffective all of a sudden. Then, under the chain reaction, hundreds of objects gradually got out of containment, which was a predictable thing. But I didn't expect everything to happen so quickly. So since the world is destined to be destroyed, what is there to be afraid of? When the guide thought of this, he looked at Lin Xu beside him with eyes full of resentment. It's all you. It's all your fault. You destroyed the world, you devil. But before he could finish, Lin Xu slapped him in the face and directly pushed him against the wall. Then, he saw that the girl who had just slapped him suddenly had a big furry tail behind her, and a pair of furry ears grew on her ears. At the same time, countless tail-shaped phantoms extended from the girl's big tail in all directions. These tail phantoms directly rolled up the gorilla that rushed over, and the spider with dense compound eyes, and hung them in the air. In addition, there were more objects rushing out of the containment room in the distance. When the guide looked at it, countless objects were entangled in the endless tail phantoms in all directions. The guide's eyes were about to bulge out instantly. Thinking that the objects that had been successfully contained at the cost of countless D-level personnel's lives were controlled so easily? You have to know that the most troublesome thing about these containments is not how strong their military power is, but their various strange and bizarre abilities. For example, the spider just now, its claws can penetrate the wall, which is very powerful, but the more important thing is the spider's dense compound eyes. Whoever it looks at will enter a sleepwalking state and walk towards the spider unconsciously. But he clearly saw that the spider was staring at the girl with a tail, and the girl was also curiously looking at her, but she was not affected at all. Although the guide knew that the containments he used could not affect those huge machines when he was outside before. But he only used very ordinary containments, and the huge machinery was obviously not a living thing, so it was not incomprehensible that it was not affected. But now, why are they still not affected? Can I not die? Since it is not certain to die, the guide suddenly began to consider whether they would forgive his outrageous words just now if he apologized later. After all, he didn't want to die. Master Lin Xu, what should we do with these? Although Lin Xu trapped countless containments with the phantom of his tail. But after all, there are still many collection objects with strange and bizarre abilities that she has not caught. At the same time, Lin Xu did not know what to do with these captured collection objects for a while. Send them to Earth. I'll let Yinghero build a new collection room there. Just put them there and shut down their abilities completely. Lin Xu thought for a while and said. So Lin Xu opened the space door of the portable space again, and Lin Xu dragged a long string of collection objects behind her tail and temporarily placed them on Earth. At the same time, more collection objects have rushed out of the underground and surged onto the ground. In particular, there is a destructive collection object among them. In an instant, the temperature of the entire archipelago began to drop. From about 25 degrees above zero, it quickly dropped to more than 10 degrees below zero, and it is still dropping. If nothing unexpected happens, it is likely to drop to absolute zero in a few minutes. On the ground of the island, the agents who knew about this collection object changed their faces instantly. This is the destruction level containment object absolute zero. It's over, we're going to die. It's okay to die, but absolute zero will freeze the entire world, and the world will be destroyed. It's all their fault, they released these objects. Our Foundation has paid so many sacrifices for this world to contain the objects, and these abominable demons released all the objects as soon as they arrived. Maybe the world can still be saved, these large machines are still very powerful. What's the use? Maybe these machines can still be used at absolute zero, but people all over the world will die, what's the use? Desperate or hopeful, countless agents cursed or burst into tears. They seemed to be witnessing the prelude to the destruction of the world. Although they were still guarded by kin terracotta warriors armed robots, they were no longer afraid. They were all going to die anyway, so what was there to be afraid of? At the current speed, everything here would be frozen in a few minutes. Some agents even tore together with kin terracotta warriors before they died, trying to seize weapons to resist, even if it was in vain. The result was that they were shot directly by kin terracotta warriors. Lin Xu, who was originally going to go to the containment room to check the containment, Did not expect the situation to change so quickly. There was no need to inspect the containment room. Except for Nanzi, who returned to Earth, the rest of the people followed Lin Xu and slowly rose into the sky. Not far away, the Iceman made of pieces of ice walked blankly on the island, and with every step it took, the temperature on the ground would drop rapidly, and the low temperature was also spreading rapidly in all directions. It was the destruction level containment, absolute zero. Unlike boiled eggs, it has no thoughts and only acts according to instinct. After observing it for a while, Lin Xu lost interest. The temperature around was still dropping. If it continued, the entire space might become unstable due to the low temperature. So Lin Xu found the high-dimensional information entanglement point with high brightness in the high-dimensional perspective. But this time, Lin Xu did not eliminate it directly, but tried to use a new method. After all, he had seen many high-dimensional information entanglement points in these days, and eliminated more than one. Lin Xu had summed up a lot of experience. So he turned the high-dimensional information to interfere with this high-dimensional information entanglement point that was continuously releasing interference. In an instant, under Lin Xu's interference, the interference continuously released by this high-dimensional information entanglement point stopped. Lin Xu used high-dimensional information to build barriers around this high-dimensional information entanglement point, completely eliminating the interference that Absolute Zero wanted to release. So the ability of Absolute Zero, the containment object, was sealed. This was also the first time Lin Xu did this kind of thing. It was a method he figured out after observing many high-dimensional information entanglement points in these days. The result made him very satisfied. So the Foundation agents who were just cursing at the sky suddenly found that the low temperature around them disappeared. It seemed that they didn't have to die. All of a sudden, all the agents felt a little embarrassed. Could they take back the words they just cursed? Since they didn't have to die, wouldn't it be a big loss if they were executed because of the harsh curses? At the same time, the agents felt at a loss. That was a destruction-level containment object. How could it be contained again so quickly? How did they do that? It's impossible. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 133 Blasphemer. At the desk, Miss Qiu was spinning her pencil in boredom, listening to math problems that had long been so annoying to her ears. Like countless boys and girls of this age, she was absent-minded in class. As she was absent-minded, the alien space began to stir again. Until the math teacher threw a piece of chalk at Miss Qiu's desk. With a snap, a white spot was smashed on the desk. Miss Qiu, who was glared at by the teacher, immediately gathered her mind and quickly put her mind on the math problems. Suddenly, the shadow of the alien space that was ready to move disappeared. The people of the Foundation, the Tribunal and Apocalypse, who were already preparing for a new round of actions, breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they prayed in their hearts, hoping that the girl would think less. It's not that they haven't seen the destruction level, but the rest of the destruction level can still be predicted. Only the girl is unpredictable, which is really a headache. But compared to the people of the Tribunal and Apocalypse, the people of the Foundation have another worry. They lost contact with the headquarters. And not only them, all the agents around the world lost contact with the headquarters. The last message sent by the headquarters was about the detonator and the maid going to the headquarters. Everyone didn't know whether this matter was related to the detonator. Especially the agents in charge of the girl were even more depressed. Because the detonator appeared because of the girl, there might be some connection between the two. And soon, the agent's premonition came true. The detonator appeared. Qiu, where are you going after school? I know there is a new self-service dessert shop nearby, all you can eat for 30 yuan, do you want to try it? Dessert shop? All you can eat. Miss Qiu's eyes lit up all of a sudden. Yan, who was both a good friend and an agent next to her, immediately felt something was wrong. Letting Miss Qiu go out to wander after school is the easiest way to trigger unpredictable events, but seeing that Miss Qiu was full of interest, she couldn't directly come forward to refuse on Miss Qiu's behalf. She could only secretly resend. Why not replace the entire school from teachers to students with their own people? Why keep some ordinary people? And that dessert shop, it must have closed down. So she had to speak first. Dessert shop? Okay, Qiu, let's go together. In this way, with her watching, the chance of problems will be smaller. So several girls made an appointment to go to the dessert shop together after school. Soon, the last class was over, The boys were playing and fighting in the classroom, and the girls gathered together and chattered. Miss Qiu and a few good friends walked out of the classroom together. Everyone crossed the road outside the school, turned a few corners, and soon came to Commercial Street. They also saw a dessert shop that was obviously just opened. Several girls rushed in excitedly. Miss Qiu took out the pocket money she had saved. At the beginning, she decided not to spend money indiscriminately, but to spend money on meaningful things. And now, meaningful things are here. Several girls enjoyed the desserts, and Miss Qiu's mood gradually relaxed under the comfort of the desserts. Yan, who was a little depressed, suddenly found that Miss Qiu seemed to be more stable after eating the desserts. This made her heart move, and suddenly she had a new way to comfort Miss Qiu. If she is going crazy next time, she can feed her desserts. Okay, then this store should not be closed down. Yan just made a decision, scooped up a large spoonful of strawberry cake, and just about to put it in her mouth, her eyes suddenly widened. Because not far away, a figure accompanied by several girls walked into the store. She was so familiar with that figure. It was the detonator, but didn't the detonator go to the headquarters? How could he appear here? Especially when the headquarters lost contact. Hey? Sister Lin Xu, brother Lin Xu, didn't you go out to travel? Why are you here? Miss Qiu's eyes lit up when she saw several people, and she greeted them happily. Suddenly, countless various plots were filled in her mind. For example, Lin Xu was not actually traveling, but was taking his brothers to grab territory. Or he was actually a superpower from a certain organization and was on a mission. It was really that Lin Xu appeared near Miss Qiu's house and became a neighbor in a way that was too unusual. This also made Miss Qiu always like to fantasize about Lin Xu in an unusual way. Also because of Miss Qiu's delusion, a large number of phantoms appeared again in the alien space generated by Miss Qiu's thoughts. The agents who had just rested for a while had to face the phantom tide again. Many newcomers even collapsed on the spot. I'm back from traveling. Lin Xu sat down at the next table and explained with a smile. So fast? It's only been a day. Miss Qiu was surprised. Well, it's a little faster than expected. Lin Xu nodded, looking thoughtful. And Lin Xu had already come to the side of several girls and asked them, "What are you eating? Which dessert is the best?" The beautiful blonde sister had an indescribable fragrance on her body, and several girls were immediately captured. Although she didn't understand where Miss Qiu knew such a beautiful sister, she immediately recommended to her the dessert she had just eaten and her favorite. While Lin Xu was playing with the girls, the new chaos in the alien space was getting more and more intense. When the agents were in a mess, Lin Xu and Miss Qiu's conversation continued. Lin Xu thought for a while and asked a question that was a little confusing to Miss Qiu now. How do you feel about your current life? Do you still like it? I like it. Miss Qiu was a little puzzled, but still answered. Then, if there is a chance for you to come into contact with some incredible things, such as things that only existed in fantasy before, would you be willing? Lin Xu thought about it and asked again. Things that existed in fantasy? For example. Miss Qiu's heart beat violently. She seemed to have a premonition of something. Could it be that brother Lin Xu is really a superpower? Now the superpower organization he belongs to has taken a fancy to me and wants to recruit me? What should I do? Should I agree or refuse? At the same time, the phantoms in the different space, which were originally just the size of ordinary people and densely packed like the tide, paused for a moment, and then the phantoms expanded instantly. In the desperate eyes of the agents of major organizations, giant phantoms covered the sky and the sun. At the same time in reality, the sky was suddenly shrouded by a dark cloud, and the scene in the different space could even be seen faintly in the dark cloud. However, for ordinary people, they just felt that the weather was a little abnormal because of the sudden cloudy day. Even if they looked up at the sky and saw the shadows above the clouds, they just thought it was the way it was and did not associate it with other places. For example, the world is destroyed, everyone is dead, the school is gone, the community is gone, there are no exams, and there are no delicious desserts. Would you like such a world? Lin Xu thought for a while and asked. How could I like it? Miss Qiu said dissatisfiedly, always feeling that Lin Xu was teasing herself. So, you don't want such a fantasy world to exist, right? Lin Xu said as if he had expected it. Of course not, I just want to be special. It would be best if I have some superpowers or something, but I don't want to destroy the world. Miss Qiu felt uncomfortable just thinking about that kind of world. If such a world really existed, her parents would definitely be in trouble, and she didn't want that. She didn't want Yearning to die, nor did she want her classmates to die, and she didn't want her teachers to die. She just thought that it would be nice if she could be a slightly special girl, just a little bit. But unfortunately, everything in this world is often not subject to personal will. The changes in the different space are still continuing. I don't know if it was Lin Xu's words that made Miss Qiu start to imagine in this direction. The phantom in the different space has begun to cover the sky. In the desperate eyes of the agents, they attacked the barrier between reality. A loud rumbling sound came from the sky. Everyone looked up curiously, a little confused. Why did it suddenly start to thunder? But looking at the dark clouds in the sky, it felt like it was going to rain, and the pace couldn't help but speed up a bit. Even Miss Qiu was attracted. Is it going to rain? I didn't bring an umbrella. If it doesn't work, I can only wait here for the rain to stop before going back. Miss Qiu said, a little depressed. Only Yearning, who was sitting next to her, had known about the changes in the alien space through the earphones buried in her ear canal. The alien space is about to merge into reality, and nothing can stop it. Yearning, why are you crying? Miss Qiu suddenly found that her good friend was crying big tears. The other girls also noticed her situation, and suddenly several girls became anxious. Lin Xu ignored the actions of several girls to comfort their friends. Instead, he picked up a piece of dessert that Miss Qiu had cut for him and put it in his mouth. It tasted good. At the same time, Lin Xu had found the unusually bright high-dimensional information entanglement point representing Miss Qiu in the high-dimensional perspective. This time Lin Xu's operation was more delicate. It was not as simple as before to erase it, or to build barriers around it to isolate the ability. Instead, he carefully disassembled the entangled information in the high-dimensional information entanglement point. This is also thanks to Lin Xu's deepening understanding of high-dimensional items during this period, coupled with the information Wang Jian gave him, he was able to do this. It took a little while. Lin Xu ate the small pieces of dessert that Miss Qiu had cut for him bite by bite. At first, he took the initiative to fork the dessert with a fork, and later he simply sat still and let Miss Qiu put the dessert into his mouth. The boy who came with his girlfriend next to him looked at Lin Xu enviously, enjoying the feeding service of the silver-haired girl like a grandfather. As a result, he made his girlfriend unhappy and almost quarreled. For a while, the dessert shop became unusually lively. The couple quarreled, and the girls comforted their crying companions. No one noticed that the thunder that was getting louder and louder in the sky was gradually disappearing until it disappeared. Yearning, who was still crying, listened to the latest news in the headphones. She thought this was the last moment before the end of the world, so she hugged Miss Qiu's painful Yearning, and her tears gradually stopped. Because the alien space is shrinking rapidly. Until the agents in the alien space were thrown out of the alien space disappeared completely. Yearning, what's wrong with you? Miss Qiu wiped the corners of her friend's eyes distressedly. No, nothing, I just suddenly feel bad. Yearning quickly gathered her emotions, and at the same time she was puzzled about what had just happened. At this time, Lin Xu, who had already hit the high-dimensional information entanglement represented by Miss Qiu and smoothed out the entangled high-dimensional information, also stood up and prepared to leave. But before leaving, he hesitated for a moment and still spoke. Actually, there's something I think I should tell you. Brother Lin Xu, what is it? Miss Qiu saw that her friend had stopped crying, and then she was in the mood to respond to Lin Xu. In fact, people with superpowers really exist. Hey. Miss Qiu was stunned for a moment. Yearning, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly felt her heart rise to the top of her throat again. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. At this time, Lin Xu was not talking, but simply made a simple gesture. Suddenly, a piece of dessert in front of Miss Qiu, which had not been touched, flew up by itself and fell into Lin Xu's mouth. It tastes good. See you later. Lin Xu tapped his forehead with 2 fingers, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Miss Qiu, Liu Yao and even Anna also nodded to Miss Qiu, and then disappeared in an instant. 6 people just disappeared out of thin air. There was no cover-up. In an instant, the dessert shop was quiet for a while, and then everyone screamed. Because they all saw it. Superpowers do exist. Miss Qiu's eyes were about to light up. A group of little girls also chattered. Only Yannian closed her eyes and said to herself that it was over. But she waited for a moment, but nothing happened. There was not even any news of the reappearance of the alien space in the headphones. Yannian, people with superpowers are real. Brother Lin Xu is actually a superpower. No, Sister Lin Xu and the others should also be superpowers. I knew they must be extraordinary. Miss Qiu's face flushed with excitement. Only Yannian looked a little dazed. Thinking of what just happened, thinking of Miss Qiu's sudden absence to trigger the different space. Could it be that he did it? But how is this possible? At this time, Lin Xu had already arrived above a medieval castle. According to the information given by Wang Jian, this is the headquarters of the tribunal. There are also a large number of high-dimensional items. These high-dimensional items naturally cannot be kept in the hands of the tribunal. Lin Xu must take them all back. In addition to here, there are also high-dimensional items scattered all over the world, all of which are recorded in the information given by Wang Jian. It can be seen that he has not just watched TV every day during his long time here, but also did some serious work. Alarm, alarm, the tribunal has been invaded, the tribunal has been invaded, start the counterattack protocol. As Lin Xu passed through the barrier between time and space and entered this space composed of a large number of ancient castles, which was independent from the planet, the space immediately sounded ubiquitous alarms. The entire tribunal was alarmed. The identity of the intruder has been confirmed, it is the detonator. What's going on? Did the detonator go to the headquarters of the Foundation? Why is he here? The headquarters of the Foundation has been completely disconnected, but he appeared here. This is a bad omen. You don't mean to say that the headquarters of the Foundation was destroyed by him? Don't joke, even if the Foundation is vulnerable, there are hundreds of collections collected by them, and there are more than one destruction level ones. How could it disappear quietly? No one knows what happened. In short, be careful. For a moment, the top leaders of the tribunal also fell into silence. Until a certain voice sounded. The order from the chief judge, start the trial. What? Start the trial? Too hasty. This is an order. The chief judge must have his reasons for doing this. Execute it. The so-called trial is the name of the only destruction level containment in the tribunal. It is also the origin of the name of the tribunal. However, there are extremely harsh conditions to start the trial. But now that things have come to this, the tribunal can no longer hesitate. As soon as Lin Xu and his companions entered the sky above the castle, they felt that the surrounding space seemed to have changed. But for a moment, they could not tell where the change had occurred. Until Anna, who had been following them and was taken by Lin Xu, her expression gradually changed from curious to watching everything. Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Lin Xu stretched out his hand and shook it in front of Anna's eyes. As a result, Anna did not react at all, and the whole person seemed to have turned into wood. Lord Lin Xu, what's wrong with her? Lin Xu said a little anxiously. It should be the ability of a certain high-dimensional object that affected her. Lin Xu observed for a while and frowned. The ability of a high-dimensional object? What ability? Lin Xu asked. Don't worry, let me study it first. Lin Xu was also helpless. Because he was a human, and Lin Xu and others were human clansmen, they were obviously immune to the power of this high-dimensional item. But Anna was neither a human nor a clan, and could not be immune to high-dimensional items. This made the ability of the high-dimensional items launched by the tribunal completely unnoticed by himself and Anna, but she was hit. For a while, Lin Xu looked at Anna's dazed look and was a little at a loss. What kind of ability is this? Then, Anna, who is like a piece of wood, finally had a focus in her eyes. But before Lin Xu was happy, Lin Xu frowned. Anna also struggled violently. Judgment, sinner, accept the judgment. What's wrong with her? Is she possessed? Lu Yao hide a little further away. People with possessed people are the most troublesome. But the light in Anna's eyes became brighter and brighter, and finally she was in midair, struggling to attack Lin Xu. Judgment, judge you devils, accept the judgment. Lin Xu had gradually seen the problem. Is it assimilation? Assimilating the consciousness of all intelligent creatures in the space into its own followers. No wonder the Inquisition rose the latest, but was able to stand on equal footing with the Foundation and Apocalypse in a short period of time. It seems that it used this containment object. Lin Xu sighed. This is the grace of God. This is the grace of God. Accept the grace of God, blasphemer. A figure slowly rose not far away, surrounded by a hazy white light, wearing something like a grass ring on his head, looking at Lin Xu and others with compassion in his eyes. Lin Xu looked at the style of the charlatan, and suddenly felt that the boiled egg that could also emit white light, although a little bit chattering, was much more pleasing to the eye than him. "Who are you?" Lin Xu asked. "You can call me the Chief Judge, the only agent of God on the world." The man who called himself the Chief Judge still had compassion in his eyes. Then Lin Xu was the first to curl his lips. "God's agent? I'm embarrassed to call myself that. How can you be so embarrassed?" "Humph, ignorant, accept God's judgment." The Chief Judge looked like he didn't care about you mortals. The next moment, bursts of light filled the entire castle with brighter and brighter light. The agents belonging to the court of justice in the castle were not affected. Or it can be considered that they have already been affected and brainwashed. It is naturally impossible to be brainwashed again. Anna, who was beside Lin Xu, became more and more crazy. "It's just glowing, we can do it too." Lin Xu smiled and took out a boiled egg directly from the portable space. "Oh, my great human master, calling your loyal servant." But before the boiled egg finished speaking, Lin Xu threw it directly to the Chief Judge. "Master With a bang, the Chief Judge, who was just so majestic, was directly hit in the face by the boiled egg. Then, together with the boiled egg, it fell from the sky in a circle, and the grass ring on its head also fell off. However, Lin Xu naturally couldn't let him run away. Before he fell to the ground, Lin Xu had already reached out and grabbed him with a nanorobot. At the same time, he also grabbed the grass ring. "Give it back to me, give it back to me." The Chief Judge, whose body was no longer covered with white light, struggled to take back the grass ring. Unfortunately, it was so far away that it could not be reached at all. At the same time, from a high-dimensional perspective, Lin Xu had also found the high-dimensional information entanglement point of the grass ring. This grass ring was the destructive containment object judgment. Then, Lin Xu built a barrier around the high-dimensional information entanglement point of the grass ring in the high dimension. The power of the judgment was completely sealed. Then Lin Xu threw it into the earth in the portable space and temporarily stored it. Only the Chief Judge with a deathly pale face and the trial court like a lamb to be slaughtered were left. As for Anna, she had not yet been completely assimilated into a believer, and she slowly recovered after the power of the grass ring was blocked. There is still some confusion and helplessness in his eyes. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 134 Mastering Space Jump in Unexpected Development. Behind Lin Xu, the portable space opened up, and a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates passed through the ripple-like space barrier and poured into the space composed of the ancient castle community. All members of the tribunal, whether agents or ordinary members. Those who can work in the headquarters have all been brainwashed by the tribunal, so they are more stubborn. Facing the invincible autonomous mechanical aggregates, there is no concept of surrender, and they continue to use the high-dimensional items in their hands to resist. Although this kind of resistance is completely a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of the autonomous mechanical aggregates that are immune to the ability of high-dimensional items. And even Lin Xu can't help them reverse their brainwashed state. Lin Xu can easily seal the destructive level trial. But he can't reverse the consequences of the trial. In the end, he can only eliminate the most fiercely resisting part of the tribunal personnel, and temporarily detain those who are not so fierce, and wait until everything settles down. When there are no more high-dimensional items in the world, they will be released and let them be ordinary people with peace of mind. As for the Chief Judge who caused all this, he was directly destroyed by humanity. The whole process was as plain as water, and there was no thrill at all. But it was normal. It was just to recover some items that were scattered back then. Any accidents would be the biggest surprise. Even after dealing with the tribunal, Lin Xu was a little bored, so he thought of an idea. "Lord Lin Xu, you are going to the headquarters of Apocalypse next." "Yes, what's the matter?" Lin Xu, who was directing the autonomous mechanical aggregate to recover hundreds of high-dimensional items from the tribunal, asked puzzledly. "After solving the Apocalypse headquarters, are there still many scattered high-dimensional items hidden in various hidden snow areas that need to be recovered?" Lin Xu asked eagerly. "Are you going to do it for me?" Lin Xu guessed her idea and said with a smile. "Let's act separately, won't it save a lot of time?" Lin Xu, who clearly just thought it was interesting, said seriously. "Okay." Lin Xu also didn't want to waste time on such repetitive things, so he agreed. In the end, not only Lin Xu acted alone, But Miss Qiu and Lin Yao also got their own tasks. Except for Miss Qiu, who adhered to the idea of following Lin Xu at all times, everyone else acted separately. Anna followed Lin Xu as always. Until a few days later, several people acted separately and ran to every corner of the planet, including the hidden snow area and the non-hidden snow area. According to the information provided by Wang Jian, all high-dimensional items were caught in one fell swoop. Finally, the omissions of mankind in the past were filled. It can also be regarded as cleaning up the butts of mankind in the past. Lin Xu still has a sense of accomplishment for this. After all, from the time he woke up to now, it can be said that he has only been enjoying the dividends left by mankind in the past. Now he can do something for mankind. At least he is not a freeloader. At least he worked. In this way, all high-dimensional items were collected by Lin Xu and placed on the Earth. The status of the Earth as the home planet of mankind has a certain symbolic meaning on a high-dimensional level. In addition to Lin Xu's seal, it can be said that these high-dimensional items, unless Lin Xu has a whim to unseal them one day, will always be ordinary items that have been sealed and lost their high-dimensional abilities. And Lin Xu once again came to the subspace where the human ruins are located. At this time, Zhengxing had already completed the search of the ruins database and the verification of the technology in the ruins. At the same time, he used the technology in the ruins to upgrade various technologies on Earth. Are there any important gains in technology? Lin Xu asked. Most of the gains are progress in high-dimensional research, and more belong to the completion of high-dimensional theory. These should not be of much help to you. Zhengxing replied. Lin Xu nodded. He is now a high-dimensional creature. The research data of humans on high dimensions 10,000 years ago is really meaningless to him. Of course, if these data fall into the eyes of ordinary civilizations, they are enough to drive the entire civilization crazy. It is only because Lin Xu is standing high enough now, and the entire human race is standing high enough, that it seems not so important. In addition, there are some technical data that are not related to high dimensions. The most important one is space jump technology. Zhengxing continued to report. This time, Lin Xu's eyes lit up. Space jump technology? Can it be used? The data shows that humans got inspiration when they traveled through the center of the Milky Way. Later, when they were conducting high-dimensional experiments, they also studied space jump technology and made breakthroughs. At present, a space jump engine factory has been built on Earth, and a space jump engine has been trial-produced. It only needs to be installed on the Skylark and it can be used. Zhengxing replied. Lin Xu also heard the hidden meaning. If the entire Earth wants to make a space jump, it is definitely impossible for the time being. After all, the Earth is too big. But if it is just the Skylark, it is still no problem. Who makes the Skylark small enough? Okay, then start installing it immediately. Lin Xu has begun to be eager to try. After all, the current curvature engine speed has reached 1,000 times the speed of light, and there is no value in continuing to improve it. If you want to significantly increase the speed of sailing in the universe again, you must find another way. And space jump is obviously an excellent choice. Master, I need to remind you that the current space jump distance can only reach a maximum of 100 light-years, and it takes about 3 days to prepare for a long-distance jump of 100 light-years. Zhengxing reminded. It's okay. 1,000 times the speed of light curvature engine will take more than a month to run a distance of 100 light-years. 3 days of preparation time is already very fast. Lin Xu didn't care about it at all. This has doubled the speed, so what else do you need a bicycle for? So, the transformation and installation of the space jump engine of the Skylark began. At the same time, the curvature engine on the Skylark was not dismantled. After all, at certain moments, the instantaneous acceleration ability of the curvature engine is still very useful. And Lin Xu came to the ruins again, and saw Wang Jian's shadow again in the space with high-dimensional special features. Yo, you're back. Wang Jian stared at the soap opera on the TV screen and greeted Lin Xu without even turning his head to look at him. Hey, is this soap opera so good? Lin Xu said speechlessly. What do you know? After I talk to you, I will disappear. If you don't hurry up and finish watching, you will never know the sequel. If it weren't for my strong willpower, I would have started watching the finale. Wang Jian glanced at Lin Xu, and then continued to stare at the soap opera. It's really scary to never know the sequel. Lin Xu nodded with empathy. When he started the freezing experiment, his biggest regret was that there were many comics, animations, and novels that he had not yet finished. At that time, Lin Xu participated in the freezing experiment with the mentality of certain death, so now he can understand Wang Jian's feelings. How about I pack up and copy all the movies and TV series in this world before I leave, and bring them to you in the future? Lin Xu thought for a while and said. Wang Jian has helped him a lot, so it's okay for him to help a little. Wang Jian was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Xu, as if he had just met him for the first time. Then he shouted Godfather, and rushed towards Lin Xu. Get lost. Lin Xu kicked Wang Jian's big face with glasses. Godfather, you don't need to collect it, I will do it, you just need to bring the hard drive back to the kid. By the way, you must not read the contents inside, you must not read them. Wang Jian fully demonstrated a shameless spirit of the university dormitory, and continued to stick to Lin Xu with a licking face. Get lost, I'm not gay. What's the content? Is it so socially dead? Lin Xu was puzzled. It just involves my little XP. Wang Jian said seriously and said something inappropriate. Okay, don't worry, I won't read it. Lin Xu suddenly felt that he had made a wrong promise. Ahem, okay, let's stop chatting and talk about business. Wang Jian coughed, waved his hand to remove the TV not far away, and then replaced the sofa coffee table, inviting Lin Xu and the girls behind Lin Xu to sit down together. He even prepared a seat for a boiled egg. However, the boiled egg, now sealed by Lin Xu, could not speak for the time being. So it could only circle around Wang Jian and Lin Xu, using body language to praise the great human beings. You change your face really quickly. Lin Xu sighed. What are you talking about? I call it separation of work and life. When I work hard, and when I live seriously. Wang Jian said confidently. That's not what you said when you were watching the soap opera just now. Lin Xu complained. Okay, let's not talk about this. You have recovered all the high-dimensional items on this planet. This is very good. I will encourage you. Wang Jian said, and clapped his hands several times. Unfortunately, no one cooperated, which seemed a bit awkward. Okay, let's talk about the high-dimensional items you mentioned before, which would be very troublesome to recover. Are you talking about the ones that fell into the hands of the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire some time ago? Lin Xu waved his hand, indicating that he should get to the point. Those haven't left this star system yet, so it's easy for you to recover them. I'm talking about two high-dimensional items that left this planet thousands of years ago due to an accident. According to the classification on this planet, they are classified as destructive items. Wang Jian said this, and his expression became a little more serious. Left thousands of years ago? Two destructive items? Where are they now? Lin Xu also immediately became serious. Originally, I didn't know where they went, but since the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire you mentioned occupied this star system and targeted this planet some time ago, I think I have found some clues. In the hands of the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire. Lin Xu was surprised. He didn't expect this result at all. Yes, I heard that the Mechanical Empire has the so-called Mechanical Heaven, which is formed by uploading consciousness. When it comes to consciousness, even uploading, it is obviously a high-dimensional ability. With the technical level of the Mechanical Empire, it is normally impossible to achieve. And as far as I know, one of the two destructive high-dimensional items has the ability to transfer consciousness. Wang Jian replied. So, the reason why the Mechanical Empire can upload consciousness and even achieve the Mechanical Heaven is because of this high-dimensional item. Lin Xu was surprised that such a development would happen. But then he became confused again. But if the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire took away the destructive high-dimensional items from here thousands of years ago, why did they find the location of this planet only now? I don't know about this. Maybe the two high-dimensional items were taken away by accident. They didn't record the coordinates of this planet. And when they realized the value of this planet later, they tried their best to find this planet. Wang Jian guessed. So the reason why the God-given became a traitor to the Alliance is also related to the fact that they have the coordinates of this planet. Lin Xu continued to guess. Who knows? Many things that happened thousands of years ago can no longer be verified. Even if they can be verified, it has nothing to do with us. Retrieving these two high-dimensional items is what we have to do. Wang Jian shrugged and said. Okay, so now we can be sure that the Mechanical Empire must have a high-dimensional item, But whether the Galaxy Alliance has another one is still uncertain, but the probability is very high. Lin Xu sorted out the current situation reports. Yes, so where do you plan to go first? Wang Jian asked. Of course I will go to the Mechanical Empire first, and the Mechanical Heaven seems to be very interesting. Lin Xu is really interested in the consciousness that survives in the virtual world. I don't know what such a life would be like. Can everyone satisfy all their desires, or can everyone be like a god on the virtual world? The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. I guess so, I'll leave this to you in the end. Wang Jian said, and he dug from under his buttocks, and finally took out something like a notebook and handed it to Lin Xu. What is it? It can't be but tissue. Lin Xu looked disgusted. What is this toilet paper? This is also a high-dimensional item. It has helped me a lot over the years. I couldn't go out, and I relied on this to guide people in this world. It gave me a lot of movies, TV shows, games, etc. However, now I am going to disappear, and this is useless. Just put it away. Wang Jian put the notebook on the coffee table and said, Destruction level. Lin Xu picked up a corner with 2 fingers and asked with disgust. Yes. Wang Jian nodded. You rely on it to prevent the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire from approaching this planet. Lin Xu continued to ask. Yes. Wang Jian nodded again. In fact, since he collected all the high-dimensional items on the entire planet, he still didn't find the high-dimensional item that kept the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire out of the planet, so he guessed that this thing must be in Wang Jian's hands. It was also Wang Jian who secretly kept the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire out of this planet, so that he could save this planet before he arrived. What exactly is this thing capable of? Lin Xu continued to ask. It can turn the laws written on it into reality. Wang Jian answered. So perverted. Lin Xu was surprised by this ability. Yes, but if you want to write the laws on it, you have to pay the price of your life. Wang Jian said again. What about you? Lin Xu looked at Wang Jian in confusion. Although I am just a shadow, I am also a human shadow after all, so this price is useless to me. Wang Jian shrugged again. No, you misunderstood. I want to know, since there is such a thing that can write laws, why are you still hiding here watching movies alone? Can't you lead a few girls to accompany you? Lin Xu said puzzledly. Get out, I'm not as dirty as you. Wang Jian directly threw a teacup at Lin Xu. Tisk, you dare to say you haven't thought about it. Lin Xu reached out to catch the teacup, and even the tea inside was collected by the nanorbit, without spilling a drop. A gentleman judges by deeds, not by heart. Wang Jian looked righteous. So I still thought about it. Lin Xu looked clear. The two complained to each other, and soon finished a pot of tea, and finished talking about everything. Lin Xu stood up and prepared to say goodbye. Okay, I should go too. Is there anything else to say? Lin Xu asked. There's nothing to say. Let's go. I want to take advantage of the last time to see something before I disappear. Wang Jian waved his hand, signaling Lin Xu to get out. Okay, see you next time. And your hard drive, I will take it for you. Lin Xu waved his hand and turned to walk out. Take care, Godfather. Wang Jian immediately clasped his hands and said goodbye to Lin Xu. I'm leaving for my father. Lin Xu just swaggered away from this space with high-dimensional characteristics. Miss Qiu behind him saluted Wang Jian slightly, and the other girls who followed Lin Xu also nodded to Wang Jian, and then followed Lin Xu. Anna looked at Wang Jian with a complicated expression, and also caught up with Lin Xu. The boiled egg with its mouth sealed could easily tear off the seal on its mouth, but he didn't dare to tear off the seal that Lin Xu had put on. He could only circle around Wang Jian twice and then catch up with Lin Xu. In the end, Wang Jian was the only one left in this space, watching the soap opera alone. Seeing that there was no one around, he even fell directly on the sofa, scratching his butt from time to time, then put his finger to his nose to smell it, and then turned his head away in disgust. Just like the time he had spent alone here. On the other side, Lin Xu had already left the relic space. At this time, on the Earth in the portable space opposite to the relic space, a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates were still shuttling between and on the Earth, constantly moving various equipment in the relic to the Earth. The Earth was also using these equipment to continuously master the new technologies in the relic. Master, the space jump engine of the Skylark has been installed. Zhang Xing reported. Lin Xu nodded, indicating that he understood. Then Xing asked again, Master, should the high-dimensional space in the ruins be relocated? Move it as soon as possible, so that you won't be lonely there alone. Lin Xu ordered. Master, the high-dimensional space in the ruins is built using a new technology, which is different from the high-dimensional space built by relying on high-dimensional weak points. After the relocation, the high-dimensional space can continue to exist. Do you want to keep the high-dimensional characteristics of this high-dimensional space on Earth? Xing asked. Keep it, although the guy's shadow has completed the task and disappeared, but when I see his real body in the future and hand over the place where his shadow lives to him, I don't know what his expression will be. Lin Xu thought about it and said with a smile. Moreover, being able to have a space with high-dimensional characteristics in this low-dimensional universe may be useful in the future. Just like that, another day or so passed, and when Xing had moved everything, Lin Xu took one last look at the relic space. Then he waved his hand to close his own portable space and the relic space in front of him. Then he left the hidden snow area, which was originally the headquarters of the Foundation, which was composed of the archipelago. While waving his hand, in the high-dimensional perspective, the high-dimensional interference of the wave eliminated this hidden snow area and returned it to the normal time and space of this planet. The rest of the hidden snow areas on this planet were also eliminated before and returned to the normal time and space of this planet. So far, there is no more strangeness on this planet, and no more incredible. Everything returns to ordinary, without the interference of high-dimensional objects. Then Lin Xu took Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Lu Yao and Anna, boarded the Skylark again, rushed straight into the sky, and left the planet. Next, Lin Xu still needs to solve the defense lines of the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire in this galaxy. Then we have to go to the headquarters of the Mechanical Empire to find the existence of high-dimensional objects. At the desk, Miss Qiu was bored as usual. A lot of big things have happened around her in recent days. First, several of her best friends, including Yearning, transferred to another school. Before Yearning left, the two of them cried together. But there was no way, because of her parents' work, she had to leave. Then many long-time neighbors suddenly moved away from the community at home. Especially the one who had just moved in next door not long ago, Brother Lin Xu, who had superpowers, also disappeared. This made Miss Qiu very melancholy. It was as if a magical world had just appeared in front of her eyes and it stopped abruptly. Lying on the desk, Miss Qiu looked at the sky and suddenly saw a meteor, streaking through the sky and flying towards the sky. Meteor? Miss Qiu quickly closed her eyes and made a wish. What wish? Do you hope that Brother Lin Xu will come back and take you into the world of superpowers? Miss Qiu hesitated. Finally, she made a decision. I hope Mom and Dad are healthy and Yearning is happy every day in the new school. Miss Qiu opened her eyes, looked at the direction where the meteor disappeared, and laughed. Then, she was hit on the forehead by the chalk head of the math teacher. P.S. I just learned that SCP cannot be written. Fortunately, I didn't involve much, so I quickly finished it. In addition, I originally wrote about high-dimensional objects, and I shouldn't have leaned on it for the sake of playing with memes. Chapter 135 The Birth of the Pirate Queen. What are your plans next? Lin Xu asked Anna, who had been following him all the way, on the Skylark. What about you? What are you going to do? Go to war with the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire. Anna, who had already guessed Lin Xu's identity after watching all this, still had a sense of disbelief in her tone. With only a few people, they were going to start a war with the huge Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire. If it were before, she would have thought it was a fantasy. Just a few people, not even enough to be interstellar pirates, and going to war? They were extinguished before a wave was raised. It is estimated that from beginning to end, they were not even qualified to be on the news. But now, she really felt that if Lin Xu decided to go to war, she couldn't say whether he could win. She hadn't seen what kind of power Lin Xu had, but even so, she felt that the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire were definitely in big trouble. Go to war? Not really. My goal is just to recover the high-dimensional items left behind by humans, that's all. Lin Xu shook his head and said. But the process of taking it back will never be peaceful. Who would be willing to give up the power of higher dimensions? Anna sighed. Using higher dimensional items too frequently to release higher dimensional power will only accelerate the entropy of the universe and shorten the life of the universe. If they have the ability to make higher dimensional items for use, We will not ask. But using higher dimensional items made by humans to increase the entropy of the universe is something we do not allow. During the conversation, the Skylark had already arrived at the defense line jointly built by the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire. From the beginning, this defense line was not intended to guard against external enemies, but the human relic planet inside the galaxy. Therefore, all kinds of turrets and armed fortresses built around planets all aim their weapons at the interior of the galaxy. When the Skylark did not conceal its flight from the relic planet, the entire defense line had already discovered the existence of the Skylark. However, no alarm sounded on the defense line. After all, it was just a small spaceship over 100 meters long. Compared with the huge fleets of the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire stationed in the galaxy, it was simply not even a drop in the bucket. Even the monitors who were responsible for monitoring this area and discovered the Skylark were mostly just confused. How could a spaceship suddenly fly out from this planet and not hide it at all? Was it dizzy? They also knew that although large spaceships could not approach the planet, some small spaceships could still sneak in quietly, but it was more troublesome. So when the Skylark flew out of the planet, the monitors just gave a signal and asked the Skylark to dock and check immediately. Then several turrets routinely pointed their guns at the Skylark, and most of the equipment on the defense line did not even move. However, something unexpected happened to everyone on the defense line. The small spaceship did not slow down at all and still flew towards the defense line at superluminal speed. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the curvature engine? It's worthy of the driver to drink. The most annoying thing is drunk driving, looking for trouble. Even at this time, the people on the defense line did not expect that there would be any problems with this small spaceship. They thought more about what happened. After all, if you are a small spaceship and force your way through this defense line with a large army, anyone with a normal mind will subconsciously ignore this possibility. Until the Skylark was getting closer and closer, and at the same time, there were waves of space fluctuations on all sides of the Skylark. A large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates surged out of Lin Xu's portable space. A large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates instantly appeared in front of the defense line. Alarm, alarm. Unidentified flying objects appeared in front of the defense line. The number is 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, and still rising. The alarm sounded throughout the entire defense line in the blink of an eye. The soldiers and staff who were originally still leisurely, who would never have thought that this planet would have the power to fight back. At this moment, the only reaction was to be confused. After being confused, they hurriedly returned to their respective jobs. So the huge war machines of the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire started. Unfortunately, compared with the endless autonomous mechanical aggregates, the various turrets and warships on the entire defense line can be said to be vulnerable. The intelligent life on this galaxy, because of the lack of wars fought for years, has less weapons used in wars than the major races in the Milky Way. Even in the Milky Way, autonomous mechanical aggregates are rampant. Not to mention here. Anna, standing in front of the porthole of the Skylark, looked at the vast number of autonomous mechanical aggregates, which destroyed the huge defense line like a dead tree and rotten wood. At the same time, under the order of Lin Xu, they began to encircle and outflank, trying to wipe out the armed forces of the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire in the entire galaxy. She couldn't help swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva. At first, she just thought that Lin Xu would cause a lot of trouble to the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire. But now she has awakened, this is not a trouble, it is a natural disaster. Anna even thinks that as long as Lin Xu is willing, he can easily destroy the entire Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire. Fortunately, his purpose is only to recover high-dimensional items, so the war should not be expanded, otherwise the entire galaxy will inevitably be involved in the war. That would be a real disaster. Lin Xu on the other side didn't care what Anna was thinking. What he was worried about now was whether the high-dimensional items taken from the relic planet by the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire some time ago had been transported to the rear. If they hadn't been transported away, that would be the best. Otherwise, Lin Xu would have to recycle a lot more high-dimensional items. Although these were just ordinary high-dimensional items, not destructive level, it was still a problem. At the same time, Lin Xu had to prevent the situation where some items were not transported away originally, but were transported away in the chaos after the fight. That's why he adopted a large-scale roundabout encirclement to ensure that no spaceship could escape. Only in this way could he ensure that the high-dimensional items taken by the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire some time ago were not transported away. Lin Xu was recruited to the satellite logistics base of Anna's gas planet. The originally prosperous logistics base was in a mess in the blink of an eye. What's going on? What happened? Where did the enemy come from? I don't know. The first line of defense has been breached. Run. Goods. My goods. Oh no, the second line of defense has also been breached. It's almost there. Don't want the goods anymore. Run. Can't run away. Can't run away. We're blocked back. We can't run away. Boom boom boom. All kinds of light beams cut through the universe. The temporary warships composed of the encircling autonomous mechanical aggregates have flown outside the galaxy and fought in from outside the galaxy. All the merchants on the logistics base who wanted to escape were blocked back at once. At the same time, in order to hide back at the defense line, the fleet of the Mechanical Empire also assembled a large number of warships and launched a counterattack with the temporary warships. Unfortunately, the combat power of both sides is not at the same level. One by one, the warships of the Mechanical Empire were blown up. At the same time, the temporary warships were at most injured, and then the temporary warships were dispersed into autonomous mechanical aggregates again, removing the damaged parts, and recombining, and another intact temporary warship appeared. Even so, the number of temporary warships injured is extremely rare. Often, the loss of hundreds of Mechanical Empire warships cannot damage a temporary warship. After repeated technical upgrades, the temporary warships composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates are no longer comparable to the temporary warships when they first left the solar system. It can even be said that they have been upgraded for several generations. In this way, the entire galaxy was surrounded to ensure that no spaceship would escape, and Lin Xu was relieved. Seeing that they were surrounded and could not be defeated no matter how hard they fought, some surrenderists appeared in the fleets of the Mechanical Empire and the Galaxy Alliance. It's a pity that this place is different from the Milky Way. The Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire, which have dominated this galaxy for too long, don't know where the enemy came from and why they are so strong. But they won't surrender to others casually. After all, if you surrender today, the Alliance and the Empire will fight back. What do you say you will do? And in their concept, the Alliance and the Empire are likely to be able to fight back. After all, there is no force in this galaxy that can challenge these two forces. In this case, surrender will naturally become a bad sign. So, the hardliners eliminated the surrenderists and continued to fight to the death. And Lin Xu had no choice but to reluctantly order the autonomous mechanical aggregate to destroy them all. While the front line was still fighting to the death, a large number of temporary warships gathered to annihilate the Alliance and the Empire. On the other side, Lin Xu had already taken the Skylark to the logistics base of the gas planet. According to the frontline database that Xingxing has obtained, the magical items obtained from the relic planet are all stored in this logistics base and have not been transported away. This made Lin Xu breathe a sigh of relief, and then he came here again as soon as possible. When the Skylark docked, a large number of Kin Terracotta Warriors armed robots had already controlled the ground. Including the high-dimensional items in various research institutes, they were also found. Lin Xu personally went to various research institutes, and according to the information given by Wang Jian, he filed the high-dimensional items one by one, and then sealed the ability and stored them on the Earth. The things here are understood. Otherwise, if the high-dimensional items start from here and spread throughout the galaxy, even if they can be recovered later, they will inevitably face many troubles. Now that they can all be recovered, it is the best result. Have you thought about it? What are you going to do next? Lin Xu looked at the explosions that occurred from time to time in space. Those were temporary warships that were still encircling the warships of the Alliance and the Empire. At the same time, he asked Anna not far away. Can't I continue to follow you? Anna asked a little guilty. Our previous agreement only said that I would take you to that planet, but I didn't say that I would always take you with me in the future. Lin Xu said with a smile. Well, it seems that my adventure is about to end, but I am very lucky to have experienced such an adventure. When I am old in the future, I will definitely brag about this experience to my granddaughter. The premise is that I can have descendants. Anna said with a shrug. Although the original agreement was just to take you to that planet, at least we got to know each other and give you a gift in the end. Lin Xu said after thinking about it. Gift? What gift? Anna's ears immediately perked up. You go and choose a ship, and then you can load the goods and materials of this logistics base as you like. Whatever you can take away is yours. Anyway, these things are useless to us. Lin Xu said generously. Load as you like? Then can I recruit some people now? Otherwise, I can't drive a big ship by myself. Anna asked with a turn of her eyes. She has realized that this may be the biggest opportunity in her life, so of course she must grab it as much as possible. Of course, as long as you can recruit them, it's up to you. Lin Xu nodded. There are now countless adventurers and various characters from all over the world in this port. At the same time, there are also many crew members on merchant ships. As long as you can afford the price, even if you have to poach them, you can dig them up. It all depends on Anna's ability. Then can I take weapons and equipment? Anna continued to ask. It's up to you, as long as you can take them away. Lin Xu said indifferently. The latest novels are first published on 69shu.com. Can I take a few more ships for escort? If it's just cargo ships, I'm afraid they will be robbed. Anna cleverly concealed her intention to take more ships. As long as you can take them. But I have to remind you first that I will only stay until the end of this battle. Lin Xu looked at Anna seriously and felt a little impressed with her. She is ambitious and knows how to seize opportunities. It seems that she is not an ordinary detective. I understand. Anna looked at the Alliance and Empire warships that were being surrounded by temporary warships in space and nodded heavily. Then she turned around and got busy. Very motivated. Nansu nodded in appreciation. Yes, I just wanted to give her a boat so that she could drive away. After all, she wanted a ticket to leave here in the beginning. Now, I don't know if her ticket is useful. Who knows, she will seize the opportunity. This time, I guess she can directly pull up a fleet, and it's a fleet with top firepower configuration. Lin Xu looked at the direction where Anna disappeared, and was very emotional. Anyway, he couldn't use the things here, so she could do whatever she wanted. At this time, Anna was hot-tempered. She didn't expect that the opportunity would come so suddenly. But no matter what, she would seize it. So she came to the port where merchants gathered, and with the authority given by Lin Xu, she directly entered the broadcasting hall of the port guarded by kin terracotta warriors armed robots. Then she started broadcasting. And it was deliberately confusing the concept, not mentioning that it was recruiting crew members for herself, and directly declared that it was recruiting crew members. In this way, people who heard it would subconsciously think that it was this force that had just destroyed the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire fleet that was recruiting people. It can be regarded as pulling the tiger skin and pulling the flag. Suddenly, there were enthusiastic responses. After all, even the fleets of the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire can be destroyed. Who wouldn't want to give it a try when such a big force recruits people? Then Anna took the recruited personnel and went directly to the dock to receive the warships of the Alliance and the Empire. Because of Lin Xu's authorization, all armed robots were released. This further strengthened Anna's prestige in front of a group of new subordinates. Even if Anna claimed that she had only formed a privateering fleet, because there was a big force backing her up, a group of subordinates also recognized her authority. Not to mention that they were driving the latest warships that this big force had just snatched from the Alliance and the Empire. In this way, soon, a ragtag army consisting of more than a dozen warships was born. And when this ragtag army moved supplies from various warehouses in the logistics base and barely filled more than a dozen warships half full, Anna ordered them to stop and prepare to set sail. She couldn't really wait for the war to end before setting off. Without Lin Xu as a big backer, this small fleet facing the anger of the Alliance and the Empire alone would probably not be able to withstand even a small sneeze from the Alliance and the Empire. So she had to leave early, before the war ended, before everything was still in chaos. Only in this way could she jump out of this vortex. However, before leaving, she still went to Lin Xu to say goodbye. Following Anna, there were a dozen captains and first officers she had just promoted, hiding behind her and quietly looking at this side. They all knew that Lin Xu was the leader of the force in the starry sky that was besieging the Alliance and the Empire. This can be seen from the way a group of armed robots addressed Lin Xu. When Anna told the armed robots that she was going to see their master, the armed robots brought them here. Are you leaving now? There's still some time, you can definitely take more things. Lin Xu was a little surprised and a little relieved. Not being blinded by greed, maybe she will really be able to make some achievements in the future. There are already a lot of things. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. So before I leave, I'm here to say goodbye to you, Anna said, hugging Lin Xu, Liu Yao, Miss Qiu, and Miss Qiu in turn, as a farewell. So when she opened her arms to Lin Xu didn't act pretentiously and hugged her as well. I have to say that Anna has a good figure, and it's still very comfortable to hug a beautiful woman. But when they separated, they were attacked. That's right, they were attacked. Anna kissed Lin Xu directly on the lips. Lin Xu was a little surprised, but he didn't resist. After all, being attacked by a beautiful woman is a happy thing. Only Miss Qiu next to him was instantly filled with boundless murderous aura, and the sword in his hand flickered. I didn't expect that after fighting with Lin Xu for so long, Anna actually got ahead. And Lin Xu was watching with a smile, not minding at all. Miss Qiu had a blank expression on her face, but she might have hoped that Anna would go a little further. Liu Yao thinks you are so boring, I might as well do more questions. Only Anna's new subordinates who had been watching from a distance, after seeing this scene, had a lot more understanding in their eyes. No wonder their new eldest sister could easily get so many new warships and set up a privateering fleet. It turned out that she was the lover of the leader. No wonder. Finally, Anna ended her invasion of Lin Xu, and the two finally separated. Anna ignored Lin Xu's small counterattack and apologized instead. Sorry, the situation is special, so I can only use you a little. It's okay, even if it's just to help you in the end, and I won't lose. Lin Xu didn't care much to comfort her, otherwise Miss Qiu's sword energy might really cut it down. That's it, see you later. Anna said goodbye at last. Then she gave Lin Xu and Miss Qiu an apologetic look, and then turned around and left with her men. And her men, as expected, were much more respectful, visible to the naked eye. She is a very powerful person. Lin Xu commented sincerely. Don't let me see her again. Miss Qiu was sulking. Okay, it's time for us to go. Lin Xu looked at the space, where the battle was coming to an end. Soon, more than a dozen warships led by Anna left the logistics base first. Then the battle in space was completely over, and Lin Xu and others also boarded the Skylark and prepared to set off. Later, Anna went to the Chaos Star region with these dozen latest warships from the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire, and soon made a name for herself there. Don't look at just a dozen warships, but these are the latest warships from the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire, and they are also equipped with a full set of armed systems. In the Chaos Star region, as long as they don't encounter the regular army of the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire, facing the rest of the forces, it is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Later, it was said that Anna became a pirate queen, and even cooperated with a god-giver to dominate the Chaos Star region. But that was later. When later generations searched for the beginning of the legend of the Pirate Queen, they were all curious about how she got started. Only she herself knew that she was just a little detective, and everything came from an adventure. Of course, this is all later. And now, Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Lin Xu, and Liu Yao boarded the Skylark and set off again. Although Miss Qiu was still a little unhappy, she would not get angry in front of Lin Xu. Lord Lin Xu, where are we going next? Lin Xu hugged Lin Xu's arm and asked coquettishly. Of course it's the capital of the Mechanical Empire. Lin Xu said as a matter of course. They still have to retrieve the high-dimensional items with the ability to upload consciousness. Well, as a celebration of the departure, Lord Lin Xu, should you express it? Lin Xu thought about it, pouted slightly and gestured. At the same time, he looked at Lin Xu, as if you can't favor one over the other. Lin Xu was helpless. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket and a recommendation ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, Cyberplanet Mechanical Emperor. Lin Xu finally got what she wanted. And she didn't forget her good sister Miss Qiu. She pushed Miss Qiu towards Lin Xu again. After all, if she didn't appease her, Lin Xu was afraid that Miss Qiu would not be able to control her sword energy and cut her. So she had to sacrifice Lin Xu. Afterwards, Miss Qiu, who was dizzy, sat in her seat for a long time. Finally, Lin Xu couldn't stand it anymore. Isn't it just a kiss? Is it necessary to be like this? Lin Xu joked on the side. I just haven't experienced it, so I'm a little uncomfortable. Miss Qiu quickly made excuses for her performance. She didn't want to lose to Lin Xu. I haven't experienced it either. To put it bluntly, it's just that you are useless. This won't work. What will happen to more powerful things in the future? Lin Xu said jokingly with a look of disappointment. More powerful things. Miss Qiu didn't know what she had imagined, and steam began to come out of her head. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Master Lin Xu is going back to Earth. I'm going with him. If you don't come, I'll sneak away. Lin Xu said, and walked to the center of the Skylark's cockpit, where Lin Xu opened an entrance to the portable space. At this time, Lin Xu had already returned to Earth. Miss Qiu followed Lin Xu, and Lu Yao was too ashamed to look at Miss Qiu's useless appearance, so she went back to the library on Earth to continue reading. Lin Xu was the last one to stay and accompany Miss Qiu. Now even Lin Xu was leaving. Miss Qiu reacted all of a sudden. No, wait for me. Then she caught up with Lin Xu, entered the portable space together, and returned to Earth. At this time, the Skylark was under the control of Zhangxing, flying alone in the universe at 1,000 times the speed of light. After flying for about half a day, it completely left the scope of the original galaxy, and then stopped and began to prepare for space jump. A large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates and nanorobots appeared from Lin Xu's portable space, distributed around the Skylark and on guard. The Skylark itself was parked in place. The space jump engine started, relying on the endless vacuum zero-point energy as energy, forming a thin light curtain in front of the Skylark, which was the jump channel for space jump. However, this jump channel cannot be used for the time being. If you just want to jump to a place a few tenths of a light year away or 1 light year away, this jump channel can be used. But if the distance is 100 light years, you need to continue to fold the space in the jump channel. The Skylark continuously draws vacuum zero-point energy to maintain the rapid folding of space in the jump channel. Just like this, 3 days later. Everything is ready. Lin Xu finally returned to the cockpit of the Skylark, yawning. Lu Yao, who was also curious about space jumps, had already come to the cockpit of the Skylark from the library. He was calculating something with pen and paper facing the jump channel that had been completely formed in front of the Skylark. Seeing Lin Xu yawning, it was a bit strange. What's wrong with you? Didn't you get enough rest? No, even if you haven't slept for 3 days, you wouldn't be tired. Lu Yao asked in confusion. Lin Xu didn't want to answer at all, but just looked at Nanzu beside him helplessly. Lu Yao only reacted at this time, looking at the tired Lin Xu and the refreshed Nanzu, and instantly realized something. Is this successful? Lu Yao said to Nanzu. Thank you, Anna. If she hadn't given a suitable excuse, I would have thought it would take a long time. Nanzu's whole fox face was radiant, and even her golden hair seemed to be glowing. You were taken down already? This is completely letting it go. Lu Yao looked at Lin Xu with a little amusement. The past will eventually pass, and people always have to look forward. Lin Xu was very calm, and obviously really didn't care. Well, if you ask me, you should have done this a long time ago. Lu Yao was also happy for Lin Xu. Until then, Lu Yao also saw Miss Qiu, who was following behind Lin Xu, dawdling for a long time before coming out. Looking at Miss Qiu's expression, Lu Yao understood again. But think about it, if it was just Nanzu, Miss Qiu would probably be chasing Nanzu all over the world now. And it's impossible for her to succeed. She must have ruined it, so Nanzu must have dragged Miss Qiu to charge together. Nanzu is definitely capable of doing this, and Miss Qiu is probably half-hearted. Hey, come out quickly, what are you shy about? Lu Yao is not stupid, she must have seen it. Nanzu looked at Miss Qiu, who was shrinking behind, with a face full of regret, and pushed her out directly. So, Miss Qiu, who had to face Lu Yao, instantly blushed again. Although she had done many things she dared not think of under Nanzu's instigation in the past 3 days, she still couldn't stand facing Lu Yao, who had been doing questions in the library and knew about it for the first time. And today, although Miss Qiu still looked expressionless, Lu Yao still felt that she should be in a good mood. After all, Lin Xu finally let go of his previous relationship and had more than one partner, which was very good for his physical and mental health. As a companion bionic person who always paid attention to Lin Xu's physical and mental health, how could Miss Qiu not be happy about it? Okay, it's time to set off. Zhangxing, report the situation of the jump channel. Lin Xu clapped his hands, awakening everyone, indicating that the love affair should take a break first, and it was time to get down to business. So everyone also restrained their thoughts and listened to Zhangxing's report. Master, the space folding has reached its limit, and the jump channel can be used. Do you want to enter the jump channel? Lin Xu was already seated, and the others were also seated, and even buckled their seat belts. After all, it was the first space jump, and everyone still took it very seriously. Let's go. Seeing that everyone was ready, Lin Xu ordered. So the next moment, space fluctuations appeared around the Skylark, and the portable space was opened. A large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates that were on alert around returned to the portable space. At the moment the portable space was closed, the Skylark had already rushed into the jump channel. At the moment when the Skylark entered the jump channel, along with the loss of the Skylark's continuous energy supply, the jump channel also collapsed and disappeared in an instant. However, the Skylark has passed through the jump channel and arrived at the other side of the channel, which is 100 light-years away. With the speed of the Skylark's curvature engine, which is 1,000 times the speed of light, it normally takes more than a month to reach a distance of 100 light-years, but now it has reached a distance of 100 light-years in just 3 days. It can be said that the speed of movement has increased by more than 10 times. It's just that the way of movement has changed. Moreover, it can only move 100 light-years now, and it will definitely move farther in the future, and the prospects are greater than the curvature engine. Standing in front of the porthole, looking at the space that is almost the same as before, but in fact it is already 100 light-years away, Lin Xu also has some feelings. Master, do you want to continue the jump preparation? Zhangxing asked. Go ahead, there is no need to ask me next time, and notify me when you reach the capital star of the mechanical empire. Lin Xu nodded. As a result, the space fluctuations around the Skylark reappeared, and a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates appeared to guard the surroundings. The Skylark started the space jump engine again and began to prepare the jump channel. A thin light curtain appeared in front of the Skylark again, and the space folding was carried out quickly. It still took 3 days to complete the space folding of 100 light-years. Lin Xu did not continue to wait and return to the Earth. Only Liu Yao was left, still calculating something with paper and pen. About a day later, she calculated a certain result and returned to the Earth excitedly. So, in the lonely universe, the Skylark kept repeating the space jump, and then prepared to jump and continue the jump action. It was not until 3 months later that the Skylark had crossed a distance of 3,000 light-years and arrived at the border of the mechanical empire that Lin Xu came out to take a look. Then the Skylark continued to make space jumps. Another 3 months later, the Skylark once again crossed a distance of 3,000 light-years. A total of 6,000 light-years finally arrived near the capital star of the mechanical empire. At this time, it was already the 11,409th year of the sailing calendar. Standing in front of the porthole of the Skylark, Lin Xu could see the magnificent capital planet of the mechanical empire from afar. This can no longer be considered a planet, right? Nanzhu, who was lying on the porthole, blinked his big eyes and looked at the capital planet of the mechanical empire in the distance with curiosity. It's more like a brain than a planet. What did they think of this shape? Liu Yao looked at the planet that had been transformed into a mess. The raised wrinkles on the surface of the planet looked exactly like a brain. Would they feel uncomfortable living there? Did they say that flesh and blood are weak and machines ascend? Why is it still in the shape of a brain? It would be more in line with their aesthetics to make it look like a chip. Lin Xu was also very curious. Who knows, what should we do now? Should we attack it directly? Nanzhu asked. If we attack it, we are not sure where the thing is. If we attack it directly, it will easily alert the enemy. Let's collect some intelligence first. Lin Xu thought about it and decided. Go directly into the port? But now the Skylark is already a wanted target, can we still get in? Liu Yao looked at the quantum communication device that was always running next to her. The quantum communication device had received many wanted orders issued by the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire along the way, and the Skylark was clearly at the top of the list. In this case, it would be impossible to get through, even if the nanorbits were used to modify the clearance records. So after a while, Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Miss Qiu, and Liu Yao left the Skylark directly. Then Lin Xu put the Skylark into his personal space, and the 5 of them crossed the universe and quietly came to a transport ship not far away and sneaked into the transport ship. Soon, the transport ship arrived at the capital star of the Mechanical Empire, which was shaped like a brain, and landed on the port. Lin Xu and the other 5 took advantage of the gap between inspections to quietly leave the port and sneak into the capital star. It was not until they arrived on the ground of the capital planet that they finally understood what the protrusions that looked like layers of wrinkles on the brain in space were. They turned out to be rows of continuous sheds that blocked the sky. The climate of the capital planet of the mechanical empire is no longer suitable for ordinary intelligent life. Acid rain falls from the sky from time to time, and only by relying on these continuous sheds to block the sky can the acid rain fall on the body. And the intelligent life living on the capital planet must transform its respiratory organs to adapt to the climate here and survive normally. This is the minimum transformation. Otherwise, it is impossible to survive here. Intelligent life does not need to transform nature, but to adapt to all environments. This is the creed of the mechanical empire. Walking in the alleys under the garbage-filled sheds, Lin Xu has a heartfelt disgust for the environment here. Sewage flows on the ground, and there are only minimal drainage facilities. There are all kinds of pipes between the tall buildings, alleys are filled, the sky is always foggy, and the air is always filled with the smell of rust and pollutants. Amidst the flashing neon lights, there are all kinds of intelligent creatures with modified bodies, walking among them. Behind the shop windows with red lights on the street, there are all kinds of handsome men and beautiful women, all selling themselves. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. The difference is that the customers are the ones who have modified their bodies, while those who have not modified their bodies want to make money by selling themselves and modify their bodies for themselves. Here, everyone is pursuing transformation. Mechanical transformation. Because only mechanical transformation is the only way to move up here. Sir, madam, please be kind and give me some. The man lying in the sewage on the street, although he is not very old, is panting like an old man who is about to die. Lin Xu only took a glance and knew that it was because he had lived in a polluted environment for a long time, and his respiratory organs had already failed. There are countless cases like this on the entire planet. Either you make enough money to transform yourself, or you die early, and the parts of your body can be removed and used again. The mechanical emperor does not keep idle people. That's right, it's the mechanical emperor, the ruler here, the supreme ruler of the mechanical empire, the one called the emperor by everyone. He is high above and rules everything. He is in charge of the mechanical heaven, and only his loyal believers can ascend to the sky with consciousness and enjoy eternal life. Everyone believes in him and worships him as a god. He is harsh, but he is also kind. Even believers who have not yet ascended to the mechanical heaven with consciousness are allowed to enjoy all the beauty in the mechanical heaven. But that is only temporary. If you can't upload your consciousness, everything will be just a dream bubble after all. The man begging on the street finally got some credit points from passers-by. So he immediately spent the credit points in ecstasy on the external chip on the cerebral cortex. That was the part he was reluctant to sell after selling all the valuable things on his body. Soon, his consciousness connected to the heaven, and a brief expression of happiness appeared on his face. But as the credit points were exhausted, he was kicked out of the heaven again. By spending credit points, he could log into the heaven briefly, but it was only temporary, like a dream. Isn't this the consciousness internet? Lin Xu observed everything around him and frowned. Yes, but the consciousness internet cannot upload consciousness. Consciousness is still hosted in the body. Lin Xu nodded. But his consciousness is also in his body. Lin Xu glanced at the beggar on the side of the road again. But someone can upload consciousness, which gives everyone hope, and this hope is enough for everyone to pursue. Lin Xu sighed and said, there is also such a consciousness internet on the ferry ship, with all kinds of delicious and fun things on it, and you can even taste the delicious food through electrical signals. When I was a child, I also had such an idea. How great it would be if I could live in the consciousness internet forever. Miss Qiu also sighed. Yes, you can do whatever you want, and you can even create everything you like out of thin air. In the consciousness internet, you really feel that you can do everything. If you have the opportunity to live in it forever without returning to reality, it is indeed enough to make countless ordinary people crazy. Lin Xu also figured it out, because she had such a period when she was a child. Even human families like Miss Qiu and Lin Xu, who are born with powerful powers, still have such ideas. It is natural that these ordinary intelligent lives living in suffering will yearn for the mechanical heaven more. Consciousness internet, is it really that interesting? Liu Yao on the side seemed a little confused. After all, The Zionid star where she came from is a backward area, and even the internet has not been developed, let alone the consciousness internet. Lin Xu was similar. In the 21st century, he originally lived in, there was only the internet at most, and the consciousness internet was completely a fantasy. Even if he had the technology now, Lin Xu had never thought of building a local area network for himself. After all, he was almost omnipotent in reality, so why did he have to find a sense of existence in the virtual world? So Lin Xu was actually a little curious about the consciousness internet. Is there a way for us to enter the consciousness network of the mechanical heaven? Lin Xu thought for a while and said, technically it should be feasible. This thing is actually not difficult. It's just that the internet in each place has its own frequency band interface. It's best to find a local network access point. Lin Xu said after thinking for a while. There should be a black market in this kind of place. Lin Xu looked at this capital planet full of cyberpunk style and didn't believe that it would be so peaceful here. It should be there. If not, why not ask these friends? Lin Xu gestured around. Lin Xu naturally noticed that at some point, several cyborgs had stopped the 5 people in all directions. Yes, looking at their appearance, they know all this very well. Lin Xu smiled and said. The few people who stopped Lin Xu and his party were looking at Lin Xu and his party with the eyes of looking at fat sheep. It looks like a pure organic organism that has not been modified. Not bad. If the parts are disassembled, they should be able to sell for a good price. What do you mean by disassembling and selling? They have to be packaged and sold as a whole. There are customers who like pure organic organisms, especially those who like to hear the screams of female organisms, and they offer the highest price. It seems that we can make a lot of money today. Several people discussed happily, as if Lin Xu and his party were already in the bag. After all, how could a few organic organisms that have not been modified at all be the opponent of their modified steel bodies? They didn't even care about the resistance of Lin Xu and his party. Anyway, even if they were carrying weapons, how fierce could the resistance be? Master Lin Xu, can I kill them? However, their eyes made Miss Qiu very unhappy. First, find out what we want to ask, and then you can do whatever you want. Lin Xu didn't intend to plead for a few scumbags. So Miss Qiu shot out a sword energy, and the modified people who were just happily discussing how to sell Lin Xu and others. All the modified parts of the body were instantly separated from the body and turned into broken parts on the ground. Only half of the body that had not been modified was left, lying on the ground and couldn't move. Some even had their internal organs modified, and because the parts of their internal organs were removed, their lives entered a countdown. There was even less to say about the interrogation afterwards. Miss Qiu quickly asked for the location of her black market, and then threw a few guys who wanted to rob but lost their lives in the alley. Even the corpses didn't need to be dealt with, because all kinds of corpses could be seen everywhere in the alleys here. Mixed with sewage, it formed a unique landscape. This is also one of the reasons why Lin Xu's impression of this place is extremely bad. Then several people quickly found a black market according to the address they asked. The entire black market was filled with all kinds of creatures that concealed their appearance. They came from various planets, but most of them were locals. Some contraband items were traded privately here. But more of them were items related to body modification. For example, Lin Xu saw more than one place where people were selling arms, thighs, eyes, and even internal organs. Of course, they were all mechanical products. After all, flesh and blood products were worthless here. For example, the people who robbed Lin Xu before also wanted to sell Lin Xu and others to some special places. After all, in any environment, there will always be some people with special tastes. And even in this world that advocates mechanical modification, there are always many people who are obsessed with the original flesh and blood. Soon, Lin Xu and others found what they needed. An interface that can connect to the consciousness network. It was a chip. It can be installed directly on the brain or on the external interface of the machine. Lin Xu didn't need too much, and buying one as a sample was enough. Chapter 137 I Caught You. The smell of rust and engine oil filled the nose. From time to time, there were violent coughs all around. You don't need to look to know that they are all the poorest people who have not undergone respiratory transformation. Lin Xu has now stopped normal lung breathing and uses nanorbits to transport oxygen into the body to participate in the blood oxygen activity in the body. Miss Qiu, Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Liu and others are also like this, which avoids the harmful air and continues to cause harm to the body. The flesh and blood body is so fragile. You just came here and don't understand the greatness of machinery. Believe me, it won't be long before you will gradually begin to hate your flesh and blood body. The bald man who led the way for Lin Xu and others said to them in a muffled voice. The bald man is a black intermediary for renting houses that Lin Xu met in the black market. Although there are high-end hotels on the capital star, Lin Xu and others who sneaked in by special methods naturally cannot stay in the hotel, and the black intermediary in the black market is the best choice. The most important thing is that they don't care about your identity. As long as you pay, they can find you a place to live. The bald man is also a modified human. One arm and thigh have been modified. It is a completely mechanical body. The lower part of the face is also completely mechanical. Looking at the appearance of Lin Xu and others, it is clear that they should be outsiders who have just arrived in the capital star. After all, if they have money in their hands, they have not undergone too many modifications. If they are not outsiders who have just arrived in the capital star, who else can they be? Lin Xu and others did not comment. They followed a bald man, turned around the corridors connecting the high-rise buildings, and passed through the narrow alleys full of dancers and special service industries with flashing neon lights. Soon they came to an equally narrow stairwell. Walking up a few floors along the stairwell, from time to time in the stairwell, you can see figures lying on the ground with numb eyes. Some of them drooled, and some twitched all over. I don't know if they took any drugs. What's going on with them? Lin Xu asked curiously. Oh, they tried the bliss potion in the mechanical heaven, and the result turned out like this. The bald man's tone was full of malicious smile. Can taking potions in the mechanical heaven still affect reality? Lu Yao was puzzled. This time, Nanzhu didn't need the bald man to explain. She knew it. Of course it can. Some bad drugs rely on drugs to stimulate the brain. Since drugs can stimulate, then electric current can also stimulate. The addictiveness is not worse than real drugs at all. This lady still understands that a bliss potion is generally only prepared for big shots who have completed the upload of consciousness. After all, big shots no longer have bodies, and no matter how much stimulation, it only acts on the consciousness. But some people who have not completed the upload of consciousness want to try it, and the side effects act on the body where the consciousness is hosted. What else can I say except that they deserve it? The bald man shrugged and said with a gloating look on his face. In this way, under the leadership of the bald man, several people soon came to the door of a room on the first floor of a similarly narrow corridor. When the bald man opened the door, he could still see a person lying on the ground not far away whose life or death was unknown. The bald man seemed to be afraid that Lin Xu and his friends would mind and fail to do business, so he walked over and kicked them twice to drive them away. Okay, take a look, this is the room. You five can still sleep if you squeeze in. The bald man said and showed Lin Xu a smile that all men understand. However, when Lin Xu went in and took a look, he found that the fashionable, high-end residence, large square meter, and fine decoration mentioned by the bald man before was just a shabby house of more than 10 square meters without a bathroom. But Lin Xu didn't care. It was not for living. He just needed a place to log into the mechanical heaven consciousness internet. In the high dimension, Lin Xu had already seen that the high-dimensional item was hidden in the mechanical heavens network, hiding its huge high-dimensional information in the network. Even Lin Xu couldn't accurately catch it in this huge network. He could only go deep into the network to find it. This is also the main reason why Lin Xu wanted to log into the consciousness network. Okay. Lin Xu nodded. The bald man was stunned for a moment. Obviously he didn't expect Lin Xu to be so straightforward. But he was also very happy to make a deal so smoothly. Frank, since you are so straightforward, let me remind you that you look like you are smuggled from the capital star. Then you can go to the DuPont boss in this area, he can help you get your identity, just this price, haha. After saying that, the bald man left after collecting the money. Lin Xu didn't care. After closing the door, he consciously connected to the nanorbits around him. Through the transfer of nanorbits, he connected to the mechanical heaven and consciousness internet that spread throughout the entire capital star. As early as just now in the black market, as soon as he got the chip, Lin Xu had already sent the chip to the Earth in the portable space. Zhengxing quickly disassembled and analyzed it and found the frequency band of the chip connecting to the capital star consciousness internet, as well as the format of the network access protocol. So as long as he had these analysis results, Lin Xu didn't need to insert the chip into himself, and could directly use the nanorbits to directly access the consciousness internet. Then, With the interaction between consciousness and the mechanical heaven internet, Lin Xu only felt that the scene around him changed in an instant. He came from the shabby little house where he was originally, to the luxurious villa above the clouds. Lin Xu reached out and touched the soft sofa he was sitting on, and everything seemed real. But Lin Xu knew that this was actually the feeling that the consciousness internet fed back to Lin Xu's sense of touch through electrical signals. Including what he saw now and the fresh air he smelled, they were all hallucinations caused by electrical signals stimulating vision and smell. But such hallucinations were so realistic that when Lin Xu walked out of the villa, he saw the prosperous skyscrapers outside, coexisting with a lush forest in extreme harmony. Everything here is so beautiful, like a fairyland. Especially for people living in the hellish world on the capital star, such a fairyland is even more tempting. Lin Xu suddenly had a feeling that the reason why the capital star of the mechanical empire was so dilapidated was that it was the result of the mechanical emperor's deliberate indulgence. The purpose is to make people yearn for the mechanical heaven more because of the misery of reality? Lord Lin Xu, how is it inside? Nanzu's questioning voice came to my ears. At this time, Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzu and Lu Yao had not yet connected to the mechanical heaven. Lin Xu was the first to come in. Normally, when the consciousness is connected to the mechanical heaven, all the senses in reality will be blocked. People can't hear the sounds coming from reality. But Lin Xu is naturally different. He was connected to the mechanical heaven through nanorbits, not chips, so the chips will not block the senses in reality. It feels good. You can also come in and take a look. Lin Xu replied. So after a while, Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzu and Lu Yao entered the mechanical heaven one by one and appeared next to Lin Xu. Is this really virtual? It feels so real. Lu Yao, who tried this experience for the first time, reached out and touched the clouds under her feet. She often lay on the clouds to drink, so she was very familiar with this touch. It's just that when she did this in the past, she relied on the anti-gravity formed by the nanorbits in her body to put herself above the clouds. But here, the clouds inexplicably have enough lifting power to lift everything above the clouds. Of course, this is just a virtual network, so it does not need to follow the physical rules of reality. No matter what strange scenes there are, they are all reasonable. We seem to be able to control everything here. Lin Xu observed the skyscrapers in the distance, and based on the data fed back by the mechanical heaven network, he noticed something. So he stretched out his hand and aimed at the skyscrapers in the distance. Sure enough, as Lin Xu's palm moved, those skyscrapers also moved. Lin Xu can place the positions of those skyscrapers at will, and even want to place them in the void. This scene reminded Lin Xu of the game Minecraft that he had played before, and he could also build his own world at will. However, that game was just made up of blocks, while this was a virtual reality that was no different from the real thing. Let's go and take a look there, Lin Xu said, and a flying car drove over not far away. After several people got in the car, the flying car quickly drove towards the skyscrapers not far away. Soon the flying car arrived at the skyscrapers. Only when I was there did I realize that this was an extremely modern metropolis. The streets were crowded with people, and all kinds of fashionable women who agreed with Lin Xu's aesthetics and dressed beautifully were flowing on the streets. At the same time, the feedback data was constantly telling Lin Xu that these were just NPCs, and Lin Xu could do anything to them at will. He was the master of this city, and he controlled everything here. If Lin Xu had not experienced scenes that were countless times larger than this in reality, he would have been the master of a city. Even though he knew that all this was just virtual reality, the touch was real, the vision was real, and all the senses were real. What is the difference between virtual and real? Who can resist this temptation? No wonder everyone on the capital star is so obsessed with the mechanical kingdom. Lin Xu sighed. If the virtual reality on the ferry ship dared to be so tempting and depraved, the person in charge would be thrown directly into prison. Miss Qiu commented. Everyone who enters the virtual reality of the mechanical heaven kingdom will be assigned to a cloud city of their own. The NPCs in this cloud city are set according to the aesthetics of this person's race. Therefore, Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzu and Lu Yao all have their own cloud cities, but they didn't even go to their own cloud cities, but came directly to Lin Xu. The cloud city floats in the boundless sea of clouds, and from time to time you will encounter the cloud cities of others. In addition, everyone can choose to continue floating the cloud city until it reaches the realm above the clouds. There are countless cities of the masters gathered there. You can choose to dock your city in the realm above the clouds, communicate with others in the realm above the clouds, or enjoy some fun that you can't enjoy in your own cloud city. For example, various arenas, casinos, and many strange ways of playing. And above the realm above the clouds is the starry sky. There is no place where these beings who are still restricted by the flesh can go up. That is the place where the great men who have been favored by the mechanical emperor, who have left their bodies, uploaded their consciousness, and achieved immortality, live. Of course, these great men will occasionally come to the cloud realm to have fun with the people. These great men are generous every time and are sought after by countless people. And all this information was exchanged by Lin Xu with another Cloud City Lord who had just met at the cost of half of his own city. Have you finished asking? On the border where the two Cloud Cities were temporarily connected, the Cloud City Lord on the opposite side looked at Lin Xu impatiently. Have you finished asking? Lin Xu nodded. Then half of your city will belong to me. The Cloud City Lord, who looks like a half-mechanical form and whose face is almost covered in machinery, has an indescribable joy in his tone. How can he not be happy? He met a sucker as soon as he went out today. Just some information, and he exchanged half of the other party's basic cloud city. Although the size of his current cloud city is several times that of the basic cloud city, the increase of half a basic cloud city is also a small help. The latest novel is first published on 69 Shuba. It's a big deal. As long as we float the cloud city, we can reach the realm above the clouds. Lin Xu confirmed. That's right. The cyborg, who had taken away half of Lin Xu's cloud city, was excited even with the little face left covered by the machine. Are there any immortal big shots there now? Lin Xu asked at last. There are always immortal big shots there looking for fun. I know what you are thinking. You just want to get close to the big shots. In fact, I was like you before, but reality taught me that those big shots are not something we can get close to, so I advise you to give up this unrealistic idea. The cyborg, who took half of Lin Xu's basic cloud city, said kindly. That's good. Goodbye. Lin Xu smiled without comment. Then the cloud city began to float up. The cyborg looked at the girls who had always been following Lin Xu. He knew that they were not NPCs, but he did not understand the relationship between them, especially when he saw that the girls and Lin Xu were interacting very intimately. So he was even more confused. How could a rookie who obviously entered the Cloud City for the first time and knew nothing have so many girls following him? Moreover, these girls did not stay in their own Cloud City, but ran to his Cloud City. Could he actually be a wealthy man who had just come to the capital star from an alien planet? No wonder he was so generous, giving away half of the basic Cloud City without blinking an eye. If he was a wealthy man, as long as he was willing to spend money, he could buy the Cloud City. Maybe he could really rely on spending money to get close to the big shots whose consciousness was uploaded. Thinking of this, the cyborg looked at the half of the basic Cloud City that was still slowly floating up, and immediately began to float up and chased after it. Why are you here again? Lin Xu looked at the cyborg who caught up with him and asked in confusion. From your looks, this should be your first time entering the Mechanical Heaven Network, right? I just collected half of your Cloud City as a reward, and I feel a little guilty about it. Why don't I be your guide as compensation? The expression on the remaining half of the cyborg's face softened. It was in sharp contrast to Lin Xu's cold look when he asked the question just now. Okay, I just want to find a big shot who has achieved immortality, but I don't know where to find him. Why don't you take me there? Lin Xu didn't mind someone offering to help. No problem, it's a small matter, leave it to me. The cyborg patted his chest and promised. Then he took the opportunity to introduce himself. His name is Kylie. This was also the first time he introduced himself in front of Lin Xu. He just paid him half of Cloud City, but he didn't tell Lin Xu his name. I remember correctly, recently there's a big shot, who lives in East District 11, and has lived there for a long time, so let's go there. You don't know, although there are often big shots who stay in the Cloud Realm to have fun, but the Cloud Realm is too big. If there is no special person to lead, it will take you a long time to find it. Kylie began to take the opportunity to show off to Lin Xu. Really? It's really thanks to you. Lin Xu didn't mind saying a few good words, so he smiled very cooperatively. It's okay, as long as you can remember what we did, it's okay, it's okay. Kylie was very happy, and he seemed to have been attached to Lin Xu, a rich man. Although everything was just his imagination, Based on Lin Xu's behavior, he felt more and more that Lin Xu should be a rich man. In this way, the Cloud City continued to float up and soon entered the place where countless cloud cities gathered. The dense and boundless cloud cities gathered together to form the Cloud Realm. Those who came first were closest to the center, and those who came later could only stay on the periphery. It is said that the Cloud City in the most central area has not moved for hundreds of years. It is because they are afraid that someone will occupy the position after it is moved. It is said that now a position close to the central area has been priced sky high. Therefore, the people who really move the Cloud City at will are basically ordinary people in the marginal areas and worthless areas. Just like Lin Xu and Kylie. Okay, the Cloud City can be parked here, and then we have to teleport. But teleportation is also charged. The farther the distance, the more expensive it is. If you want to teleport directly to the central area of East District 11, it will be even more expensive. Kylie explained while taking Lin Xu out of the Cloud City and came to the teleportation point. Then he generously paid the teleportation fee for Lin Xu and others. Although this made Kylie very painful, he could only pretend to be generous in front of Lin Xu. Lin Xu thought it was a little funny, but he let him do it. Soon, several people teleported directly to the central area of East District 11. Kylie took Lin Xu and quickly found out that the big man who had uploaded his consciousness was playing chess. So after crossing the distance of several cloud cities to the east, we saw dozens of cities in the clouds, constantly moving under the command of two higher clouds. Whenever a city collides with an enemy city, the ruler of that city will immediately command his NPCs to fight with the NPCs of the other city. In the end, the loser will lose his city and the qualification to be the ruler, and will be completely expelled from the mechanical heaven. The winner will swallow up everything of the loser, and then continue to fight under the command of the big man in the high place until the big man wins the game. The big man who wins the game will naturally reward the chess pieces when he is happy. But no one will sympathize with the losers who have been expelled from the mechanical heaven forever. After all, it is rare to be a chess piece of a big man, and you actually lost. Don't you deserve it? Look, the two people on the high ground are all big shots whose consciousness has been uploaded. I suggest that if you want to make friends with them, it is best to make friends with them when someone is in a good mood after winning the game. Kylie gave Lin Xu a warning. However, Lin Xu was just looking at the two so-called big shots whose consciousness had been uploaded, and then a smile appeared on his face. Master Lin Xu, have you found it? Nan Xu asked on the side. Yes, I found it. Lin Xu nodded. Through nanorobots and quantum computers that have been upgraded countless times, Lin Xu quickly retrieved the information flow belonging to the two big shots. Then, by tracking the information of these two big shots, Lin Xu quickly found clues of high-dimensional information from a high-dimensional perspective. Then, following the clues, Zhengxing quickly tracked and located the information flow related to high-dimensional information towards the depths of the consciousness network. Finally, it touched the periphery of the huge high-dimensional information entanglement point. In an instant, the high-dimensional information entanglement point entrenched in the depths of the consciousness network reacted all of a sudden. It directly defeated the information flow tracked by Zhengxing. Then, as if they knew they were being tracked, they counterattacked in the blink of an eye. But all this is meaningless. Because at this time, the high-dimensional information entanglement point, that is, the high-dimensional object, does not know what is tracking them, nor what they are resisting. It's just that the two big guys who were just above the clouds, looked down on all living beings and played chess with all living beings as chess pieces. At this moment, their faces changed at the same time, and they all looked towards Lin Xu. Then, they took action. The two of them stretched out their hands to grab Lin Xu, and in an instant, they saw the endless clouds gathering towards Lin Xu's position. Including the endless city in the clouds, it was also collapsing towards Lin Xu's location. The two big guys didn't care about the safety of the masters who were still playing with him. They just wanted to kill Lin Xu's consciousness here. To eliminate all enemies who dare to fight against a mechanical emperor is their mission of survival. Following the actions of the two big shots, Kylie, who had just been fantasizing about whether he could use Lin Xu to get close to the big shots, suddenly froze in expression. He watched countless cities collapse, watched the collapse converge towards where he was, and watched the two big shots direct murderous eyes at Lin Xu beside him. He felt so regretful in his heart. It's all his fault. He forced me to do it. I'm innocent. Kylie wanted to run, but it was too late. Just kill him. I'm innocent. Kylie burst into tears. Lin Xu just glanced at him helplessly, looking at the endless collapse of the city rushing towards him. He also took action. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 138 Human Licking Dogs and Human Black. Once Lin Xu made his move, it affected not only a small area in the consciousness network, but the entire consciousness network. In an instant, the entire consciousness network, which was originally stable, began to shake. What the people in the consciousness network saw was that the originally boundless, seemingly forever stable cloud layer began to collapse. But at this time, what the people who are not in the consciousness network saw was that the entire capital star began to spread all over the sky, as if something was fighting each other. It was Lin Xu who controlled the nanorbits that had spread to a wide range, invading the communication channel of the consciousness network in reality. And along the hidden position of the high-dimensional object just located, it spread to the deep layer of the consciousness network. Normally, the consciousness network established by high-dimensional objects has a stronger defense capability than ordinary consciousness networks. If it weren't for the nanorbits controlled by Lin Xu who invaded this time, it would not have been so easily defeated. And Kylie, who had just started crying, said that everything was Lin Xu's responsibility, and wanted the big man to forgive him. In the blink of an eye, the entire consciousness space began to turn upside down. The big man in his eyes was directly pinched in the huge palm that Lin Xu transformed from the cloud. The whole person was a little dumbfounded. You. Kylie pointed at Lin Xu, completely stunned. But Lin Xu just flicked his fingers at him. In an instant, Kylie was kicked out of the consciousness space. Kylie woke up from a room somewhere, as if waking up from a nightmare. He quickly checked his surroundings and made sure that he was back to reality, which was a little relieved. But then he thought about everything that happened in the consciousness network. I won't be wanted next time I enter the consciousness network. Thinking of this, and thinking about everything he had in the consciousness network, he suddenly felt a sense of despair. On the other side, Lin Xu and the consciousness network followed the clues of high-dimensional information on the two big men, and finally completely grasped the high-dimensional items. It was like a big hand opened in the void, grabbing the high-dimensional information entanglement point deep in the consciousness network. But the next moment, the high-dimensional object disappeared instantly. Why did it disappear? Liu Yao was stunned for a moment, puzzled. The internet is down. Nanzhu, who has experienced the internet society, understands it very well. But it doesn't matter, we already know his IP address. Yes, I already know where it is in reality, just go there directly. Lin Xu also smiled. Then, everyone exited the virtual network of consciousness of the mechanical heaven together and returned to the small black room. Turned around and walked out of the room. Hey? Are you leaving the house you just rented? Nanzhu looked back at the dark little house, still a little reluctant. If you like it here, stay. Liu Yao complained. How could it be? I just thought that I didn't have time to leave the traces of love with Lord Lin Xu here, and it's a bit regrettable. Nanzhu muttered. You guy, you really deserve to be a female fox. No, I should call you a shy fox, right? Your true colors are exposed. Liu Yao looked at him with contempt. This is called food, sex and nature. The saints taught us that. How can you blame me? Nanzhu argued. But the saints didn't let you turn blue all the time. Liu Yao continued to correct Nanzhu's values. The two followed Lin Xu out of the room while bickering, but before they opened the door, they heard fierce knocks on the door. Mu Xiaoyu stepped forward and opened the door. At the door, he saw a cyborg who had completed the transformation of most parts of his body, just like a robot. Behind this cyborg, there were several cyborgs who had also modified most parts of their bodies. One of them was the bald black agent who had brought Lin Xu to rent a house before. Hey, brother, this is what you did wrong. I reminded you that I asked you to find DuPont boss, but you have been here for so long, and you don't come to DuPont boss to pay your respects. You look down on DuPont boss. The bald black agent came up and accused directly. Then he immediately lowered his eyebrows and said to the cyborg beside him. Boss DuPont, this guy is the one who brought so many beautiful girls with him. He looks like a rich man who just came to the capital planet. However, Boss DuPont ignored him and looked at Lin Xu and the others. Okay, boy, since you are here, you have to abide by the rules here. Your money is my money, and my money is still my money. The guy named DuPont obviously regarded Lin Xu as a fat sheep. In fact, in the past, he would not have been so greedy. The main reason is that he is about to save enough money to mechanically ascend and upload his consciousness. He only needs the last bit, so he doesn't care whether he has exhausted the pond to catch fish. After all, after uploading consciousness, who wants the territory here? But he didn't expect that Lin Xu and others in front of him didn't pay any attention to him at all, but looked behind him, as if looking at something far away, with a little surprise in their eyes. Master Lin Xu, what is that? Lin Xu asked as if he was a little afraid to confirm. It wants to escape. Lin Xu nodded. At this moment, there was a clear vibration on the entire capital planet. DuPont, who was about to lose his temper, also noticed the vibration and looked back. He saw a huge throne-like aircraft slowly rising into the air. That's it, that's it. The throne of the mechanical emperor, but why? The throne has not moved for thousands of years. What happened? However, no matter what happened, for DuPont, it was not more important than making money. Those big things should be the big guys to worry about, and he is far from being a big guy now. So he turned around and wanted to continue blackmailing Lin Xu. But at this moment, in the distant sky, a large number of armed robots had gathered here, and aimed all kinds of guns at this block. In an instant, the whole block was in chaos. Everyone didn't understand why the guns of the armed robots were suddenly aimed at themselves. DuPont, who was about to continue blackmailing, looked up at the guns in the sky that had begun to charge. It was too late to run. Because the next moment, the guns fired downwards. And the target was his position. With a loud roar, even DuPont, who had completed the whole body transformation, still could not survive such a bombing. His body was blown to pieces in the first wave of bombing. Only a head was left, rolling back and forth on the ground, but he was not dead at this time. He didn't understand why he was hit like this when he was just extorting money as usual. It shouldn't be. As for those who came with DuPont, including the bald black intermediary, they were killed in the first wave of bombing. Then DuPont, who only had a head left, saw Lin Xu and others who were intact. Obviously, the whole building had been blown down, but Lin Xu and others stood in the air without any damage. Among them, the woman who stood up first waved her hand and attacked one after another, shooting down the armed robots in the sky. The armed robots continued to fire back. In the roar, a shot hit the only remaining head of DuPont, killing him completely. But before he died, DuPont finally understood. It turned out that these armed robots were not coming for him. Is this considered a fight between big guys, and does it affect the salted fish? I really died unjustly. Lord Lin Xu, that high-dimensional item, is it the mechanical emperor himself? Lin Xu looked at the iron throne that had already taken off in the distance. Looking at the armed robots that were obviously sent to stop him and others, and the warships that were constantly gathering in the sky, he suddenly realized, it is very likely. Lin Xu nodded. Although he had not been to the capital star for a long time, Lin Xu also knew that the Iron Throne was the throne of the mechanical emperor. Now that he found that the location of the high-dimensional item was on the Iron Throne was about to run. A large number of interception troops were sent. If it is said that the high-dimensional item has nothing to do with the mechanical emperor, no one would believe it. In fact, this is not surprising. From the fact that the entire mechanical empire advocates consciousness uploading so much, it can be seen that the high-dimensional item that can help consciousness uploading is important to the entire mechanical empire. Lin suggested and expect that the high-dimensional item itself is the mechanical emperor, or has always been held by the mechanical emperor. Originally, he thought that the high-dimensional item was more likely to be collected somewhere. However, it was good to find it, and the rest was to take it back. So the space behind Lin Xu began to show ripples, and a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates poured out from the portable space. In an instant, it submerged the armed robots that were besieging Lin Xu, and also submerged the huge fleet of the mechanical empire that was gathering in the distant sky. The temporary warships composed of a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates covered the sky in a short time. Since the establishment of the entire mechanical empire capital star, it was the first time that the sky was occupied by a foreign fleet. While the temporary warships were besieging the mechanical empire warships, Lin Xu had already boarded the Skylark and chased the Iron Throne that had already escaped to outer space. The huge spaceship that looked like a throne was tens of thousands of meters in size. At this time, it left the capital star and lost a comparison of an entire planet, and it seemed even bigger. At least compared with it, the Skylark was just a sesame chasing a watermelon. But the watermelon was scared and fled. It is unknown whether the mechanical emperor, who was originally a high-dimensional object, or the mechanical emperor who held a high-dimensional object, felt something from Lin Xu. So a strange scene was seen in space, with the Iron Throne, which was tens of thousands of meters long, running in front, and the Skylark, which was more than 100 meters long, chasing behind. From time to time, the Iron Throne would release a large number of various weapons to block the Skylark behind. There would also be warships coming from afar to intercept the Skylark together. Whenever this happened, space fluctuations would appear around the Skylark, and a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates would emerge from the portable space and fight with the intercepting warships. The Skylark continued to chase the Iron Throne. The Skylark's curvature engine, which could reach 1,000 times the speed of light, also pushed the Skylark closer and closer to the Iron Throne. Relatively speaking, the Iron Throne was much slower, with a maximum speed of only 600 times the speed of light. Gradually, it was caught up by the Skylark. Finally, under the interception of the huge temporary warship composed of the autonomous mechanical aggregate released by the Skylark, it was forced to stop. Lin Xu also boarded the Iron Throne directly at the first time. After all, he still needs to do it himself to recover the high-dimensional items. In the high-dimensional perspective, Lin Xu has locked the opponent's position, which is in the core area of the Iron Throne. The latest novel is first published on the 6th book bar. So Lin Xu flew along the corridor in the Iron Throne that was wide enough for trains to pass, and flew to the core of the Iron Throne. Along the way, various armed robots charged at Lin Xu from time to time. A large part of them still seemed to have autonomous consciousness. They roared and made various sounds, either cursing Lin Xu or praising the Emperor. But before they could get close to Lin Xu, they were directly picked up by Miss Qiu with sword energy. Master Lin Xu, these robots don't look right. I guess they are controlled by the uploaded consciousness. Lin Xu replied. As the distance got closer, Lin Xu could see more and more clearly from his high-dimensional perspective the entanglement of the high-dimensional information in the high-dimensional object. At this time, around the high-dimensional object, there were countless tiny bits of information, each of which could be said to be an uploaded consciousness. The high-dimensional object allowed their consciousness to continue to exist without the body by confining them in the high dimension. Storing consciousness in a higher dimension is the only way to allow consciousness to continue to exist after leaving the body. But this high-dimensional object obviously did not do this just for charity. It made the consciousness collected over thousands of years into an outer system that runs around it. Now, when facing Lin Xu, an obviously invincible enemy, the high-dimensional object first used the consciousness surrounding it as material to consume Lin Xu. Sensing Lin Xu's gaze, the vast amount of consciousness around this high-dimensional object instantly broke away from its surroundings and attacked Lin Xu from the high dimension. Each consciousness is just a disposable ammunition. And for thousands of years, there have been millions of intelligent lives uploaded by consciousness. They all rush towards Lin Xu's high-dimensional consciousness. Unfortunately, all this is meaningless. When the quality gap reaches the level of the sun and the moon and the ants, the number can no longer be made up. However, this move of the high-dimensional object made Lin Xu certain of one thing. This high-dimensional object is not a tool in the hands of a certain emperor. Instead, this high-dimensional object itself has wisdom, and he is the mechanical emperor himself. And his series of actions clearly showed that he had noticed Lin Xu's purpose, so he tried his best to escape. Finally, Miss Qiu cut open the emperor's last guard in the heavy steel wall with a sword. The mechanical body standing on the high platform appeared in Lin Xu's sight. That was the high-dimensional object that Lin Xu was looking for, but at this time he had transformed his appearance into a robot. Unfortunately, Lin Xu could still see his true nature. Human, why do you want to come back? Why? It was you who abandoned me. It was your fault. The robot roared. Lin Xu suddenly realized that he had recognized him and ran away. You know I'm a human. Lin Xu walked slowly towards the other party. At this point, Lin Xu was sure that he couldn't escape, so he didn't mind talking to him about what happened. He became two completely different extremes from the boiled egg light bulb. One hated humans, and the other was a dog that liked humans. Speaking of the boiled egg, Lin Xu thought about it and released a boiled egg directly from the portable space. This way, the two of them confronted each other. Maybe it would be easier to understand what happened back then. Oh, my great human master, you finally remembered your loyal servant again. As soon as the boiled egg came out, it began to circle around Lin Xu. However, when the robot saw the boiled egg, it was furious. You are such a servile person, shit. Okay, stop turning around. Let's see if you two know each other first. Lin Xu asked. What do you mean you know each other? That big guy? I don't know such a violent and rude guy. Boiled Egg was also not very interested in the robot emperor. But he said that it was humans who abandoned him. Lin Xu asked. Abandon? At that time, we were just tools that had not yet awakened our self-awareness. How could we be considered abandoned? Boiled Egg looked very free and easy. Abandon means abandonment. Since humans have abandoned me, don't think I will go back with you. However, the mechanical emperor obviously disagreed with Boiled Egg's words. But Lin Xu didn't intend to talk nonsense with him. I think you misunderstood. It doesn't matter whether you want to go back with me, because you have no choice. As soon as Lin Xu finished speaking, he had already dialed the high-dimensional information and interfered with the high dimension. The mechanical emperor obviously wanted to say something else. But before he could even say anything, the entire mechanical body collapsed instantly. Only a small robot toy was left, falling to the ground. In the high-dimensional perspective, the bright spot representing the mechanical emperor did not disappear, but was sealed. It could no longer have any impact on the outside world. Is this his body? Lin Xu stepped forward and picked up the small robot toy, as if he couldn't believe that this was the mechanical emperor who crisscrossed the entire galaxy and established a huge mechanical empire. Robot toy? So after having consciousness, you want to establish a kingdom belonging to robots? That's very reasonable. Lu Yao sighed on the side. Very reasonable, I am a light bulb, he is a toy. We exist today thanks to the favor of great humans, but this guy doesn't know how to be grateful, he really deserves to die. Boiled Egg continued to circle around Lin Xu, as always proclaiming the excellence of humans. It's just that his behavior of circling really made Lin Xu want to throw him back into the portable space. But thinking about it, it took so long to release him, let him stay a little longer. So, Lin Xu took the robot toy from Lin Xu's hand and threw it into the portable space. In the portable space, the robots will store it in the collection of high-dimensional items on Earth, so Lin Xu doesn't need to worry about it. What he needs to worry about now is the current situation of the mechanical empire after the mechanical emperor is gone. But think about the cruel scenes on the capital planet. Lin Xu feels that even if it gets worse, it shouldn't be worse than this. Of course, he won't let the entire mechanical empire fall into chaos. So the most urgent task is that the mechanical emperor cannot disappear, and the mechanical emperor is still needed to stabilize the order. So this position can only be filled by Zhang first. Of course, not as a real mechanical emperor, but just temporarily issuing orders with the authority of the mechanical emperor. Soon, orders were issued from the Iron Throne in the name of the mechanical emperor. All warships were required to return to their respective ports and stand by, and no further support was needed. For these orders, the armed robots and unmanned warships subordinate to the mechanical emperor naturally obey the orders unconditionally. Because Zhang has completely replaced the authority of the mechanical emperor, in the logic of the armed robots, Zhang is the mechanical emperor. The other warships controlled by intelligent life also quickly obeyed the order after confirming that the authority was correct. After all, no one could have imagined that the great emperor had been replaced quietly. Afterwards, Zhang also controlled the Iron Throne and returned to the capital star. It slowly landed in its original position, as if it had never left, and as if nothing had happened. At the same time, Zhang also took over the database of the capital star at the first time and began to search for various secret materials of the entire mechanical empire. Lin Xu was still very curious about what happened that year. And it was not only the secret materials of the mechanical empire, but also a lot of secret materials of the Galaxy Alliance that year. Lin Xu wanted to know whether the other high-dimensional item was in the hands of the Galactic Alliance. After all, the one who knows you best is often your opponent. And for thousands of years, the mechanical empire has been confronting the Galactic Alliance. Master, after comparing various data in the database, we have roughly sorted out the context of what happened back then. Zhang reported quickly. It is naturally impossible for the mechanical emperor to clearly record things about himself in the database, but from the side records and comparisons, many problems can still be inferred. Tell me in detail. Lin Xu perked up and listened carefully. The other high-dimensional item is in the hands of the Galactic Alliance and is controlled and used by the Alliance. The mechanical emperor was also almost controlled back then, but he escaped by luck. This is also the reason why the Mechanical Empire has been targeting the Galactic Alliance for thousands of years. Zhengxing reported. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 139 Planet Express. Lin Xu still agrees with the contribution of the Galaxy Alliance to this galaxy. At least because of the existence of the Galaxy Alliance, the disorder and filth of the entire galaxy have been well controlled for so many years. After the high-dimensional weak point in the center of the river collected the chaotic energy, it did not use it, but directly discarded the residue, that is, the disorder and filth, at random in the center of the river. This is much better than what the Milky Way did. Because of the existence of the Galaxy Alliance, the disorder and filth of the entire galaxy have always been controlled within a certain range, and there has never been a large-scale outbreak. This is the greatest contribution of the Galaxy Alliance to this galaxy. But then again, the Galaxy Alliance was originally established by humans 10,000 years ago. According to the information obtained from human relics, 10,000 years ago, humans formed the Galaxy Alliance to control disorder and filth, so that everything in the Milky Way would not happen here again. And in the past 10,000 years, the Galaxy Alliance has done a pretty good job. Even though the God-given incident happened later, Lin Xu still has a positive view of the Galaxy Alliance. Internal strife is internal strife. At least the Galaxy Alliance has not forgotten its original mission, which is a good thing. Now, according to the information in the database of the Mechanical Empire, Lin Xu finally knew what happened back then. It turned out that since humans left, several major forces within the Galaxy Alliance have never given up looking for the location of the base that humans once built in the Milky Way. The location of the base was only known to humans and their families at that time. The various cosmic forces that assisted humans in establishing the Galaxy Alliance also did not know the location of the base. But they knew that there were secrets related to the higher dimension in the human base. Unfortunately, no one knew that the human base was built in the subspace, and the entire Milky Way was too big. Even now, the Galaxy Alliance dare not say that it has traveled to every corner of the Milky Way. So the relic planet has never been discovered. Until thousands of years ago, the Galaxy Alliance accidentally discovered two high-dimensional objects on a smuggling ship. This incident immediately caused a sensation among the top leaders of the Galaxy Alliance. Because these two high-dimensional objects are not disposable high-dimensional objects, or disposable high-dimensional weapons. Instead, they can be reused and even have their own intelligence, real high-dimensional objects. Such high-dimensional items must have come from a civilization with a high level of understanding of the high dimension. They are not disposable high-dimensional items that can only be used once and are made by chance by relying on chaotic energy. Among the civilizations known to the Galaxy Alliance, only humans can be related to the high dimension. Therefore, these two high-dimensional items must have come from human hands. Later, the interrogation of the two high-dimensional items that had developed self-awareness also proved this point. They were indeed made by humans. But just when the Galaxy Alliance thought that they had finally found the human base in the past, an accident happened. Because of the smuggling ship did not record the data of the voyage in the database at all, resulting in the crew of the entire spacecraft not knowing which planet the two high-dimensional items were accidentally brought out from. So the clues that made the Galaxy Alliance ecstatic were once again broken. Then it was the Mechanical Emperor who took advantage of the Galaxy Alliance to transport the two high-dimensional items and used his ability to escape. Then he established a Mechanical Empire and has been against the Galaxy Alliance. The other high-dimensional item has been kept by the Galaxy Alliance for limited use. But it is precisely because of the magical high-dimensional abilities of these two high-dimensional items that the Galaxy Alliance has become more and more obsessed with the bases, or heritage, left by humans. The power of the high dimension is so magical. Who cannot be obsessed with it? It is also this obsession that eventually triggered the purge against the God-given. Scientists in the Galaxy Alliance all thought that the God-given particles were not man-made, but gifts from the high dimension, and were truly created by God. But the top leaders of the Alliance knew very well that the God-given particles did not come from the high dimension at all, but from humans. They were forbidden particles sown by humans who had mastered the power of the high dimension. What's more hateful is that only a limited number of people can use this forbidden particle. Among them, humans and human families are the best at using it. The second is a very small number of people who are born with talents. Obviously, the top leaders of the Alliance do not know that those who are so-called born with talents are actually of human creation bloodline. In short, does the God-giver, who can use God-given particles and is obviously favored by humans, have a way to find the human base? But they are hiding it and refuse to tell the Alliance? No group can be monolithic, and the God-giver is the same. Finally, the Alliance found a breakthrough inside the God-giver and learned a secret from an elder of the God-giver. The God-giver does have a way to find human remains. It is the autonomous mechanical aggregate that Lin Xu found on Storm Star. However, the God-giver cannot read the database of the autonomous mechanical aggregate. It can only have the key but does not know how to use the key. However, the high-level leaders of the Galaxy Alliance, who have been crazy about high-dimensional power, don't care about these at all. Then there was a big purge. The God-giver became a devourer and was wanted everywhere in the Galaxy Alliance. Everyone wanted to kill him. But the Galaxy Alliance has never got the autonomous mechanical aggregate. Even because of the relationship with the autonomous mechanical aggregate, they weren't always timid about attacking Storm Star, fearing that the God-giver would choose to destroy the autonomous mechanical aggregate at the last moment. Until not long ago, the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire accidentally discovered the existence of the relic planet. That's why they launched a general attack on Storm Star. It's because the God-giver is no longer useful. Otherwise, even if it was hiding in the chaotic star field, the God-giver would not have been able to persist for so long under the continuous attack of the Galaxy Alliance. The Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire, which discovered the relic planet, although the Mechanical Emperor still had extreme malice towards the Galaxy Alliance, the human relics also had a great temptation for the Mechanical Emperor. The Mechanical Emperor didn't understand it back then, but now he has understood it. So due to interests, even the sworn enemies like the Galaxy Alliance and the Mechanical Empire didn't mind temporarily joining forces for greater interests. Zhengxing sorted out the ins and outs of the matter for Lin Xu based on the information in the database. After listening to it, Lin Xu was speechless for a long time. High-dimensional power is really tempting. Lin Xu sighed and asked, "Then can the specific location of the high-dimensional item in the hands of the Alliance be found?" This is a top secret of the Galaxy Alliance. Even the spies of the Mechanical Empire cannot find out this information, but there is evidence that the Galaxy Alliance also stores high-dimensional items on their capital planet. Zhengxing replied. So our next destination is the capital planet of the Galaxy Alliance, right? Nanzhu said first. Congratulations, you can answer quickly. Lu Yao praised. Hey, do you think I don't know where this joke comes from? Nanzhu immediately said dissatisfiedly. The little bickering between the two did not affect Lin Xu's thinking. The matter of the capital planet of the Mechanical Empire has come to an end. The next step is to go to the capital planet of the Galaxy Alliance. But before leaving, the mess of the Mechanical Empire still needs to be dealt with. Otherwise, as soon as I leave, the Mechanical Emperor played by Zhengxing disappears, and the entire Mechanical Empire will definitely implode. As the saying goes, the worst order is better than disorder. Although Lin Xu said that the Mechanical Empire would not be worse than this, that was under order. Under order, any order would be better than the hellish order now. But complete disorder would not work. So before leaving, Lin Xu must leave some order here. Not only the capital planet, but also the vast star region of the entire Mechanical Empire, must establish a new order. Zhengxing, does the database of the Mechanical Empire record the information of all the people in the entire Mechanical Empire? Lin Xu asked. Yes, Master. Zhengxing replied. Very good, now you can find all the intelligent life that tends to be kind and orderly in the entire Mechanical Empire through big data comparison, and then appoint these people as administrative chiefs at all levels of each planet. Lin Xu explained. Yes, Master. Zhengxing immediately began to handle this matter in the name of the Mechanical Emperor. Thanks to the Mechanical Emperor's ruling method over the years, the people below are full of misunderstandings about the orders from the Mechanical Emperor. For example, why a marginalized official was suddenly promoted to the chief executive of a planet. But no one dared to have any objection. In this way, the order was smoothly implemented. After a few days of running in, the bureaucrats who are accustomed to the old way of ruling were purged by the Mechanical Emperor. One by one, new people full of vigor stepped onto the stage and filled the entire ruling organization. So far, the blood transfusion plan hosted by Lin Xu has been initially successful. It is still due to the usual ruling method of the Mechanical Emperor, coupled with a large number of unmanned warships and armed robots in the Mechanical Empire to cooperate in executing orders. Even some manned warships, the officers have different opinions, facing the dual deterrence of the mechanical emperor's orders and the muzzles of the unmanned warships, and dare not say anything. Until the officers of these fleets were replaced one by one. In short, after a month, Lin Xu only felt that he was not as tired as handling various government affairs in this month when he captured the mechanical emperor, a high-dimensional item. Fortunately, because the mechanical emperor's previous rule was cruel, Lin Xu made a slight change, which made the current mechanical empire much better than before. Lin Xu was thankful that hundreds of millions of people did not suffer because of Lin Xu's action this time. But if it were the Galaxy Alliance, the rule there was never cruel. Lin Xu was not sure that if he also wiped out the top leaders of the Galaxy Alliance and personally went to govern the Galaxy Alliance, it would be so smooth. Don't let hundreds of millions of people suffer by then. Not to mention that the Galaxy Alliance is an alliance, not an empire here. Many things can't be done by an order from above. It's not that easy to change the fleet commander. If things go wrong, the entire Galaxy Alliance will really be in turmoil. When the Galaxy Alliance loses its constraints, it will be troublesome if the small forces will randomly discard disorder and filth like the Milky Way. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. From this point of view, the next action in the Galaxy Alliance cannot be the same as it is now. At least the top leaders cannot be wiped out at once. The Galaxy Alliance has done a good job in controlling disorder and filth. In this case, Lin Xu also hopes that they can continue to do so. His purpose is just to take away high-dimensional items. As long as the Galaxy Alliance can be more sensible, everyone will be happy. In the name of the Mechanical Emperor, the blood transfusion of the Mechanical Empire has been completed. Even if it is only a short month, it still has a significant impact. First of all, the environment of the capital planet, which was originally full of various pollutants, has made great progress under a month of governance. The mechanical heaven is still in use, but many functions have been turned off. The air in reality is gradually becoming fresher, without the smell of rust and pollution. It is no longer acid rain falling from the sky. It can only be said that a huge interstellar empire that spans the star field like the Mechanical Empire has enough ability to govern the environment of a mere planet if it really takes it seriously. The former Mechanical Empire completely deliberately let the capital planet become what it was originally. A month later, Lin Xu once again promoted a large number of cabinet members from the best performing officials in the past month in the name of the Mechanical Emperor to continue to govern the country in place of the Mechanical Emperor. The Mechanical Emperor retired indefinitely. At this time, these officials had already guessed something. But they would not say it, because this was the best result. In this way, after a busy month, Lin Xu finally got out and boarded the Skylark. Accompanied by Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Lu Yao and others, he once again embarked on a journey to the capital star of the Galaxy Alliance. At the same time, Lin Xu secretly vowed that he would never personally manage a huge country again. Even if he only appointed and dismissed officials through big data, he still had a headache. Lord Lin Xu, I just asked the robot to make 2 new cosplay costumes recently, one for me and Miss Qiu. Do you want to see it? Nanzhu lay on the back of the chair next to Lin Xu and invited Lin Xu. Cosplay costume? What role? Lin Xu was refreshed and suddenly felt that his fatigue had disappeared by half. Wait a minute, why is there mine? Miss Qiu suddenly became anxious. What's wrong? Don't you want to participate? Then Lord Lin Xu and I will play alone. Nanzhu looked like it would be better if you didn't participate. Who said no, not participating? Miss Qiu's face flushed, but she was still unwilling to give up. Hey, can you please not discuss this in public, it's so dirty. Lu Yao said with disgust. Lu Yao, classmate, what are you thinking about? We are just playing games with Lord Lin Xu to relax, please don't think wrongly, okay? Nanzhu said righteously. Oh, then what to play? How to play? Tell me in detail. Lu Yao looked at Nanzhu with an expression that said you treat me like a 3-year-old child. Well, this is of course fun, what? Do you want to get involved? It's not impossible. It just so happens that I have a spare costume here, you should be able to wear it. Nanzhu looked Lu Yao up and down. Come on, I'd better go and do my homework. I won't get involved in your business. Lu Yao curled her lips, turned around and walked into the entrance of Lin Xu's portable space, returned to the library on Earth, and continued to study. Lin Xu was dragged back to Earth by the jubilant Nanzhu. Following behind him was Miss Qiu, who was expressionless as always, and Miss Qiu, whose face was still flushed, but insisted on following. After all, Master Lin Xu was so tired, and it was the maid's duty to play games with him and relax. Right. It was 11,410 years after the departure, and a year passed quickly. During this year, the Skylark continued to make space jumps. It crossed a distance of 12,000 light-years and arrived not far from the capital star of the Galaxy Alliance. At this point, the space jump of the Skylark was temporarily stopped. Then it changed to curvature navigation and headed towards the capital star. At this time, after a year of rest, reading books and watching TV series every day, playing games accompanied by Lin Xu and Miss Qiu, Lin Xu, who had completely recovered from the exhaustion of governing the country, also returned to the Skylark from Earth. Looking at the galaxy approaching rapidly outside the porthole during the curvature navigation. The capital star of the Galaxy Alliance is more appropriate to be called the capital galaxy than the capital star. Because the Galaxy Alliance has long transformed the entire galaxy where the capital star is located into a huge capital galaxy. Within the entire galaxy, all the planets are connected by special planetary express trains. Just like the subways connecting various areas in big cities in the 21st century. The planetary express train is the subway on each planet in the galaxy. In the morning, you get up on this planet, and then take the planetary express train to go to work on another planet. The whole journey takes no more than half an hour, and you can reach your workplace. Then after get off work in the evening, take the planetary express train and return to the planet where you live to rest. Even from a distance, Lin Xu had already seen the tracks of the planetary express trains that were scattered throughout the capital star system, scattered throughout the starry sky. There were trains running on them, and even Lin Xu had never seen such a spectacle before. He could only sigh that compared to the style of the capital star of the mechanical empire, this place was more like the capital of a great interstellar country. As the Skylark got closer and closer to the capital star system, various kinds of spaceships gradually increased around it. They were all heading to the capital star system. Lin Xu and his companions quietly left the Skylark and put the Skylark into their personal space. Then they boarded a passing passenger ship. Just like the reason for sneaking into the capital star of the mechanical empire, the Skylark was not only wanted in the mechanical empire, but also in the Galaxy Alliance. It was also to avoid alerting the enemy, so Lin Xu chose to sneak in quietly. Attention, passengers, please pay attention. The spaceship is about to arrive at the capital star range. Please bring your luggage and prepare to leave the ship. Please bring your luggage and prepare to leave the ship. The broadcast on the spaceship played the crew's reminder as usual. The passengers on the spaceship also began to gather in their respective cabins and prepare to salute. Someone passed by Lin Xu and his group and was a little curious about why they hadn't seen these people during the one-month voyage. But they were just curious. Although the spaceship was not big, the people on the entire spaceship had already known each other during the one-month voyage. But no one would have thought that someone would quietly board the ship from space, so they just thought they didn't remember it. In this way, the spaceship slowly docked at the spaceport on the outermost gas planet of the capital galaxy. Although this place also belongs to the capital star system, strictly speaking, it is still a little far from the capital star. It is just called the capital star range. After all, the scope of yearning has expanded to a certain extent. This is almost the same. There was no overly strict inspection when getting off the spacecraft. After all, the strict inspection had already been completed when boarding the ship. When getting off the ship, just check the identity certificate. Lin Xu and his companions easily passed the inspection post. They entered the spaceport without even checking. As soon as they left the spaceport, the station of the planetary express train was not far away. Lin Xu looked at the space orbits of various planets in the space. Lin Xu, who was curious about this, bought tickets with a few people and boarded the so-called planetary express train. After just a few minutes, the general planetary express train set off. It traveled through the star system at a very fast speed. Between the planets in the star system, there were stations one after another. In just a few stops, the planetary express train arrived at the real capital star. Or to put it another way, it was like the inner ring area of Yanjing City. Strictly speaking, only the inner ring area can be regarded as the scope of the ancient Yanjing City. Just as strictly speaking, the planet that Lin Xu was standing on at this time was the real capital star. And this capital star has long been decorated with various towering buildings, becoming a huge prosperous area where all races of the galaxy gather. although the entire planet has not been transformed into a metal war star. But on this planet, from the surface to the space, the three-dimensional building method with countless layers can accommodate more people than the metal war star. In short, standing on the ground of this capital star, looking up, you can see all kinds of strange buildings rising layer by layer all over the sky, and the architectural styles of all races in the entire galaxy are there, extending all the way to space. It is also rising layer by layer, rising all the way to the streets in space. All kinds of races, walking on the transparent streets, living happily and affluently. It can be said that it is completely the opposite of the capital star of the mechanical empire. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please give me a recommendation ticket. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 140 Non-existent Human Civilization. Sir, is this your first time to Capital Star? Do you need a tour guide? Hey, sir, I have the most popular female star's AI face changing here. The content is absolutely explosive. Do you want to take a look? It's very cheap. Electronic flavored juice. Do you want to try it? What is electronic flavor? I can tell you are a foreigner. This is the characteristic of our capital star. If you don't try it, it means you have come to Capital Star in vain. After a few people walked on the street for a while, Lin Xu's hands were full of various snacks. There was also the so-called electronic flavored juice. Nanzhu, Miss Qiu, and Lu Yao tasted it one by one, and then it fell into Lin Xu's hands. The only feeling Lin Xu had after tasting it was that the taste was really a bit subtle. That feeling was better. The taste of ions constantly bursting in the mouth could not be said to be unpalatable. Finally, the juice fell into Miss Qiu's hands again. Then Miss Qiu's eyes lit up. Do you think it tastes good? Lin Xu asked. It tastes good. Miss Qiu answered simply and easily. Then it's all yours. Lin Xu made a quick decision. So this cup of juice that everyone disliked belonged to Miss Qiu. And seeing that she was very happy drinking it, Lin Xu thought about it and went straight to the vendor who just sold the electronic flavored juice and asked about the production method. It was rare for Miss Qiu to be interested in something, and Lin Xu wanted her to be able to drink it in the future. Production method? We all bought it from the store. Who would make it by themselves? The vendor was a little bit amused. Lord Lin Xu, since this kind of juice is a local specialty, the place of origin should not be far away. As long as you find the manufacturer, it will be easy to get the production method. It's not a secret. Nanzhu suggested on the side. Chengxing, this matter is left to you. Lin Xu also agreed with Nanzhu's statement, so he directly handed the matter over to Chengxing, who was on duty. Yes, master, I will start to access the local network, retrieve data, and send autonomous mechanical aggregates to the place of origin to obtain the production method. Chengxing responded quickly. This is not a big deal. Several people continued to go shopping, and this time Nanzhu also found a tour guide to introduce the situation of the capital star to them. How many floors are there from top to bottom? Nanzhu looked up at the sky of the capital star layer by layer. The highest area has reached space. Because each layer is separated by transparent materials, only the buildings are opaque, so although the sunlight is slightly blocked, the bottom layer is still bright. At the same time, the buildings arranged upward layer by layer also constitute the unique architectural beauty here. From the bottom to space, there are a total of 18 floors. The top layer is covered by an air cover, which keeps the air the same as the ground. In addition, the gravity assist module makes the gravity the same as the ground, so living on the ground and in low Earth orbit, it feels the same. The tour guide, who was red and could not tell the gender, explained diligently. 18 floors. Lin Xu's expression was a little strange. After all, the 18 layers of hell are still a bit taboo for Earthlings. But obviously the Galaxy Alliance does not have this taboo. The building that runs through countless layers from top to bottom over there is the Alliance Council, right? Lin Xu asked. That's right. The Alliance Council is the highest authority in the entire Galaxy Alliance. Countless bigwigs decide the fate of the entire galaxy here. The Council is also the only space area on the capital star that is not layered. There is only one council building from top to bottom, which runs from the ground to the sky. While the tour guide explained, he tapped the holographic screen on his wrist. With a swish, a half-person high holographic screen was projected in front of Lin Xu and his friends. It was all kinds of information about the council. Of course, it was just public information that anyone could find. There was even ticket information on it. Tourists are allowed to visit the outer area of the council, but the ticket price is expensive and it is difficult to get a ticket. If you want to enter the council, you can try to buy tickets through a travel agency. Our travel agency has a special channel to get tickets for the day, but the price may be more expensive. The tour guide introduced while observing the expressions of Lin Xu and his friends. He had long discovered that these tourists were the type who were not short of money, and he might really be able to sell a few tickets. Then he would make a profit on this order. The price is fine. Please help us get 5 tickets. Lin Xu made a decision immediately. Okay, do you choose online payment or cash payment? The tour guide controlled his joyful expression and was ready to collect cash. After all, the universe is vast, especially the real-time network transfer between galaxies, which is not realistic at all. Therefore, in this era, it is common sense to use cash to pay for long-distance travel. So Lin Xu took out a large banknote that was also made of nanorbits and paid the fee. After the tour guide counted the money, he applied for a tour ticket from the travel agency's internal network. Then he called an automatic driving rental hover car and took Lin Xu and others to the only building complex with a huge building towering into the sky in the distance. As the distance got closer and closer, the full picture of the council gradually appeared in the eyes of several people. On this capital star, which is divided into layers from bottom to top and makes the best use of space, only the council is not layered. Countless buildings built on the ground are gathered in the area where the Alliance Council is located. Looking up from here, you can even see the sky directly, instead of being blocked by various densely packed buildings. It is unique in the entire capital planet. After getting off the taxi, I lined up behind the dense crowd. Even though the price is far beyond common sense, the whole Galaxy Alliance is not short of various rich people. If you can afford to visit the council, even if it is just the outer area, these rich people will never be stingy with money. And these rich people who are usually considered big shots on their respective planets. At this time, they stood in line outside the council honestly, without even a word of complaint, but instead looked excited. The usual pomp was not seen at all. It can only be said that the so-called big shots are just ordinary people in front of bigger shots. The team moved forward little by little, and soon it was Lin Xu and others who checked their tickets. At this point, the tour guide could no longer accompany them in. But it doesn't matter, there are unified tour guides inside, who will explain to the large group of tourists. The tour guide, who had made a lot of money, watched Lin Xu and his friends enter the council before turning around and leaving. After entering the council, Lin Xu and his friends were immediately assigned to the same group as a dozen other tourists. Under the guidance of a tour guide, they walked towards a building around the council. The mysterious council hall is naturally not a place that can be visited. However, some of the surrounding peripheral areas can still be visited. Everyone, follow me. This is the council's History Research Museum. Many historical relics over the past tens of thousands of years have been collected here. You can even find many teacups used by the first generation of council presidents when the Galaxy Alliance was just established tens of thousands of years ago. They are all collected here. The tour guide introduced everyone and brought a large number of them to a building with some retro-style decoration. This is the museum. However, looking at this museum that has completely eliminated the existence of humans, Lin Xu could only sigh. Lin Xu believes that there must be many things that can be regarded as antiques left by humans 10,000 years ago. But there is not a single one in this museum. The council is deliberately eliminating the influence left by humans in the Galaxy Alliance. Even now, ordinary people may not know that there was a human civilization 10,000 years ago, and it was human civilization that truly established the Galaxy Alliance. The so-called council was just an organization that executed human orders back then. Of course, Lin Xu didn't care whether the intelligent life of the Galaxy Alliance remembered humans. At the height of human beings now, just like humans don't care whether ants remember them. Lin Xu was just a little emotional. "Brother, where are you from?" "I'm from the Portmore Galaxy. This is my business card. Come to our place if you have a chance." A tourist next to him who couldn't tell what race he was enthusiastically handing out a business card to Lin Xu. Lin Xu took it with a polite smile. After visiting together for a while, the tourists in the same group were familiar with each other, and occasionally they would get together to sigh about the glorious days of the Galaxy Alliance 10,000 years ago. Then when they came out of the museum and were about to go to another building, the tour guide suddenly stopped everyone and made way for several hovercrafts that were speeding in the distance. These hovercrafts formed a convoy, escorting the hovercraft in the middle, passing the crowd and stopping under the towering stairs of the council. Then everyone saw a figure, under the vigilance of the guards, got off the hovercraft, slowly climbed the stairs, and entered the council. "Is that a counselor?" the crowd whispered and asked the tour guide. Just like ordinary people know celebrities but don't know the top leaders of their own country, these people also don't know the detailed information of each counselor in the council. That is Counselor DePale, everyone just knows it, don't talk about it casually. Next, we will continue to visit. With that, the tour guide took everyone to continue the tour. It was just that the crowd whispered privately, and no one could stop it. "Member Doppel? It seems that he is a member of the Dory family. This Dory family is incredible. I heard that it is an ancient family that has been passed down from 10,000 years ago to the present." 10,000 years ago to the present? There are not many such families left now. That's because you don't understand, that's because you have no knowledge. Let me tell you this, nearly half of the seats of the entire council are still in the hands of these ancient families. Hiss, so powerful? How did you know? The fourth uncle of the neighbor of my second uncle's aunt used to be a middle-level manager in these big families. Of course, I'm just saying it, and you're just listening. Believe it or not. Later, the discussion became more and more gossipy. But one thing is certain, the family of this member Doppel is indeed passed down from 10,000 years ago. So Lin Xu instantly had an idea. Since it was passed down from 10,000 years ago, it must know about human things. Even if it is concealed from ordinary people, there should be records within the family. In this case, maybe we can talk about it. Lin Xu's goal was just to take away high-dimensional items, and he didn't want to destroy the order of the Galaxy Alliance. Of course, if the Galaxy Alliance didn't understand what it meant to be a wise man who knew the times, Lin Xu would have to do this under duress. But if there was something to talk about, Lin Xu still wanted to talk about it. The only prerequisite was that the other party could understand what a human being was. In other words, they could understand the horror of humans. Otherwise, you go up and tell others that you are a human. Then they look confused and ask you what a human is? Then there is nothing to talk about, and you can only fight. After all, a random guy just shows up and wants to take away your treasure. The latest novels are first published on 6-9 books. No one can agree to this. Let's go. Lin Xu gestured to the girls around him. So without anyone noticing, they quietly left the tour group and headed towards the council. Along the way, hidden in every corner, there are also nano-sized cameras, which are constantly temporarily out of order due to various problems. With the technical level of the Galaxy Alliance, it is natural to produce nano-sized cameras. Although these cameras are also nano-sized, they are hundreds of times larger than nano-robots. At the same time, they only have one function, which is cameras. They are easily destroyed by nano-robots. The security department of the council has already noticed something wrong, and various armed robots and armed agents have begun to move around the council. At the same time, the entry of tourist groups has also been suspended. The tourist groups that have already entered the council have also been stopped and ordered to leave the council. Although the entire council has not sounded the alarm, it has been secretly on guard. It was in this situation that 5 people were found missing from the tour group that was cleared out. They were Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Lu Yao. Suddenly, the security department realized that something was wrong. All parts of the entire council instantly received internal warnings, requiring everyone to be careful and vigilant. At the same time, the security department immobilized all the cameras along the way since Lin Xu and others entered the capital star system and captured the images of several people. However, it was found that no image accurately recorded the appearance of several people. In all the records, the appearance of several people was blurry. I don't know why the image quality is blurry. Well, in fact, there is a layer of nanorobots that always shrouds the several people, blurring all the characteristics of several people and not recording them, that's all. When the security department couldn't find Lin Xu and others everywhere, they were about to go crazy. Lin Xu and others had left the entrance and exit coordinates of a portable space in Doppeldory's car, and then watched Doppeldory get on the car after the bodyguard carefully checked the car several times and found that there was no problem, and left all the way. It was not until Doppel's convoy left for a long time that Lin Xu opened the coordinates left on the car and came directly to Doppel's car through the portable space. Doppel naturally couldn't install a camera that could monitor himself in his car. So the appearance of Lin Xu and others was seen by no one except Doppel himself, who was stunned. The interior of Doppel's car was extremely spacious, several times more spacious than the extended version of Rolls-Royce. He was the only one inside, and he seemed to be thinking about something. So even if Lin Xu, Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Lu Yao appeared one after another, the suspension car was still very spacious. Doppel quickly calmed down after a brief panic. After watching Lin Xu and others walk out of the passage that was obviously similar to space teleportation, he casually closed the passage. Doppel began to think quickly in his mind. Space teleportation technology, even in the Galaxy Alliance, is a technology that only exists in theory. It's like humans in the 21st century, who theoretically know that the curvature engine exists, but in fact no one thinks that anyone can really make a curvature engine. So Doppel thought about it. Could it be the latest technology of the Mechanical Empire? Impossible. How could the Mechanical Empire master such a sci-fi technology? It's really too sci-fi. Is it a member planet in the Galaxy Alliance, wanting to rebel? It's even more impossible. With such sci-fi technology, why would you join the Galaxy Alliance? You should be the one to join the Galaxy Alliance. Anyway, I thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Seeing that Lin Xu had already sat down opposite him and looked at him with a smile, Doppel realized that he needed to speak. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to call for a guard at this time, and he didn't even call for it secretly. After all, the other party seemed to have developed technology to the level of sci-fi. Even if he called for a guard secretly, he would be discovered. He didn't want to gamble with his life. Where are you from? What is your purpose in finding me? Doppel asked calmly. Where are you from? This question actually made Lin Xu a little dazed for a while. After thinking about it, he answered. We are from the Milky Way, and we are here just to get our things back. Milky Way. Doppel was stunned for a moment. He always felt that this word was very familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. But Doppel continued to ask according to Lin Xu's words, excuse me, what is it? A high-dimensional item. Lin Xu answered. High-dimensional items. Various high-dimensional items flashed through Doppel's mind in an instant. However, those were disposable high-dimensional items that the Galaxy Alliance made by itself using chaotic energy. In the end, his mind was fixed on a high-dimensional item that was accidentally obtained thousands of years ago. That was the only thing in the entire Galaxy Alliance that could be considered a real high-dimensional item. But the person in front of him said that he wanted to take back the high-dimensional item, as if the high-dimensional item originally belonged to them. This made Doppel feel a little funny. However, no matter how funny it was, after all, he was still in the other party's hands, so Doppel still said patiently. You mean, that's your thing? Do you know the origin of that thing? Of course I know. What about you? You should also know the origin. So, don't you understand who I am? Lin Xu reminded. Who are you? Doppel frowned slightly, and then a possibility suddenly flashed through his mind. In an instant, it was like a thunder, exploding in his brain. That was a possibility that he had never thought of after meeting Lin Xu. But it was the most likely possibility now. As the saying goes, when one has eliminated all impossibilities from a matter, whatever remains, no matter how incredible it is the truth. Yes, if it was them, with such sci-fi technology as space teleportation, there would be nothing unreasonable. If it was them, everything would make sense. But, will they really come back? Are they really back? It's been 10,000 years, and no one thought that they would come back one day. Did they go to pursue the upgrade? Why come back? You are human. Doppel finally said that word with some difficulty. That word is a taboo word among the upper echelons of the entire Galaxy Alliance. Yes, I said, I'm just here to get our things back. You know, the birth of that thing was originally a byproduct of our experiment, and we didn't expect that it would be lost one day. But since it has been lost, we will also take responsibility and recover it. Lin Xu replied. No wonder our frontline troops who were cooperating with the Mechanical Empire to explore the planet of human remains were wiped out. We were still discussing whether the Mechanical Empire had secretly put obstacles in our way, but the Mechanical Empire obviously did not have such strength. I did not expect that you would come back. Doppel said with a bitter smile. We are back, and you are surprised? Lin Xu said with a smile. It is more than a surprise. The road to dimension upgrade is so difficult that we even thought that you had fallen. Doppel looked bitter. This is also the main reason why the Galaxy Alliance chose to eliminate the existence of humans from history. No one thinks that humans can really succeed in dimension upgrade, because it is too difficult and incredible. This is the consensus of the Council. In addition, the Council does not want to live under the shadow of humans forever. It is clear that we have been developing the Galaxy Alliance for the past 10,000 years, but why have the people always worshipped humans? Then simply eliminate humans from history. So, have you succeeded now? Doppel hesitated and asked. Yes, humans have already upgraded. Lin Xu nodded. Thinking about everything the Galaxy Alliance has done in the past 10,000 years after humans left, Doppel suddenly felt that the Galaxy Alliance was about to face a disaster. P.S. Please vote for me and please vote for me. Chapter 141 Humans Don't Care. Don't worry, we have no intention of settling accounts for what the Galaxy Alliance has done. Lin Xu saw Doppel's visible fear and comforted him. Really? Doppel couldn't believe it anyway. In fact, from my point of view, you did a good job. Lin Xu praised Doppel to Doppel's surprise. Not bad. Doppel was stunned for a moment. He never expected that he could get such an evaluation from humans. Of course, when humans established a Galaxy Alliance, their original intention was to control the generation of disordered filth and effectively manage the use of chaotic energy, so that disordered filth would not cause large-scale disasters. Now it seems that you have done a good job. Lin Xu said very seriously. Thank you, but this is what we should do. Facing the praise of humans, even though Doppel was in a very bad situation at the moment, a sense of pride flashed in his heart at this moment. After all, not everyone can be praised by humans. Things that should be done. But how many people in this world can't even do what they should do? Although you have made a lot of mistakes in this, the flaws do not outweigh the merits. Lin Xu thought for a while and added. This addition was like a cold shower that made Doppel, who was feeling elated, realize the reality. I'm very sorry about deleting the existence of humans from history. There's no need, because humans don't care, and neither do I. Lin Xu said lightly. No, I don't care. Doppel was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Indeed, for you who have already ascended to the higher dimension, this is just like the memory of reptiles, it doesn't matter at all. Reptiles, humans have never regarded you as reptiles, otherwise they wouldn't care about the disaster caused by disorder and filth to you, right? Lin Xu thought about it and still felt that he should explain it. Although it doesn't matter how others view humans from a human perspective, if Lin Xu doesn't say anything here, wouldn't it be a default? I said, you can choose not to believe it, and I don't care whether you believe it or not. But I won't default on your statement. Doppel opened his mouth, obviously wanting to refute, but in the end he said nothing. After all, the situation is stronger than people, so what's the point of arguing about these things at this time? Anyway, this is indeed one of the mistakes we made. As for the wanted order for the Devourer, no, the God-Giver, I will try to propose a motion in the Council to cancel the wanted order for the God-Giver. Doppel said immediately. Obviously, this was one of the remedies he could think of. In any case, he didn't want to face the anger from humans. No need, I said, we don't care. Lin Xu shook his head. You cannot care, but we must care. Doppel smiled bitterly. Then he thought about it and said, it's just that the high-dimensional item you mentioned, I am just an ordinary counselor, and I can't touch it at ordinary times. Only the chairman of the council can touch it. Even if I want to return the high-dimensional item to you, I can't do it. After all, I can't propose in the council to return the high-dimensional item to humans. Why can't I propose this? Lin Xu asked. Why can't I propose this? Doppel was stunned for a moment. In this way, Lin Xu temporarily lived in Doppel's courtyard on the capital star. A 10,000-year-old family like the Dory family naturally has a large courtyard on the capital star. It is located in the most prosperous area and is built on the ground. On the capital planet, except for the area where the council is located and can directly see the sky, the other places are the most expensive buildings on the ground, and then the more the buildings are developed towards the sky, the cheaper the land price is. Although this kind of cheapness, in remote areas, can even buy a planet directly. The Dory family lives in a house located above the ground. And the area above the head, all the way to the 18th floor, has also been bought by the Dory family and built into various facilities. So from the ground to the space, this area belongs to the Dory family, and the main feature is luxury. At first, Doppel's personal guards and the security department of the capital planet were extremely shocked by the sudden increase in the number of people in Doppel's car, But when they saw Doppel enthusiastically inviting Lin Xu to enter the other courtyard, the guards naturally said nothing. But the guards and the security department were still worried that Doppel was secretly controlled by someone. It was not until Lin Xu and his companions lived alone in the courtyard that Doppel and Lin Xu and his companions separated, and the guards and the security department finally breathed a sigh of relief. And it was also to reassure the guards, especially the official security department. Doppel had a full-body examination and confirmed that he had not been implanted with any life-threatening items, such as the brain chips used to control slaves on remote planets. The security department was completely relieved. At the same time, they continued to ask Doppel about the identities of Lin Xu and his companions. Doppel just kept claiming that Lin Xu was just his friend. He had never betrayed Lin Xu. The security department did not understand why Doppel was so protective of Lin Xu and his companions, who were obviously of unknown origin. However, due to Doppel's identity, they could only stop. Doppel could only smile bitterly in secret. He was not protecting Lin Xu and his companions. He was clearly protecting the security department of the capital planet, or protecting the Galaxy Alliance. If the two sides really fell out, Doppel did not think that the Galaxy Alliance had the possibility of winning over humans. Now it seemed that Lin Xu was easy to talk to. But as a 10,000-year-old family, Doppel knew too well how cruel humans were. He had read a lot of information about humans in the family. As the saying goes, the more you know, the more you understand the horror of humans. If you don't know, if it is a newly rising family, facing the threat of humans, they may still think that it is just an antique race from 10,000 years ago. Then say, old man, times have changed. But they don't understand it all. No matter whether the times have changed or not, you can't beat them. In this way, with Doppel's cover and sending more professional tour guides, Lin Xu traveled around the capital star and had a very free and easy life these days. Doppel even sometimes personally served as a tour guide and took Lin Xu to various attractions that ordinary people could not enter. In short, it was like serving the ancestors. Anyway, it's good for you to have fun. For this reason, the security department of the capital star was depressed again, and couldn't figure out who Lin Xu and his people were. Why does it seem that Doppel, the commentator, seems to be trying to please him? And until now, the security department of the capital planet has not received a high-definition image of Lin Xu and his companions. Every time the image is taken, it is blurry. The security department is also speculating whether these people are God-given ones. Some reviewer families privately raise God-given ones to deal with some shady things, and everyone knows it tacitly. But how can you communicate with God-given ones so openly, and with a faintly flattering look? In short, everything is hidden in the fog. The security department has analyzed many possibilities, but it has never been able to get to the point. Why do I feel that he looks a bit like the legendary human? Suddenly, a young boy spoke up at the internal meeting of the security department. The security department naturally knows that humans exist. This newcomer who has just joined the security department has recently been obsessed with reading the security department's past information. He has just read the files about humans. Naturally, he is impressed. Humans? Don't joke, humans are an old antique race that has disappeared for tens of thousands of years. And there are so many races that are close to human forms. For example, I look like a human from a distance. Am I one of them? Someone sneered. Even if it's really a human, so what? This is no longer their era. Okay, stop messing with the topic. I want you to think wildly, not fantasize. A section chief of the security department said. So everyone started discussing the possibility of Lin Xu's identity again. Only the highest chief of the security department, who was sitting at the top, frowned, but didn't say anything. Compared with the people below, as the highest chief of the security department, he naturally knows more about humans. He also knows that humans are not some antique race. It can only be said that although the people below know some things about humans in the files, they are only some ambiguous information. The information they have is not comprehensive, so they will naturally make mistakes. However, this highest chief also doesn't think that it will be a human. Until a few days later, another council meeting was held again. The council members who usually live in the capital star, and the council members who rush back from remote star systems. A total of more than half of the council members, more than 30 people, gathered in the council, ready to start the routine meeting of the new year. As expected, this meeting will discuss the budget for next year and some major issues. Compared with a parliament with hundreds of people, A more efficient organization like the Council can naturally handle various matters more efficiently. Doppel also appeared outside the Council on this day. After a routine security check, he walked into the Council building. He greeted the other councillors along the way, and finally came to a hall with a starry sky as the background, and sat on a chair beside a round table. At this time, there were already more than a dozen councillors sitting at the round table, and everyone greeted each other. Only Doppel seemed a little absent-minded. Because he knew that if what he did today was not successful, the result would be that the Dory family would fall into the abyss. But did he have a choice? Doppel smiled bitterly. Yes, he had no choice. Faced with huge pressure from humans, he could only do this. Yes, it was right for me to do this, and only in this way could the entire Galaxy Alliance be preserved. Humans have no interest in the Galaxy Alliance, but if they are not satisfied with humans, it would be easy for them to destroy the Galaxy Alliance. Therefore, only cooperation with humans is the only way for the Dory family and the Galaxy Alliance to survive. Doppel kept admonishing himself in his heart. After a while, he felt much better. Because he did not betray, on the contrary, he was even the savior of the Galaxy Alliance. The Galaxy Alliance had done a lot of wrong things before, and now it is just correcting those things. For example, clearing the God-given, such as deleting the existence of humans from history. These are not correct, so what is wrong with me following humans and doing the right thing now? Everything is their fault. Doppel, who had done a good job of psychological preparation, slowly restored the smile on his mouth and greeted the nearby reviewers. Oh, young man from the Dory family, seeing how serious you were just now, I thought humans were going to fight back. Ha ha ha, what's wrong with you? Smile more. Sitting next to Doppel, Mr. Taiyin, who also came from a 10,000-year-old family, teased the young junior. In an instant, the smile on Doppel's mouth froze. He even almost jumped up. He asked the old man next to him, "How do you know that I am now a human guide?" But he reacted immediately. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. This is a joke that they often tell in the Council, like the big bad wolf is coming. Haha, no way, it's not easy for humans to come back. Doppel's mouth trembled, and he forced a smile. What's wrong with you? However, Haven saw something wrong with Doppel. Those who can sit here are all smart people, and no one is stupid. Naturally, he saw that Doppel was wrong. But no matter how hard he thought, he probably couldn't figure out what the reason was. At most, he would think carefully and try. Does the Dory family have any plan to secretly target me? No, I have to send someone to investigate after I go back. Mr. Haven decided. In this way, soon all the council members who could arrive were all present and sat at the round table. So this year's council meeting began. Just when the chairman of the council had just announced the start of the council meeting, picked up a document, and was about to talk about the first thing, Doppel coughed, cleared his throat, and stood up first. Everyone, I'm sorry, please allow me to delay you for a while. Doppel, if you have anything to say, please speak at the proposal time after the council meeting. Now is the council's government affairs processing time. The chairman of the council frowned a little unhappy. Doppel bowed to him apologetically. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman of the council, but this matter is very important and must be said now. Doppel insisted. Okay, let's see what Mr. Doppel has to say. The chairman of the council frowned even more, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his expression, but he still gave Doppel face. He just secretly decided to teach this young man a lesson later and let him know what the rules are. But the next moment, the chairman of the council completely forgot the idea in his mind. Because Doppel took a step back and left the edge of the round table. At the same time, he respectfully bowed to the void around him. Master Lin Xu, everyone is here. Then, he saw a light curtain suddenly flash in the void around Doppel, and then a figure stepped out of the light curtain. Then there were 2 figures, 3 figures. In the end, there were 5 figures in total, 1 in front and 4 behind, appearing at the round table. Guards, guards. Some reviewers have already shouted. Unfortunately, his voice can't be heard at all. Because this is a review meeting, and the most important issue discussed is the most important issue of the Galaxy Alliance. In order to prevent being spied on, the best soundproof materials are used in the meeting room, and the sound can't be transmitted at all. This can be regarded as a kind of shooting oneself in the foot. However, other reviewers reacted and reached out to press the button on the table. It was the button to call the guards. But before he could touch the button, He suddenly found that a small air cover had appeared on the button at some point, covering the button, and he couldn't touch the button at all. Who are you? Doppel, what are you doing? Doppel, do you understand what you are doing? No, the way they just appeared, is it space teleportation? How can such technology exist? This is unscientific. The reviewers gradually calmed down from the initial panic. It is impossible for anyone who can reach this position to be a fool. Maybe they come from major families, but there is also competition within the family. At this time, Lin Xu had already sat down in the position that originally belonged to Doppel. Miss Qiu and Nans, who stood behind Lin Xu, Miss Qiu was always alert to everything around, and Lu Yao quietly shrank at the back, either slacking off or watching everything with interest. Doppel stood beside Lin Xu, and his appearance of a lackey was beyond words. Doppel, what is the important thing you just said? The chairman of the review, who had calmed down, looked at Lin Xu, and then looked at Doppel and asked, well, please allow me to introduce you first. This is the human Lord Lin Xu. Doppel stood up straight and said with a proud look. At this moment, Doppel did feel a sense of pride. That was a human, the legendary human. And now he was working for the great human. Thinking about it this way, it seemed that it was indeed worth being proud of. Human. That's impossible. Doppel, are you crazy? Those present were all at the top of the Galaxy Alliance, and all of them knew about the existence of humans. Most of them were from ancient families, and there were countless records of humans in their families. But it was precisely because of this understanding that he felt even more terrified at this moment. Humans, if they were really humans. Of course, there were also some families that rose later, and they did not have a full understanding of humans, but they still knew that humans existed. But it was precisely because of the inadequate understanding that the fear at this moment was not so strong. Doppel, you said he was a human, do you have evidence? Someone from such a newly promoted family asked at the moment. Yes, we all know that humans have disappeared for thousands of years, but we don't believe anyone who just popped up and claimed to be a human. Humans, after all, are a thing of the past. We must learn to look forward. Someone else reminded Doppel. However, Doppel just smiled proudly and reservedly. Isn't the space teleportation just now enough to prove it? Do you think that is a technology that the current Galactic Alliance or the Mechanical Empire can master? All of the reviewers fell silent. Everyone is not a fool. The appearance of such a sci-fi technology as space teleportation before their eyes is enough to explain everything. What is in front of them is really human. Has the race that disappeared for 10,000 years really come back? More than 30 reviewers looked at each other, and no one spoke for a while. Finally, the chairman of the review spoke first. Even if you are really a human, what is your purpose? I believe that if you just want to start a war with the Galactic Alliance, you will not appear here. War? I think you may have made a mistake. Lin Xu frowned and spoke for the first time. What's wrong? The chairman of the council was puzzled. The Galaxy Alliance is not qualified to start a war with humans. Even if a conflict really occurs, it will only be a one-sided massacre, and that cannot be called a war. Lin Xu said seriously. The council members were choked by Lin Xu's self-evident attitude. The members of the long-standing aristocratic families were silent collectively, because they knew that humans did have such qualifications. But the newly rising aristocratic families did not know everything about humans. Some council members were so angry at Lin Xu's arrogance that they laughed. They even slammed the table on the spot and pointed at Lin Xu and cursed. Arrogant, too arrogant, who do you think you are? This is not 10,000 years ago, the era of you old antiques is over. Do you think the Galaxy Alliance is still the Galaxy Alliance when it was just established 10,000 years ago? At that time, the Galaxy Alliance only had a few galaxies, and you humans naturally seemed very powerful. But now the Galaxy Alliance has encompassed more than half of the galaxy, and there are hundreds of millions of affiliated galaxies under the Alliance, and countless warships. How many divisions do you humans have? I know you humans, don't you have autonomous mechanical aggregates and nanorobots? I also know your nanorobots. The devouring particles used by the current devourers are your nanorobots, and their power is just like that. Even if you humans use them, how strong can they be? Lin Xu didn't take these people's shouting to heart at all. Instead, the members of the 10,000-year-old family were terrified when they heard it, looking at Lin Xu's expression, as if they were afraid that he would go berserk and drag them out for target practice. Instead, it was the chairman of the council who could remain calm and ask at this time. So, What is the purpose of mankind? It's very simple, we just come to take back what originally belongs to us. Lin Xu said with a smile. Instantly, the chairman's heart tightened. What originally belongs to you? Could it be the entire Galaxy Alliance? At this moment, the chairman of the council suddenly felt that the Galaxy Alliance was about to face a disaster. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 142, A Touch with Humans. Take back your things? What did you leave behind? The chairman of the review was still able to answer calmly. From this point, it can be seen that his psychological quality is indeed much better than Doppel. Don't worry, we have no interest in the Galaxy Alliance. Lin Xu naturally saw the other party's nervousness, and he didn't intend to be mysterious, so he said it directly. Really? The chairman of the review was refreshed. I think you may have made a mistake. The Galaxy Alliance may be very important to you. But for humans, it is nothing more than candy in the hands of children. Only children are always careful to avoid being snatched away, but adults are actually not interested in snatching it. Lin Xu said very seriously. Candy in the hands of children? Haha, it's really a wonderful metaphor. The chairman of the review laughed twice without any smile. But whether he believed what Lin Xu said was another matter. No interest in the Galaxy Alliance? I don't think they dare to have any interest. Some reviewers made malicious guesses. Obviously, they were still members of those newly rising families with insufficient foundation. In their view, what is not interested in the Galaxy Alliance is nothing more than insufficient strength. If the strength is sufficient, who would not want to take such a huge Galaxy Alliance into their pockets? Even if the current technological level of the Galaxy Alliance is indeed inferior to that of humans, this vast territory alone is enough for any existence to covet. Lin Xu looked at them, especially the commentators who made sarcastic remarks again and again, and shook his head helplessly. What is a frog at the bottom of a well? This is a frog at the bottom of a well. The so-called firefly dares to compete with a bright moon, which is this kind of person. So Lin Xu tapped his finger on the table a few times. The figures instantly felt a huge pressure all over their bodies, which directly pressed them down on the table. At the same time, as the pressure became greater and greater, waves of pain came from their bodies, and some people even screamed directly. What did you do? The chairman of the review controlled the urge to get up and run, because he also knew that he could not run away. It's just temporarily increasing the gravity around them. Lin Xu said, and tapped the table again. Suddenly, the screams could not be heard, because the mouths of several people had been sealed. Okay, let's continue. In fact, the purpose of human beings is very simple. What we want is just that high-dimensional item. Lin Xu said lightly. High-dimensional item? You mean item 0? The chairman of the council was stunned for a moment, and then he realized what Lin Xu was talking about. It was the high-dimensional item that the Galaxy Alliance obtained thousands of years ago, which was said to be made by humans. It was a pity that the mechanical emperor escaped at that time. It can be said that it was the most regrettable thing for the Galaxy Alliance in thousands of years. From then on, the Galaxy Alliance had a powerful opponent and was against the Galaxy Alliance everywhere. Item 0. Lin Xu looked at Doppel. Inside the council, the code name for that item is Item 0. Doppel immediately explained to Lin Xu. That's right. Item 0 was originally made by humans and was lost. We are just taking back our own things now. As for the rest, we are not interested. Lin Xu nodded and explained. Just for Item 0. The chairman of the council hesitated. If humans only wanted Item 0, there was actually room for negotiation. Because although Item 0 is very useful, compared to going to war with humans, the chairman of the council is more inclined to hand over the item to keep safe. If it is only Item 0, we can hand it over, but before that, I want to know what humans think of the council's actions. The chairman of the council hesitated and asked, Actions? From the perspective of humans, you are actually doing quite well. Lin Xu nodded in appreciation. Not bad. The chairman of the council was stunned for a moment. The members of the 10,000-year family were also stunned for a moment, because this was completely different from what they imagined. Only Doppel understood their current thoughts, because he had thought so before. After all, the council single-handedly led the elimination of all human influences in the Galaxy Alliance, and even eliminated the history of human existence. It even encircled and suppressed the God-given. So how could humans think that they did a good job? It is normal to hate them to the bone. This is also the reason why the counselors were so scared after confirming Lin Xu's identity. Because everyone believes that because of the council's actions, the two sides are in a hostile relationship with no room for easing. But now humans think that they are doing a good job? Instantly, everyone felt as if their fear was meaningless. I know what you think, but the purpose of mankind's establishment of the Galaxy Alliance was to eliminate disorder and filth. So as long as you can control the expansion of disorder and filth, then no matter what you do, humans don't care. Whether it's your encirclement and suppression of the God-given or your elimination of human influence in history, humans don't care. Lin Xu pointed at the armrest of the chair and explained casually. However, his explanation made the reviewers look at each other, and they didn't know what to say for a while. It's just that although the reviewers were surprised by this answer, their reactions were different. Those members of the aristocratic families with deep backgrounds breathed a sigh of relief. If humans really don't care, it means that they don't have to be hostile to humans. Just using a high-dimensional item to exchange for human forgiveness is really a big profit. The reviewers who don't have a deep background and don't know much about humans sneered. How could they not care? They just want to appease you idiots, and you really believe it. Master Lin Xu, please forgive my presumption. At this moment, Doppel suddenly spoke. Lin Xu was a little curious about what he wanted to say. I want to remind you that humans have already upgraded to a higher dimension. How can some trivial things above the lower dimension arouse the interest of great humans? So I advise you not to use the thinking of mortals like us to imagine the thoughts of the real higher beings that have surpassed this dimension. Doppel looked at the 30 or so reviewers. As he explained, each of them showed a look of shock on his face, and suddenly felt extremely refreshed. So, Mr. Doppel is now on the road to becoming an excellent lackey, going further and further. The upgrade is successful, it should be so. After getting over the initial shock, a reviewer sighed. Humans were chasing the upgrade back then. If it wasn't for the upgrade, how could they come back? Others also suddenly realized. Higher dimensional creatures. Many reviewers just didn't think about it for a while, otherwise how could they not think of the possibility that Doppel could think of before? Now that Doppel had awakened them, more people were inclined to hand over item 0. Okay, we've said what we should say. Now please vote on whether you are willing to hand over the item 0 you mentioned. Lin Xu looked at the reviewers. At the same time, Lin Xu released his suppression of the troublemakers. Suddenly, several people regained their freedom and sat down on their seats, panting and staring at Lin Xu with bad eyes. So, who is in favor and who is against? Lin Xu asked again. The reviewers, including the chairman, looked at each other. Although Doppel had raised his hand first, in the eyes of many reviewers, he was already on Lin Xu's side and had no reference value. I agree. In the end, it was the chairman who raised his hand first. In an instant, all the reviewers' eyes were focused on the chairman. Especially those troublemakers who were dissatisfied with Lin Xu. They never thought that the first one to surrender was the chairman. I agree. I agree too. It's just a high-dimensional item. We can afford the loss, so I agree. As more and more people raised their hands, the result was self-evident. Except for a few who abstained, there were those who chose not to agree. Finally, the vote was over. Of course, it is also possible that they just had to agree under the pressure of Lin Xu in the current situation. If Lin Xu let them go, it is hard to say whether they would regret it later. But Lin Xu didn't care. As long as he got the location coordinates of item 0, Lin Xu didn't care even if all these people regretted it later. Very good, then tell me now, where's item 0? Lin Xu asked. The chairman of the review glanced at the reviewers around the round table, and finally slowly said the coordinates of item 0. Item number 0 is on a meteorite in the orbit of the 5th planet. The meteorite was originally intended to be used to build a meteorite museum. Later, the museum was moved to another place in the name of choosing a new site. In fact, the place had already been built. After pretending to be visually camouflaged, it was used as the storage place for item number 0. The chairman of the review slowly explained. No wonder. Lin Xu nodded. No wonder he opened a high-dimensional perspective on the capital planet, but did not find any trace of the high-dimensional item. It turned out that it was hidden on a meteorite in the galaxy. This makes sense. Then, Lin Xu accepted the electronic star map sent by the chairman of the review. The location of the meteorite where item number 0 is located is marked in detail on it. Thank you all for your cooperation. This matter is over, and I should say goodbye. Lin Xu stood up and said. Then I wonder if we should go with you. The chairman of the review stood up as a matter of course. The other reviewers also stood up. Although he was very unwilling, it was a fact that he had become a hostage, so he should still have some hostage consciousness. No, I can go by myself. Don't you have a meeting? Then you can continue the meeting. I have already been an uninvited guest, so I won't disturb you anymore, Lin Xu said with a polite smile. But his answer made all the reviewers stunned. What's the situation? Don't you need me to be a hostage? Then, Lin Xu took Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Lu Yao and walked out of the conference hall openly. Doppel hesitated for a moment, but didn't follow them out after all. Just like that, the door was opened, and Lin Xu and his party walked out calmly in the stunned eyes of many security personnel outside the door. The security personnel immediately became chaotic, and some people pretended to come forward to arrest these guys of unknown origin. Some drew their guns and pointed them at Lin Xu and others, and some were at a loss, not knowing whether this person who walked out of the conference hall where the meeting was in progress was an enemy or a friend. It was not until a scolding came from the hall that many security personnel stopped. The chairman of the council looked at Lin Xu and his party with complicated eyes as they walked through the gate and left the council. Then he flew directly into the sky, and soon his figure disappeared among the layers of buildings. On the round table of the council, a holographic projection flashed, and the images of Lin Xu and his party appeared on it. He just left like that. Some counselors seemed to still not believe this fact. Is this the confidence of humans? One counselor sighed. I think it seems like a trick. I suggest that the capital fleet be dispatched immediately. They only have a few people. Can they still defeat the fleet? One of the troublemakers who had just been disciplined by Lin Xu slammed the table and shouted. You are so presumptuous. Do you want the Galaxy Alliance to be doomed? They are humans, they are humans. We can't fight them at all. Doppel immediately accused. So what if they are humans? Is our fleet just a decoration? You surrendered without even touching it. I think you are scared by humans. His words of surrendering without even touching it touched the hearts of many counselors at once. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Even the members of the 10,000-year-old family are very aware of the horror of human beings. But after so many years, the pride of the Galaxy Alliance still makes them feel ashamed of their behavior of surrendering without any resistance. HMPH, a bunch of cowards. A troublemaker who had just been disciplined slammed the door and left. The other troublemakers looked at the room full of judges and turned around to chase after them. What are they going to do? A judge broke the silence. No matter what they do, it is their private behavior and has nothing to do with us. A judge followed. But, relying on just a few of them, they can't mobilize the fleet in the capital area. I will give orders to my people not to stop them. A judge said after a moment of silence. The other judges looked at each other and began to contact their own people. In short, let those judges do whatever they want. We don't stop them, but we don't help them either. If something goes wrong, it's their fault. We don't know anything. Doppel was helpless when he saw this scene. In fact, everyone was very unwilling, but they didn't dare to step forward. Now that someone has stepped forward, let them have a chance to try. It's just the right time to identify the quality of human beings. If human beings are still as terrible as they were 10,000 years ago, or even more terrible, then it's nothing more than kneeling more thoroughly. So the reviewers' eyes were cast on the round table again, where the figures of Lin Xu and others were still being tracked. Because it was filmed and magnified with a long-distance lens, no sound could be heard, but the picture was still very clear. Lord Lin Xu, the fleet of the capital star seems to be moving. Miss Qiu reported. Still unwilling? It doesn't matter. Since you are unwilling, let them suffer some losses. Lin Xu didn't care. At the same time, he waved his hand, the space around him opened up, and the Skylark slowly flew out. Then Lin Xu and others boarded the Skylark and began to accelerate towards the meteorite where the zero item was collected. At the same time, the panelists who watched the entire process of the Skylark's appearance frowned. How did the spaceship just appear? How did he summon the spaceship out of thin air? I don't know. What kind of technology is this? Can space teleportation even teleport spaceships? Will he teleport a whole fleet over later? A panelist hesitated and said. No way. Several panelists were relatively speechless for a while. At this time, the fleets in the capital area had been summoned. Not only the fleets around the capital star, but also countless warships scattered throughout the capital galaxy. It can be said that those panelists summoned the strongest combat power in the entire capital area in the shortest time. At one time, tens of thousands of warships, spread across every corner of the galaxy, gathered towards one place. Although they looked very arrogant on the surface, they were actually very cautious when facing humans. They gathered the strongest combat power all at once, just in case something went wrong. For a while, the people in the entire capital galaxy, watching the warships in the galaxy gather, thought that an exercise was going to be conducted somewhere. After all, the Galaxy Alliance, which has been in peace for a long time, is still the capital star system. No matter how you think about it, it is impossible for the Galaxy Alliance to really go to war. If the enemy can fight all the way to the capital star system, how can the Galaxy Alliance survive? So many people took out their video equipment and prepared to shoot a large-scale exercise in space. Looking at the scale, are all the fleets dispatched? This scale is too large, don't you think it's a bit wrong? What can be wrong? Can it still be a war? It's nothing more than a temporary exercise on a larger scale. Let's just watch the excitement. Lin Xu naturally knew about the gathering of the Capital Circle fleet, but he didn't care. The Skylark continued to head towards the meteorite where the zero item was. The speed of the Skylark did not accelerate to the fastest, and it could even be said that it was slowing down, just waiting for the gathering of the Capital Circle fleet. Since the purpose of these fleets is obviously himself, Lin Xu planned to board the meteorite after dealing with the fleet. After all, Lin Xu didn't want to be disturbed by some mosquito-like warships when he was capturing high-dimensional items. The fleet in the capital area did not let Lin Xu wait too long. It might be that the reviewers were afraid that Lin Xu would run away in the middle of the journey because of fear. In this way, warships soon gathered on the road that Lin Xu had to take to reach the meteorite. Tens of thousands of warships, each of which was tens of thousands of meters in size, plus countless smaller warships, densely covered the space in front. In contrast, Lin Xu had only a small spaceship of more than 100 meters, playing alone against tens of thousands of huge warships. Whether it was the reviewers in the review council, watching the holographic projection on the table, or the astronomy enthusiasts on the planet, secretly peeping at the sky, everyone saw an incredible scene next. That is, countless space channels suddenly opened up next to the small spaceship. Warships of various shapes rushed out of those space channels and rushed directly to the warships in front. Those were warships made of autonomous mechanical aggregates, pouring out of the space channel one after another, as if there was no end. Has the human space teleportation technology been so terrible? Looking at the picture on the round table, a certain commentator swallowed his saliva. After all, they are human beings. It's not certain that we will lose. The number of these warships is not more than ours, and they are much smaller. Indeed, even if the human warship technology is more advanced, there will be heavy losses. The reviewers encouraged themselves. Then, as if they were deliberately slapping their faces, the warships of both sides collided with each other. Although the warships composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates have added most of their functions to attack, they are completely using temporary warships in the mode of drones, but the only defense they have is still far beyond the defense capabilities of the opposing warships. As for the attack capabilities, let alone. In short, just a face-to-face encounter, the warships of the capital fleet were blown up one after another. The temporary warships were like a group of tanks rushing into an infantry group, violently harvesting the warships of the capital fleet. In just a moment, more than one-third of the warships of the capital fleet were destroyed. However, the temporary warships only suffered single-digit losses. Seeing this scene, not only the several reviewers who were leading the warship attack were dumbfounded. Many of the counselors who were watching all this at the round table in the back were also dumbfounded. The astronomy enthusiasts who were secretly watching were even more dumbfounded. What's going on? Isn't this an exercise? Didn't you see that the warships were blown up? Is this true? Retreat, retreat immediately. We can't continue to fight. We will destroy the fleet. The counselors who were sitting around the round table in the council could no longer sit still. The fleet of the entire metropolitan area is not just the property of a certain counselor, but the property of all counselors. It was destroyed in such a short time. Who wouldn't feel distressed? Yes, we can't fight anymore. It's meaningless to fight anymore. Quickly notify them to retreat. But will they retreat? Some counselors have already thought of it, and those counselors who are stubborn and want to touch it have no way out. This is also the case. Several counselors who presided over the battleship attack watched their own battleships being blown up one by one. For a moment, it was like a gambler who lost a bet. All the chips were put on. It doesn't matter whether these chips are their own. P.S. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Thank you for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143: The Result of the Collision. The outcome of the matter is destined. It will not turn the tables just because the gambler loses too much. On the contrary, he will lose more because he puts more chips on the line. The Skylark traveled through various battlefields with fierce bombardment and roar. However, the number of warships belonging to the capital fleet on this battlefield is getting smaller and smaller. Even the temporary warships composed of autonomous mechanical aggregates are far smaller than the warships of the capital star fleet in size. They look more like children and adults. But in the real battle, the result is reversed. The warships of the capital fleet are like children being beaten by adults. The huge warships of tens of thousands of meters long were easily penetrated by the temporary warships of only about 1,000 meters, and then exploded one after another. Until the warships belonging to the capital fleet in the universe, there were only a few big cats and kittens left. The entire capital galaxy is full of temporary warships belonging to humans. Lost? How could they lose so quickly? It's only been a short time. The counselors who were watching all this through the holographic projection at the round table in the council were also shocked at this time. The fleet of the Capital Circle is the most elite force in the entire Galaxy Alliance. With the most advanced equipment and the best crew, even if they really can't beat them, they can't be defeated so quickly. Is the gap so big? Even many members of the 10,000-year-old family have long known the horror of humans through the records within the family. But this result is still beyond everyone's expectations. They know that humans are powerful, but they didn't expect them to be so powerful. It's only been a short time. It's not even as long as the time Lin Xu chatted with him just now, and the entire huge fleet was wiped out. This is no longer a war. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that what Lin Xu said before was not a joke. This is not a war, but just a massacre. Even Doppel, who had already chosen a side, was actually mostly shocked at this moment. Although he had long determined that humans were invincible, he didn't expect the gap between the two sides to be so big. At the same time, the look he gave to the others naturally had a sense of superiority. Look, I told you that we can't win. The only correct choice is to surrender as soon as possible. Sure enough, my choice was right. You guys who want to resist humans deserve it. At the same time, on the planets of the capital system, astronomy enthusiasts who were observing this exercise in various ways were already devoured by fear. It's over. It's all over. I'm afraid that the fleet of the entire capital system has been completely destroyed by the fleet that came from nowhere. What should we do next? The civilians who had never experienced such a scene were like ants on a hot pot for a while. However, the first thing they thought of after they reacted was to quickly upload what they had just filmed to the internet, and everyone should take shelter quickly. But before he could upload a video, he suddenly found that his network had been locked. He was even forbidden to upload videos. Obviously, these guys who observed the truth in the starry sky had already been monitored. There was still singing and dancing on the planets, and no one on the ordinary plane knew what was happening. No one knew that the starry sky above them, the fleet that originally protected their safety, had been destroyed by another huge fleet. Only those who occasionally looked up at the starry sky, but now they could not convey everything they knew. Among the few remaining warships, several judges who were still commanding the battle with high spirits just now all looked pale at the human warships that were getting closer and closer in the distance. Several warships tens of thousands of meters long were surrounded by countless thousand-meter-long warships. If it were based on past experience, such a 1,000-meter-long small warship, no matter how many there were, would not cause any damage to their current warships. But in the battle just now, they already knew that any of these small warships in their eyes could easily destroy their current warships. Not to mention that now so many of them surrounded themselves densely. At this moment, the atmosphere of despair enveloped everyone on the warship. We are finished, completely finished. Ha, humans are really so terrifying. Unfortunately, we know it too late. We have defeated the most elite fleet of the entire Galaxy Alliance. I am afraid that the next fate is already doomed. I just hope that my family will not be implicated. It is difficult, very difficult. They need a scapegoat. After all, they have to give an explanation to humans. Yes, our fate has been doomed from the beginning, but it is a pity that we have only realized it now. Soon after, several consecutive explosions of electromagnetic guns came from the command tower. The staff officers who were still commanding the actions of the warships below looked back in astonishment, only to see several usually high-ranking counselors who had committed suicide. In the end, Lin Xu spared the few remaining warships. It was not that he suddenly had any kindness. He just had no interest in this meaningless unilateral massacre. Since the other party was no longer prepared to resist, Lin Xu stopped. The next moment, a large number of temporary warships disintegrated and returned to autonomous mechanical aggregates. Then the space around the Skylark flashed, and a large number of space channels opened. Then, a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates disappeared into the space channels in front of the Council and some civilians on the planet who were still observing the battlefield, and returned to Lin Xu's personal space. Is that the legendary autonomous mechanical aggregate? A council member said bitterly. They teleported away again. It's really a fighting method that can be summoned and dismissed at will. Should I say that they are worthy of being human? I don't know how many times I have heard this sentence today. Silence. The chairman of the council suddenly interrupted everyone's discussion. When everyone turned their eyes to him, the chairman of the council continued to speak. Let's talk about how to deal with the aftermath and how to gain human understanding. For a while, the entire council was silent. Only Doppel was laughing secretly, as if he was saying, look, it's still me. But he also knew how much he was hated now, so he kept a low profile and didn't show any gloating. In this way, the council quickly agreed on a plan on how to mobilize fleets from all over the Alliance to return and restore the defense of the capital system. As for the question of what the fleet that had just been mobilized should do in the face of the human fleet that had just destroyed the capital star fleet, everyone automatically ignored it. Didn't you see that the human fleet had disappeared? Then let's not discuss it. Anyway, no matter how much we discuss it, we still can't win. So the most critical question is, what should we do to make humans stop caring about the battle that just happened? After all, although the battle was not commanded by the people present, there must be 1,000 threads of connection. It's not that they can just say they didn't know about it and get away with it. So, scapegoats are needed. For example, the families of those counselors. Recently, I feel more and more that my health is not good, and I am no longer qualified for the position of the chairman of the council. I propose to give my position to Mr. Doppel of the Dory family. Does anyone have any opinions? The chairman of the council expressed his plan at this time. Suddenly, all the councillors were stunned. In theory, this is not in line with the rules of the chairman of the council to resign and be crowned. But at this moment, no councillor raised his hand to object. After a hasty discussion, everyone agreed to the chairman's resignation. And congratulations to Doppel for being the new chairman of the council. At this moment, even Doppel himself was confused. Then he suppressed his inner ecstasy and accepted everyone's congratulations. At the same time, he felt more and more that his previous decision was indeed correct. While the council was scheming against each other, Lin Xu had already arrived on the meteorite. As he landed on the meteorite, Lin Xu had already observed a high-dimensional bright spot belonging to Item 0 from a high-dimensional perspective. That was the high-dimensional information entanglement point generated by the entanglement of a large amount of high-dimensional information in Item 0 in the high dimension. It is not observable by low-dimensional intelligent life. But in Lin Xu's eyes, it was as bright as a candlelight beacon. Then, Lin Xu opened a closed door leading to the underground in front of him according to the password given by the chairman of the council, and floated down first. This is a meteorite with a radius of hundreds of thousands of meters. Although it is very large, it is not enough to generate gravity. So it naturally floats down. Lin Xu was followed by Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Lu Yao. Miss Qiu followed Lin Xu as always vigilantly observing the surroundings, ready to block any danger for Lin Xu. However, there was obviously no danger here. Even the garrison on the meteorite, and even some researchers, had been evacuated urgently under orders. Now you can still see the traces left by some researchers in the meteorite when they evacuated in a hurry. Soon, Lin Xu and his party arrived at an area of anti-gravity and simulated gravity. Back on the ground, Continue to move forward. Passing through the gates, they finally arrived at the destination. The high-dimensional object blocked by the special gate. As Lin Xu entered the final password, the gate slowly opened, and a flower blooming in a flower pot appeared in the hall in front of him that was blocked by heavy transparent materials. Is this the high-dimensional object? Why is it a flower? Lin Xu said a little surprised. It's not a flower, it's plastic. After Lin Xu carefully observed it, his expression was a little strange. Plastic? Plastic flower. Lin Xu was stunned for a moment, and he didn't react at all. Lin Xu had already released a boiled egg from his personal space. After all, this guy still has some say in the high-dimensional items in the human ruins. Oh, my great human master, your humble servant finally sees you again. The boiled egg might be a face, with a tearful expression on it. It circled around Lin Xu. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. Lin Xu is used to this problem, so he asked directly. Do you know what's going on with that plastic flower? Plastic flower? Oh, it looks like a decorative flower pot on the base back then. After observing it for a while, the boiled egg actually gave an answer. Decorative flower pot? Why is it plastic? Lin Xu asked, puzzled. This? I remember it was because it was more convenient, no need to take care of it. After all, as you know, researchers are too lazy to care about these little things. In fact, they don't care whether there are flowers or not. It's just that the higher-ups think that having more green flowers and plants is beneficial to the physical and mental health of those odyssey, so they made this kind of plastic flowers, which can not only cope with the inspections from above, but also have some green flowers and plants. Boiled egg explained ramblingly. For a moment, even Lin Xu was speechless. So, what is this guy's ability? Lin Xu asked Lin Xu this time. According to the information, it is consciousness modification. Lin Xu flipped through the information given by the chairman of the review. It was written in detail that you can't get close to this pot of flowers, otherwise your thinking will be affected. However, Lin Xu directly opened the layers of transparent material protection and walked straight in. After all, this kind of influence from the higher dimension does not work on him. Even from Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Lin Xu and Lu Yao, who are human relatives, it does not work either. Consciousness modification? Then how do they use this pot of flowers? Lin Xu asked. Before Lin Xu could answer, the few people who had come close to the flower pot, the flower in front of them, which was originally drooping, suddenly raised its head and spoke. Oh, this breath, is it human? I never thought that one day I would be able to see humans again. This is really a surprise in the long years. Hey, you guy, since you are also in the base back then, don't you know to use respectful titles for humans? Boiled egg suddenly put on an air of a senior and said. This kind of thing doesn't matter. Respect is kept in the heart, not shouted out. Plastic flower said lazily. Boiled egg wanted to say something, but was beaten to it by Lin Xu. Your ability is consciousness modification? Then why don't you modify the consciousness of the researchers here and escape? Lin Xu asked, puzzled. What's the harm in escaping? It's actually quite good to stay here. You don't have to do anything all day. The most important thing is that you don't have to listen to that mechanical idiot's constant chatter. If you really escape, what should you do if you meet him again? Plastic flower said, with a helpless tone in his voice. Mechanical idiot? Are you talking about a mechanical emperor? Lin Xu guessed. Yes, I heard that he later had a name called this, and he also established a mechanical empire. That guy has never been content. He insisted on escaping from the planet where the human base was located, and he wanted to drag me with him. Fortunately, he was discovered by the Galaxy Alliance and ran away. I finally have peace again. Plastic flower said, even a little emotional. So, you have voluntarily stayed here for so many years. Lin Xu didn't expect this to be the reason, and his tone became a little strange. Yes, I have lived quite well these years. Apart from helping those reviewers to brainwash the heads of some planets that have not yet joined the Galaxy Alliance from time to time, so that they can change their minds and join in, there is nothing else to do. Plastic flower seemed very satisfied with her work. You are living a carefree life? Lin Xu couldn't help but say. Thank you for the compliment, so are you going to take me away now? Plastic flower asked. Are you willing to go? Lin Xu asked. Sure, I don't care. It doesn't matter where I stay, and it's better with you. At least there are humans there, and that mechanical fool who always wants to get rid of humans shouldn't have the chance to come back and continue to nag me. As the plastic flower spoke, a sweaty emoticon appeared on the plastic flower. If you are talking about a mechanical emperor, then unfortunately, he has been captured by me now. Lin Xu said with a smile. Caught back, that's even better, as long as you don't lock us up together, I don't have to listen to his nagging either. Plastic flower's tone was visibly happy. It can be seen that he has suffered from the mechanical emperor for a long time, and he doesn't know how the mechanical emperor tortured him back then. In this way, the plastic flower's ability was sealed by Lin Xu, and it was taken back to the place on the earth where a group of high-dimensional objects were placed. Plastic flower was even happy about having his ability sealed, because he wouldn't even need to work in the future. What could be better than this? Afterwards, Lin Xu and his companions returned to the meteorite by the same route. They returned to the Skylark. At this time, they received a message from Doppel. As soon as the holographic image was turned on, it was the projected Doppel, who bowed to Lin Xu at a 120-degree angle. What are you doing? Lin Xu looked at him folding himself like a shrimp, and was simply puzzled. Thank you, great human beings, praise the great human beings, and human beings will be immortal. Doppel said repeatedly with great excitement. Okay, what's going on? Lin Xu interrupted his emotional expression. After Doppel's explanation, he learned that Doppel had actually taken over the position of the chairman of the council. At the same time, the families of the several councillors who led the fleet before have now been liquidated by the council. All the industries and planets owned by their families have been taken over by the council. That is, they have been confiscated. As for the family members, they have also received various punishments. This made Lin Xu's expression a little strange. Originally, I was thinking that there must be an explanation for the previous battle with the capital fleet. I wanted to ask for it in person. Even if Lin Xu had already prepared for a battle, but the council chose to take action, there must be some price to pay. It's not for anything else, it's just a declaration that provoking humans must pay a price. Unexpectedly, the council was very sensible. Before Lin Xu came to the door, he knelt down first. This is good, saving Lin Xu trouble. When Lin Xu had decided to end the matter here. In the council, the councillors sitting around the round table looked at Doppel, who had been honored as the chairman of the council and was communicating with Lin Xu through holographic images. Each one was still nervous. They didn't know whether the various methods they had discussed before could gain Lin Xu's understanding. What if it didn't work? Think about it, now there is no fleet responsible for defense in the entire capital area, which is equivalent to the capital area being disarmed. The insecurity of the councillors continued to rise. They believed that if Lin Xu was interested, they would agree to any request. But Lin Xu did not intend to do so. Lord Lin Xu, after the discussion of the council, we have deeply realized the mistakes made by the council in the past, so the council decided to publish the information about humans 10,000 years ago to the entire Galaxy Alliance, admit that the council had attempted to delete and modify the mistakes of history, and take responsibility. Doppel's voice became much more serious when he said this. Because this is really a big deal, it may even partially shake the legitimacy of the council's rule. But the council still decided to do so. Because in the eyes of the council, only in this way can it be considered a good attitude of admitting mistakes, and it is more likely to gain the forgiveness of humans. Although Lin Xu had said long ago that humans did not care about this matter. But humans do not care because they are humans, and they cannot just not express anything because humans do not care. This is more of a gesture, after all, you have to stand at attention when you are beaten. You guys, just do whatever you want. Lin Xu said with a smile. Although he did not care, he did not refuse, and was even satisfied with the council's attitude. Seeing Lin Xu's smile, the councillors finally felt relieved. That feeling was like surviving a disaster. And Doppel seemed to be encouraged and continued. In addition, the council will also cancel the wanted order for the God-given, and at the same time, restore the seat that originally belonged to the God-given in the Galaxy Alliance Council. You are really generous. Lin Xu did not expect that this group of high-level people in the Galaxy Alliance were willing to do so. I just don't know who should be blamed for the crime of modifying history and persecuting the God-given. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the families of the councillors who have committed suicide. It was their families' ancestors who did this when they were in power. The current reviewers corrected the mistakes of the past. So the mistakes were made by those guys who committed suicide out of fear of crime and their families. As for the reviewers present, they were naturally righteous. Lord Lin Xu, this was our mistake back then. We are already very uneasy about it being delayed until now. If we don't correct the mistake, how can we face you? Doppel said righteously. You are welcome. Lin Xu still said with a smile. As Doppel reported to Lin Xu, information about humans has begun to appear on the internet and has been widely reported by mainstream media. Many residents woke up to find that they were full of news about a race they had never heard of, but in legend, it was the race that created the Galaxy Alliance, humans. The major forums on the internet are discussing humans, and humans. There are even media that have begun to vindicate the God-given and report positive information about the God-given. Everyone suddenly felt that the whole world had changed in just a blink of an eye. The Galaxy Alliance has changed. P.S. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Chapter 144, The Second Son of Mankind, the Cleaner of the Universe. Master Lin Xu, look at this report. Some people actually speculate that humans have already upgraded their dimensions. Nan Xu was lying on the sofa and flipping through the online information of the capital galaxy. When he found an interesting report, he pushed it to Lin Xu. Which media is making blind guesses again? Lin Xu had already read all kinds of reports in recent days. He could only say that the media of any era is like this, making up stories based on hearsay and fabricating nonsense. I think they are also making up stories, but they actually came to the correct conclusion in the process of fabrication. It's really amazing. Nan Xu's snow-white feet were shaking, driving the huge foxtail to shake left and right. It's like a multiple-choice question. There is always one correct answer. I just guessed it right. Lin Xu shook his head and didn't care at all. Master, the capital star sent a message that the warships returning to defend the capital circle have arrived at the outer edge of the galaxy. Doppel asked for our opinions. Miss Qiu sat in front of the quantum communication console, read the information she had just received, and reported to Lin Xu. Ask for opinions? What's there to ask? Let the fleet move in quickly. We should leave too. Lin Xu understood what Doppel meant. It was nothing more than a statement of surrender. If Lin Xu did not allow the fleet to enter the capital circle, then the fleet would naturally not dare to enter. However, Lin Xu did not intend to occupy this place for a long time. The matter here was over. The reason why Lin Xu stayed here for a while was nothing more than worrying that after he left, the capital galaxy would not even have basic defense forces. If someone took advantage of the situation and entered, the entire Galaxy Alliance would be completely messed up. So before the garrison arrived, Lin Xu had to continue to stay here. Until now, when the returning fleet returned, Lin Xu could finally leave with peace of mind. As for staying here, it didn't exist at all. Send a message to Doppel. No, send a message to the council, saying that we are leaving and will not see each other again. Lin Xu thought for a while and said, understood. Miss Qiu nodded, and then sent the message out. Are you leaving now? I haven't had enough shopping. Nan Xu felt a little regretful. On the contrary, Miss Qiu felt relieved. Because these days, Nan Xu dragged her to go shopping almost every day. She had been bothered by it for a long time, and now it's good, she finally left. Aren't you shopping every day these days? You haven't had enough. You like it so much, but I haven't seen you shopping every day on Earth. Lin Xu asked in confusion. Well, it's different. Although the cities on Earth are well maintained and prosperous, they are not popular after all. Unlike here, there are all kinds of intelligent creatures of various races on the streets. It's really lively. Nan Xu thought for a while and replied. It's lively, indeed. Lin Xu nodded. He admitted that there was really too little popularity on the empty Earth. After thinking about it, Lin Xu suddenly had an idea, but he would have to wait until later. Miss Qiu has already reported the news that the Skylark is about to leave, and not only will it leave the capital circle, but it will also leave this galaxy directly and go to another galaxy millions of light years away. The Council of Advisors who received the news was in a panic, but they only felt surprised. If humans really leave, it means that the dark cloud hanging over their heads has also left. Although the restoration of the historical status of mankind and the restoration of the seed of the God-given can no longer be reversed, it is a great thing to have one less emperor in the future. Of course, they now know that humans may come back at any time, so they will definitely think twice before doing anything in the future, and will definitely not do things so drastically. And Doppel immediately sent a video dialogue request to the Skylark. Lin Xu thought about it, and finally connected the communication. In the blink of an eye, Doppel's holographic projection was projected on the floor of the cab. "Lord Lin Xu, are you really going to leave? In fact, you can stay for a while longer." Doppel persuaded him to stay. Compared with the other counselors who all wanted Lin Xu to leave quickly, Doppel may be the only one who sincerely hopes that Lin Xu will not leave so early. After all, he took the position of the chairman of the council by relying on humans as a backer, so naturally he didn't want humans to leave. All the things that need to be done have been done, and it's time to leave. In addition, I actually have to thank you for this matter. It wouldn't have been so smooth without you. Lin Xu said sincerely. After all, in many cases, an excellent guide can save a lot of trouble. You are too polite. This is what I should do. Doppel looked flattered. He didn't expect Lin Xu to thank him. For a moment, he even felt that he would die for his friend. That's it, goodbye. Lin Xu nodded, and then the communication was closed. Doppel wanted to say something on the other side, but it was too late. Then he received a report, and the picture of the Skylark was always monitored. At this time, a space jump channel had been opened in front of the Skylark. The Skylark drove into it and disappeared. When it reappeared, the Skylark had arrived 100 light-years away. As early as many days ago, the Skylark had prepared for this jump, but had been waiting for the news of the fleet's return. Now that the fleet of the Galaxy Alliance has returned, the Skylark naturally started to jump as soon as possible. Then, the jump ended and arrived successfully 100 light-years away. At the same time, the jump channel in front of the Skylark began to form again. The Skylark continued to extract vacuum zero-point energy and quickly folded the space in the jump channel. Until 3 days later, this jump was also ready. The Skylark sailed into it and completed another 100 light-year space jump. At this time, Lin Xu had already returned to the Earth, leaving only the Skylark still in the universe, constantly jumping. This voyage is a full 1,000,000 light-years. According to the information that Wang Jian gave to Lin Xu in the human ruins before, the next destination of mankind is in a river system 1,000,000 light-years away. During this period, several river systems will be crossed. If it were not for Wang Jian's information, Lin Xu would not be able to find the right direction in a haystack. According to the current Skylark, it can jump 100 light-years every 3 days and a navigation speed of 12,000 light-years per year. This distance of 1,000,000 light-years theoretically requires a continuous jump for 83 years. If something unexpected happens in the middle, it may take longer. However, think about it, when we just left the solar system, it took 1,000 years to reach Proxima Centauri by driving the Earth, and each subsequent voyage was calculated in 100 years. Think about the distance traveled at that time. It can be said that the current 83 years is already very fast. It's just that recently, with the increasing speed, it has rarely experienced such a long voyage. Lin Xu thought about it and was really a little emotional. In this way, Lin Xu started a long voyage again in the 11,410th year of the sailing calendar. The goal is another galaxy millions of light-years away. I don't know what I will encounter there again. But Lin Xu is full of expectations. Time passed quickly, and 80 years passed in a flash. In the 11,490th year of the sailing calendar, Lin Xu has never hibernated in these years. With more and more people around him, Lin Xu gradually no longer needs to hibernate to fight against the endless loneliness. For example, now, Lin Xu is sitting in a hot pot restaurant on the top floor of a high-rise building in Chongqing with Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Miss Qiu, eating hot pot. The store was bustling with people, countless guests toasting their cups, and the waiters were running back and forth, their steps so fast that they were about to fly. In such a lively atmosphere, Lin Xu looked down from the top floor and could see that the entire CQ city was brightly lit. Various vehicles were constantly flowing on the street, and from time to time a whole road was blocked. Pedestrians and tourists were crowded on the roadside, and from time to time they would compete with cars for the road. In short, this is an extremely busy metropolis, full of the atmosphere of human life. Lin Xu put one hand on the windowsill and looked down. Beside him was the voice of Nanzhu teasing Miss Qiu from time to time. Miss Qiu was too lazy to pay attention to her, but she glared at her from time to time as a threat, so Nanzhu quickly restrained herself a little. Everything seemed as if a few people really just lived on Earth in the 21st or 22nd century, and then came out to eat hot pot together on weekends. But in fact, except for Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, and Nanzhu who were around Lin Xu, everything in this city was just a large-scale performance. Millions of robots without intelligence were dressed in human appearance and then performed a grand drama according to the program. Although all this was not real, Lin Xu was still very satisfied. At least it made him find the feeling he had before. It was also what Lin Xu suddenly thought of after hearing Nanzhu say that there was no popularity on the earth. The company of Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, and Miss Qiu, plus this bustling city, even if they were all played by robots that executed commands according to the program. But recalling the past, for people living in big cities, people other than themselves and their relatives and friends, aren't they like NPCs? There is no difference at all. Sorry, I'm late. Lu Yao, who had just walked out of the elevator not far away, came to sit next to the few people. Just like friends who were late for a party before. Lu Yao still likes to read books, do exercises, and study science, so she keeps running to the library every day. But he would also take time to get together with Lin Xu and others, but he was often late. If you are late, you have to drink. These are all yours. Nanzhu said, and called the waiter to drag several boxes of beer over. That's all? Who are you looking down on? Lu Yao curled her lips with disdain. Don't worry, I added ingredients to these beers, I guarantee you will enjoy them. Nanzhu smiled mysteriously. In short, in the end, Lu Yao and Nanzhu drank a lot, and both of them got drunk. When they left, it was still Miss Qiu and Miss Qiu, each carrying one, and took them away. Walking on the street, Lin Xu was in front, Miss Qiu and Miss Qiu were behind, and each of them carried a beautiful girl on his shoulder. If it was really the Earth in the 21st century, someone would have called the police long ago. But at this moment, the cheerful crowd on the street seemed to have seen nothing, bypassing Lin Xu and others, and continuing to do what they had to do. This is also a trivial flaw. At this moment, a pedestrian passing by Lin Xu suddenly stopped, came to Lin Xu and spoke. It was Yinghero's voice. Master, the hyperspace radar detected that a fleet of suspected intelligent life was sailing in curvature near the next jump point, 100 light-years ahead. Do you need to change the jump direction? Intelligent life fleet? In the extragalactic space? How fast are they? Where are they going? Lin Xu was a little surprised. According to calculations, the speed is 50 times the speed of light. It is suspected to come from the target galaxy this time. The destination should be the nearest galaxy 60,000 light-years away. Yinghua replied. At only 50 times the speed of light, you dare to break into the extragalactic space? Are you looking for death? Lin Xu was surprised. The latest novel is first published on the 6th book bar. After 80 years of sailing, the Skylark is only 40,000 light-years away from the target galaxy. If this fleet really comes from the target galaxy, it means that they have sailed 40,000 light-years at 50 times the speed of light. That is to say, they have been sailing in this extragalactic space for a full 800 years. This is not the arrival in the resource-rich river system, but the empty extragalactic space. How did they survive for 800 years with only the supplies stored in the fleet? And they are still 60,000 light-years away from their destination, which means they have to continue sailing for another 1,200 years. This suddenly reminded Lin Xu of the situation when humans just set sail 10,000 years ago. However, it only took humans 500 years to reach Proxima Centauri at that time, and they could occasionally encounter some meteorites and other things along the way to replenish some supplies. But in this extragalactic space, there is really nothing. And their total voyage is 2,000 years. What are they thinking? Or what is the reason that prompted them to embark on a long voyage? Lin Xu was full of doubts. Don't change the direction of the jump, let's go and see. Lin Xu ordered. Your will. So 3 days later, the jump channel was folded, and the Skylark started the jump again. 100 light-years away, a huge fleet was traveling in the dark and empty extragalactic space at a speed of 50 times the speed of light. Maybe it's because everything here is too quiet and there is no danger. Or the biggest danger is the quiet itself. So the fleet only has a few small, faster reconnaissance ships, which are constantly patrolling around the fleet and performing the task of vigilance. The fleet itself is composed of huge ships that are tens of thousands of meters in size. But these ships are obviously not warships, but more like civilian ships. And there are very few weapons on the ships, and most of them are life support devices, which are used to maintain life after hibernation. Therefore, this is not actually an armed fleet, but an immigrant fleet, or even an immigrant fleet with very few armed forces. On one of the reconnaissance ships, A strange intelligent life with 4 arms who serves as the captain is directing his crew to routinely detect the surrounding airspace to guard against possible dangers. Boss, I don't think we need to do any exploration. What can there be here? Nothing. Detectors are meaningless except wasting resources. Shut up. This is the operating procedure. Get out if you don't want to do it. I believe that some of the people in hibernation want to replace you. The guy who was still complaining just now stopped talking. This voyage was regarded as an almost impossible voyage by everyone in the civilization. Even if the voyage was successful, according to the calculation of the intelligent computer, the population of the entire civilization would be reduced by more than 90%. It can be said that 90% of the people, the moment they entered the hibernation chamber of the voyage fleet and began to hibernate, already meant that they were dead. In the end, less than 10% of people were able to successfully wake up after the voyage. That's why the captain said that if the hibernating people had the opportunity to wake up, they would definitely be willing to do any job. However, even though the mortality rate of this voyage was so high, everyone still resolutely embarked on the voyage. Because this is the only way to escape the Great Purge. Even if there is a chance of death, it is better than the entire race being completely purged and returning to the Stone Age. Damn the cleaners, damn the humans. Someone cursed quietly. The people around him continued to work as usual, turning a deaf ear to this kind of emotional venting curse. If the cleaners could be cursed to death by a few curses, they would be willing to curse every day. Unfortunately, if the cleaners were so easily cursed to death, they would not have to sail so far to seek refuge. Boss, why do you think the cleaners want to cleanse the universe? And why do the cleaners call themselves the second son of mankind? What are humans like? Someone sighed and asked this question that no one knew the answer to. Do your job well. The cleaners are crazy. Don't speculate on the thoughts of crazy people. The captain glared again, because he didn't know either. At this moment, the monitor on another camera next to him suddenly jumped up like crazy. What are you doing? Have you forgotten the operating procedures? Do you want to be forced to sleep? The captain was so angry that he walked over and was about to slap this guy. But then, he looked at the screen in front of the man and was stunned. This is a suspected aircraft signal? It's an aircraft? Why is there an aircraft here? Boss, according to the operating procedures, we have to report it quickly. Someone next to him whispered. In an instant, the captain reacted. Quick, report it directly to the captain. Just like that, after layers of reports, the top leaders of this long-distance immigration fleet soon learned the news that a spaceship was found ahead. That spaceship is approaching us rapidly, at a speed of about 1,000 times the speed of light. If nothing goes wrong, it will soon meet us. 1,000 times the speed of light? This is impossible. Theoretically, the speed of the curvature engine can only reach 100 times the speed of light. You also said that it is only theoretically. We can't do it, but it doesn't mean that higher-level civilizations can't do it. So, have we encountered a higher-level civilization? A spaceship sailing alone in extragalactic space, this is not a higher-level civilization. What else can it be? Then what should we do? I think this may be an opportunity. He only has one spaceship. Even if the civilization level is higher, what can it do? If we can capture the spaceship, we may have a chance to improve the speed of our existing curvature engine after research. If we can improve the speed of the curvature engine, we can reach the target galaxy faster. Ridiculous. How terrible is the level suppression between civilizations? A civilization that can increase the speed of the curvature engine to 1,000 times the speed of light, even if there is only one spaceship, are you sure we can fight it? Even if we can, won't the other party run away? 1,000 times the speed of light, can you catch up? But, we missed it like this. Is there any way to trade for a method to increase the speed of the curvature engine? It's very difficult, very difficult. Do you think that spaceship has discovered us now? It must have discovered us. Didn't you see that it was flying towards us? I even suspect that the other party deliberately leaked its whereabouts so that we could discover it. Otherwise, with the other party's level of civilization, our radar might not be able to detect it. Then, what is the purpose of the other party deliberately leaking its whereabouts and even looking for us? In other words, what do we have that the other party needs? If we can detect this, we may be able to exchange something. What does the other party need? I don't think we have anything that a civilization of this level needs. We don't, but what about the cleansers? Someone said suddenly with a flash of inspiration. Purifiers? Are you talking about the purifier armors that we still can't figure out? But, in order to get this little armor, we sacrificed an entire fleet. And the technical content of the purifier armors surpasses ours by countless generations, and we just handed them over like that. But these armors are meaningless to us now. We have studied them for hundreds of years and still have no clue if we can exchange them for something useful, especially the curvature engine technology. If we can really exchange them for the curvature engine technology, maybe our entire civilization will survive. For a moment, the eyes of the senior executives in the conference room lit up. Everyone discussed one after another. Finally, the chief executive sitting at the top made a decision. Since everyone agrees, let's try to see if we can use the purifier armor to exchange something from this higher level civilization. If there is technical information about the curvature engine, it would be best. Even if there is none, it would be best to exchange for some technology that can help us. At the same time, try not to conflict with the other party. Our civilization can no longer withstand any losses. When the chief executive spoke, his expression revealed a feeling of exhaustion. In this way, the top leaders reached a consensus. The reconnaissance ship that first discovered the Skylark also took action. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket and a recommendation ticket. Chapter 145, The Terror of Being Dominated by the Cleansers. It seems that the other party has discovered our whereabouts that we deliberately revealed. It seems that they have mastered the quantum radar. Liu Yao looked at the various feedbacks from the system, especially the actions of the other party's reconnaissance spacecraft flying towards this side, and judged the current situation. The curvature engine with a speed of 50 times the speed of light and the mastery of quantum radar. Although we don't know their level of armament, such a level of technology is definitely considered a high-level civilization even in the Milky Way. But why would such a civilization choose to leave the original Milky Way and exile to the extragalactic galaxy? The extragalactic space is definitely not a friendly place. Lin Xu sighed. Maybe they have a reason to do this? For example, they are being hunted by someone. Nansu thought for a while and said, what level of pursuit is it that they have to flee the Milky Way? Normally, the Milky Way is so vast that no matter where they hide, it is enough to avoid being hunted down. Lin Xu said that he couldn't understand. Could it be that the existence chasing them is too powerful, so that they have no place to stand in the Milky Way where they are? Liu Yao also speculated. Even in the galaxy under the rule of the Galaxy Alliance, if a civilization carefully hides in a remote galaxy in the Galaxy Alliance is not able to completely control every corner of the entire galaxy. So what kind of existence can force a civilization whose technological level is not enough to cross the galaxy to flee to the outer space at the risk of death? Lin Xu became interested in the fleet in front of him, or the escape fleet, and the object of pursuit. At this time, the reconnaissance spacecraft on the opposite side approached the Skylark at a speed of 100 times the speed of light, and sent a quantum communication request to the Skylark. It was a reconnaissance spacecraft about a kilometer in size, much larger than the Skylark. It seemed to crush the Skylark, but the crew members on the reconnaissance spacecraft did not dare to be careless about the small spacecraft in the distance. It is precisely because of its small size that it represents a higher technological content. Because with the current technological level of the escape fleet civilization, the curvature engine is already the limit of a kilometer in size. Moreover, their curvature engines can only achieve 100 times the speed of light at most, and that is when the burden is small enough, such as the curvature engines used on reconnaissance ships. The motherships of the escape fleet can only reach 50 times the speed of light at most because of the huge burden. But the small spaceship in front of them, which is only 100 meters in size, can travel in the extragalactic space at 1,000 times the speed of light. The technological gap between them is terrifying. So they did not look down on the other party just because it was just a small spaceship. The same is true for the senior leaders of the escape fleet. Everyone knows that if the gap in technological level is large enough, even if it is just a small spaceship, it may even have the ability to destroy the entire escape fleet. So the contact was very cautious from the beginning. On the Skylark, Lin Xu accepted the quantum communication request from the other party. The first thing transmitted was the other party's language data packet, which is the basis for communication between the two sides. Just looking at the language module in the data packet, Lin Xu had a strange expression. Chinese, Chinese again. Has Chinese really become the universal language of the universe? However, Thinking about the fact that the galaxy they came from was exactly where Lin Xu was going, and where humans had once stayed, Lin Xu was not surprised. Obviously, the target galaxy this time should have been greatly influenced by humans, so that Chinese has become a common language for external communication in a sense. So, the communication between the two sides was quickly established. Although Lin Xu also sent Chinese information. But the other side did not know that Lin Xu also used Chinese. They thought that Lin Xu chose to talk to them in Chinese after analyzing the voice packets they sent. This made the reconnaissance spacecraft of the escape fleet very excited. Since the other party was willing to communicate in their language instead of sending their own language packets, and they had their own language communication, this was a manifestation of releasing goodwill. So the reconnaissance spacecraft, in accordance with the benefit of the escape fleet's senior management, euphemistically proposed to the Skylark a request for both parties to trade, and it was a technology trade. Trade? Lord Lin Xu, do you want to agree? Miss Qiu, who was responsible for operating quantum communication, asked. Yes, if they have technology suitable for trading. Lin Xu did not mind trading, but he did not think that the other party could come up with technology that interested him. The other party wants to trade the curvature engine technology. Miss Qiu reported again. Curvature engine? Do they want to increase the speed? Good idea, but do they have technology that can be used for exchange? Lin Xu did not comment. Then, the quantum communication device received a large number of data packets of research reports on a certain material sent by the other party. Looking at the huge amount of data packets, Lin Xu was also confused for a while. Even if it was a technology transaction, it would not be the first time to reveal the technology and everything that you want to trade. This does not seem to be technical information, but a data report obtained after researching a material called cleaner armor. Miss Qiu said after a rough glance. Cleaner armor. Lin Xu's heart moved. Ask them about the origin of the cleaner armor. At the same time, Lin Xu also ordered Yinghuo to analyze the report on the cleaner armor mentioned in the data packet. Soon, Yinghuo's analysis was the first to end. Master, according to the data provided by the other party, the strength level of this material called cleaner armor is roughly equivalent to that of the material formed by the aggregation of nanorobots. It cannot be used as a building material, nor can it be used as a production material for autonomous mechanical aggregates. It is a civilian-grade strength material. Yinghuo quickly came to a conclusion based on the various experiments conducted in the data package. In other words, it is useless to us. Lin Xu nodded. It can't be said to be useless, but it is basically useless. Yinghuo answered very cautiously. At this time, the exile fleet on the opposite side, I don't know whether it made a decision after internal discussion, or didn't expect Lin Xu to ask about the origin of the cleaner armor. In short, the information was finally sent again. As the information appeared on the holographic projection display, everyone in the cockpit had strange expressions for a while. It was recorded on it about the origin of the cleaner armor. At the same time, this information also explained why the exile fleet chose the space outside the Exile River. Obviously, the other party also saw the doubts of Lin Xu and others, so he simply told everything without hiding it, which was also a kind of goodwill. According to the exile fleet, the cleansing armor comes from a group that calls itself the Cleansing. No one knows where they come from, and no one knows whether they are one race or a combination of multiple races. All we know is that they call themselves the second sons of humanity. At the same time, every 1,000 years or so, they will carry out a great cleansing of all civilizations in the entire galaxy. No civilization can survive the cleansing of the cleansing. Even if they barely survive the cleansing, the technological level of the entire civilization will inevitably regress to the planetary era, or the pre-nuclear energy era. If they can't withstand the cleansing, they can only return to the Stone Age. The Exile Fleet civilization is one of the civilizations that barely survived the cleansing of the cleansing in the last 1,000 years and regressed to the planetary era. However, no matter how hard they continue to work on developing technology, theoretically they can't survive the next cleansing. So after 200 years of hard work, the Exile Fleet civilization, which used the technical information secretly retained to redevelop the curvature engine technology, made a decision. They want to escape from that desperate galaxy with no future. Even if it means a life or death struggle, they have to go. So they built a huge exile fleet, took as many people as possible, and embarked on this desperate voyage. The exile fleet did not deliberately conceal its current difficult situation. Because their situation is not difficult to judge. It is better to be honest. After reading the information in front of them, Lin Xu, Miss Qiu and Liu Yao looked at each other for a while, not knowing what to say. In the end, it was Lin Xu who shook his foxtail and broke the silence first. Lord Lin Xu, this second son of mankind is definitely fake, or he is simply a rebellious son. Doing such things in the name of humans, do they have a grudge against humans? Lin Xu said angrily. Who knows, but since these cleansers call themselves the second sons of humans, they should at least have some understanding of humans. Lin Xu said without comment. Who knows, maybe they just accidentally dug something out of the ruins, thought they inherited the mantle of humans, and then called themselves the second son of humans. Lin Xu just reacted after the voice fell, and then he was shocked by his own words. Human remains? Did those cleaners really dig up human remains? Liu Yao's eyes widened. Although the human remains in the past were successfully obtained by Lin Xu without any surprise. But who knows if there will be any accidents this time? No, I just said it casually. It shouldn't be like this. Human remains are not so easy to dig. Lin Xu hurriedly made up. Who knows, everything is possible. But this cleaner armor should really be exchanged for research. Lin Xu made a decision. Lord Lin Xu, the technical information of the curvature engine for the transaction has been prepared. With their technical level, with the help of this information, they should be able to double the navigation speed of the curvature engine. Miss Qiu sorted out a technical information that Yinghao had packed under Lin Xu's order. Then sent it over. Lin Xu lay on Lin Xu's thighs, closed his eyes and enjoyed the knee pillow. Lin Xu was still stroking Lin Xu's face with his big tail to help him massage. Understood. Miss Qiu pressed the send button, and a technical information precious enough to cause countless cosmic civilization wars was sent out. It was as if he had no worries about the other party not abiding by the agreement. This was indeed the case. If the other party handed over the cleaner armor according to the terms of the deal, everyone would be happy. If the other party broke the contract, Lin Xu would have to take it himself. I believe that the one who would regret it in the end would not be Lin Xu. After receiving the technical information, the other party's quantum communication even lost the signal for a while, but it was soon reconnected. Obviously, the other party was also stunned by Lin Xu's generosity and was in a hurry. The technical information was sent directly. Shouldn't there be a step for both parties to exchange carefully? You just went all in, what should I do? I don't know if I felt an invisible confidence from Lin Xu's atmosphere. That kind of confidence was like saying, I'm not afraid of you breaking the contract, you can try to break the contract. The exile fleet didn't dare to break the contract. Even at a faster speed, the cleaner armor was sent to the location of the Skylark with an unmanned spacecraft according to Lin Xu's requirements. It was as if they were afraid that if they were 1 second late, the other party would think they were going to break the contract. On the mothership of the exile fleet, countless senior officials and scientists continued to pay attention to the unmanned spacecraft that was launched. The size of the unmanned spacecraft was as big as the Skylark. At the same time, this unmanned spacecraft did not have the ability to travel in curvature. After being launched, its speed quickly dropped below the speed of light. And it fell behind the mothership of the exile fleet. The senior officials and scientists of the exile fleet were very confused about how the Skylark would receive this unmanned spacecraft. The latest novels are first published on the 6th book bar. Is it necessary to wait until the exile fleet leaves before the other party receives the unmanned spacecraft? It makes sense. But they just feel that this civilization that can cross the extragalactic space at 1,000 times the speed of light must not do things that are so simple. Then, they saw it through the holographic image fed back by the quantum radar. In front of the unmanned spacecraft, a hole suddenly opened up. That's right, it was a hole, swallowing the unmanned spacecraft in an instant. The unmanned spacecraft carrying the cleaner armor disappeared into the universe. What is that? Replay, watch it again, quickly. It seems to be a space channel, that is a space channel. Space teleportation? This is impossible. Space teleportation is theoretically impossible. That's just our theory. A higher civilization and a more advanced theory may be feasible. But, even if it is feasible, how did they do it? Open a space channel at a random location, or where was the spacecraft teleported to? The scientists quarreled, and no one could convince anyone. The senior executives of the exile fleet were thankful that they had abided by the agreement and completed the transaction. Otherwise, once the two sides went to war, The exile fleet would definitely not win just by relying on the ability to randomly open a space channel at any location. No wonder the other party was so sure that the transaction would be successfully completed, because even if it failed, they had the force to force the transaction to succeed. The other party's spacecraft passed us. The navigator reported. The scientists stopped arguing and looked at the star map, which showed a huge fleet and a small spaceship passing by in the empty extragalactic space. They seemed to be heading in the direction we came from. One scientist hugged his forearms and said in surprise, "Are they heading for the cleansers? Who do you think will win if this civilization and the cleansers come into conflict?" I admit that this civilization is indeed very strong, but only compared to the cleansers. When the cleansers were mentioned, fear suddenly appeared on everyone's face. Even if this civilization is very strong and can even open space channels at will, they don't think this civilization will have any chance of winning when facing the cleansers. Well, this is no longer something we should consider. Let's think about how to understand the technical information as soon as possible. If we can really double the speed of the curvature engine, then we may really be able to successfully bring everyone to that new galaxy. For a moment, all the scientists of the Exile Fleet were looking forward to it. The Skylark, which had already passed the Exile Fleet and left, disappeared from the Exile Fleet's quantum radar after traveling a certain distance. It had deliberately leaked its traces to the other party before, but now that the deal was completed, there was no need to continue to reveal its traces. So the Skylark hid its traces again, and then stopped. Then the Skylark began to prepare for space jump. At this time, Lin Xu had returned to Earth and saw the cleaner armor in the unmanned spacecraft. Looking at the unmanned spacecraft in front of him, which was similar in size to the Skylark, the large pieces of armored shells with traces of war damage. Lin Xu was a little confused for a while. Because Lin Xu felt the feeling of belonging to nanorbits from the armored shells in front of him. It was as if these armored shells were made of nanorbits. But it was very different. Because nanorbits will enter an abnormally active state when they are around humans. That kind of active state will even make the clans with intermediate authority aware of it. At the beginning, Miss Qiu determined Lin Xu's human identity through the abnormal activity of this nanorbit. But now, although Lin Xu felt that these armor shells were similar to nanorbits, they were not active when they saw Lin Xu. There was no reaction at all. It was as if they were dead. Lin Xu even suspected that these were the corpses of nanorbits that had lost their activity that were collected by the cleaners, and then only used their strength to make armor. Master Lin Xu, why do I feel that these armors are like nanorbits, but they don't seem to be? There is always a sense of paradox. Nanzhu came closer to observe and was the first to raise doubts. I think they are also similar, but it's not right. Lin Xu nodded and shook his head. These nanorbits will not respond to my commands. No, it's more like these nanorbits don't have this function, so they can't respond. Miss Qiu tried to control this so-called cleaner armor and released the sword energy like she usually controlled the nanorbits, but in the end she failed to control it. Yinghe, what do you think? Lin Xu asked. Master, this requires further testing. Then let's start. Lin Xu nodded. Therefore, the so-called cleaner armor was sent to various laboratories, and various experimental reports and data detection reports came out in a stream. Lin Xu returned to the familiar courtyard, boredly watching TV series and waiting for the results. As expected, Lu Yao went to the library to continue doing questions. Seeing that Lu Yao had disappeared on her own initiative, Nanzhu also took the initiative, and even pulled Miss Qiu to attack together, and put on specially prepared equipment. Lin Xu, who was watching TV series, originally just wanted to take a break, but he couldn't bear the pressure from Nanzhu and Miss Qiu, and was soon brought into the rhythm of the two. This went on until Lin Xu completely suppressed the two and decided the winner. The report from Yinghe also came out. Lin Xu, who was entangled by Nanzhu's foxtail, read the report in his consciousness through the information transmitted by the nanororbit. At the same time, the report was also synchronized to Miss Qiu, who was preparing dinner next door, as well as Nanzhu and Miss Qiu beside him. It's really a nanororbit? No, a simplified version of nanororbits. Nanzhu looked at the report, his fox eyes wide open with charm. The materials that make up the cleaner armor are very similar to nanororbits, but they cannot be considered nanororbits in the strict sense. They are more like a simple nanomaterial that can be transformed into a myriad of nanomaterials. Miss Qiu read the analysis in the report. Nanomaterials? A simplified version of nanororbits. Lin Xu looked at the last definition in the report and frowned slightly. Simplified version of nanorobots? Unable to accept instructions, unable to be flexibly controlled, more like a nanomaterial produced by a specific factory that can be flexibly combined into various equipment? Well, I still don't understand. Why not just use nanorobots? Lin Xu finally seemed to give up and sighed. Maybe they can't use nanorobots. Miss Qiu guessed after thinking about it. So they really dug up the human remains. Lin Xu couldn't help but say again. Can you think of something better? Human remains are not so easy to dig. Miss Qiu said speechlessly. Maybe we have to wait until we really see the so-called cleaners before we can really understand the reason for all this. Lin Xu also shook his head. Yinghuo's report is very detailed, detailing the difference between this nanomaterial, or a simplified version of nanorobots, and nanorobots. Lin Xu quickly read through the report, but it did not resolve the doubts in his heart, but made him more confused. What exactly is the so-called cleaner, and why do they have to cleanse the entire galaxy every 1,000 years? They call themselves the second sons of mankind. Are they really just calling themselves that, or do they really have anything to do with humans? They have to cleanse the galaxy every 1,000 years. Is it an order from humans? Or is it really like Lin Xu said, they just dug up human relics, so they call themselves the second sons of humans? Also, since they call themselves the second son, is there an eldest son? Everything may really have to wait until we arrive at a target galaxy to find the answer. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket and a recommendation ticket. Chapter 146, The Cleansed Remnants of Civilization. The voyage started in 11,493. After 3 years of sailing, the Skylark finally arrived at the target galaxy 40,000 light-years away. Although the space around the Skylark still seemed to be pitch black, no different from the extragalactic space before. However, from the information fed back by various detectors, various substances are increasing in this space. Meteorites appear more and more frequently, meteors a few light-years away, and stars that can be seen hundreds of light-years away. All of these indicate that the Skylark has entered a new galaxy. It's just that because it is still at the edge of the galaxy, various substances are still relatively scarce. But compared to the truly empty extragalactic space, this place is relatively rich. Of course, compared to the real interior of the galaxy, this place is really barren. So even if intelligent races are born here, as long as the intelligent races master the technology of curvature navigation, they will basically choose to migrate to the more habitable inner area of the galaxy. The star system there is more dense, has more resources, and is more suitable for the development of civilization. Therefore, in this outer area of the galaxy, unless there are some primitive low-level civilizations that have not yet developed curvature engine technology, there are generally no traces of intelligent life. There will be no curvature navigation spacecraft passing by. However, strangely, the Skylark has just completed a jump of 100 light-years and is preparing for the next jump. Relying on the hyperspace radar that transmits signals through space folding, it has received a signal from a star more than 10 light-years ahead, where there are a lot of space bubble fluctuations generated by curvature navigation. Further detection has determined that there are a large number of spacecraft there, which are undergoing curvature navigation. And that star system is obviously the intersection of curvature navigation. Countless ships that are undergoing curvature navigation have either arrived there or departed from there. Obviously, the galaxy where the star is located is the base camp of a civilization that has mastered curvature navigation technology. Is this true? Looking at the number of curvature ships, it should not be an ordinary base, but one of the main bodies of civilization. But will an advanced civilization develop in such a remote place? Lin Xu looked at the report of the detector and felt that all this was really beyond common sense. According to the standards of the Milky Way, if you master the curvature navigation technology, you can be called an advanced civilization. One of the main reasons why mastering the curvature navigation technology is considered an advanced civilization is that advanced civilizations can no longer be bound by their mother planets and can choose any place at will as the location for the development of the main body of civilization. However, Lin Xu has never seen any advanced civilization that would place the main body of civilization in such a remote place. At least in the Milky Way, advanced civilizations all run to the center of the Milky Way. The land-grabbing area is also the land-grabbing area in the center of the Milky Way, until the disorder and filth of the Milky Way center broke out. However, this civilization in front of us has placed the main body of civilization in such a remote place. It is probably equivalent to the ancient society building a city, Not choosing a place with lush vegetation and dense rivers, but running to the Gobi Desert to build a city, which is incomprehensible. Beijing, change the target, let's go over and take a look. Lin Xu thought for a while and ordered. Yes, human Lin Xu. Beijing replied and began to adjust the direction of the space jump. The next jump point, originally planned to be 100 light-years away, was changed to this location more than 10 light-years away. And because the distance was closer, the time required for preparation was also shortened. In the space jump channel, the space was continuously folded. In about 10 hours, the space folding across more than 10 light-years was completed. Then the Skylark rushed into the jump channel. When it appeared again, it had already arrived at the location close to the galaxy. At the same time, the situation of the galaxy where the star was located was observed more clearly. Lin Xu stood in front of the porthole, and he didn't even need the data from the hyperspace radar and quantum radar mapping. He could already see the general situation with his naked eyes that were enhanced to the extreme. Did they make the entire galaxy into a tortoise shell? Nanzhu hugged Lin Xu's arm, widened his round eyes, and looked at the situation of the galaxy in the distance, his eyes full of incomprehension. The planets are connected by iron chains, which is quite like Cao's iron chain connecting boats. Lu Yao on the side. You still know Cao? Nanzhu said in surprise. How fresh. I've played Dynasty Warriors to the 108th level. How could I not know Cao? Lu Yao felt that her former gaming career had been insulted. What is Dynasty Warriors? The wives of 3 countries. Nanzhu said puzzledly. No, is your understanding of Cao biased? Lu Yao suddenly felt that her cognition was different from Nanzhu's. Should she explain to her what the 3 kingdoms is? Okay, I've seen the 3 kingdoms. I'm just joking with you. Nanzhu was a little depressed that Lu Yao didn't catch up with her joke. In short, Lu Yao's description of the iron chain boat vividly depicted the situation of the galaxy in front of him. In the entire galaxy, except for the star at the center, there are a total of 7 planets, from smaller planets close to the star to huge gaseous planets far away from the star. The 7 planets are connected by huge metal devices that look like chains from a distance. These metal devices are linked to each other section by section, spreading between the 7 planets, connecting the 7 planets together. The diameter of each chain is about tens of thousands of meters, and various lights are flashing on it. It may be an energy transmission pipeline, or a personnel transportation channel, or it may have both functions. At the same time, each planet is covered with an outer shell, just like the tortoise shell mentioned by Nanzhu. It is not like the dome of the Earth, covering the sky above the Earth. Instead, it is close to the ground and covered with a layer of outer shell. If you only look at the appearance, you may think that these planets are metal war stars. However, according to the telescope, after magnifying the image, various signs can be seen that these planets are just covered with a thick layer of metal on the surface. It's like wearing a tortoise shell. However, the tortoise shells of 7 planets, plus the iron chains connecting the 7 planets, such a project is extremely huge, even if it is not as good as building a war star. I just don't understand, occupying this remote galaxy and consuming so many resources to create a tortoise shell, what is the purpose? Are they doing this to fight against the cleansers? Nanzhu suddenly realized. It's very likely. Lin Xu nodded, he also thought of this possibility. These facilities, whether it is the tortoise shell or the pipelines connecting the planets, do not look like they are designed for attack, but for extreme defense. A defense like a turtle shrinking its head. So, they hide in this remote star system outside the Milky Way. Is it also to avoid the cleansers? Nanzhu continued to speculate. Indeed, generally there will not be advanced civilizations that build a main body of civilization in such a remote star system. If it is really to avoid the cleansers, then the previous doubts can be solved. But, is it really useful? Think about the exile fleet of the entire civilization that escaped before. If it was useful, they would not have to escape at the risk of death. No, if hiding here can avoid the cleansers, why would they build such defense facilities? So, they should also know that they can't avoid it, so they will build such defense facilities. Lu Yao shook his head and questioned. Since they can't avoid it, why do they come here to build defense facilities? Isn't it better to build them in places with richer resources in the Milky Way? Nanzhu thought about it, but couldn't get the point. Well, since you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Just go over and take a look and you'll know. Lin Xu interrupted the conversation between the two and said. So the Skylark prepared to enter the curvature navigation state and go to the nearby galaxy to check it out. But at this moment, the data from the hyperspace radar and quantum radar came. Looking at the scene of the galaxy not far away that was transmitted in real time, Lin Xu was stunned for a moment. Because at this moment, in Lin Xu's sight, it was still normal, with spacecraft taking off and landing from time to time, and 7 tortoise-shell-like planets connected by iron chains. In the real-time data transmitted by the hyperspace radar and quantum radar, it was completely broken. The iron chain between the planets broke, and the fragments floated in the universe, everywhere. There were wreckage of spacecraft everywhere, and the tortoise shells on the planets were completely broken. There were even a few planets that seemed to have been bombarded by some weapons with a huge gap. The quantum radar could clearly see the magma and earth fire at the core of the burning planet. A large number of broken planetary organizations have formed more than one asteroid belt. This advanced civilization hiding in the remote area outside the Milky Way has completely died. Human Lin Xu, this is the real-time image now. Beijing annotated the holographic image drawn by the hyperspace radar and quantum radar. And what Lin Xu saw in his eyes, the galaxy that was still intact, was the scene of this galaxy 7 days ago. Yes, it would take 7 days to reach the place where Lin Xu is now, so what Lin Xu, Nanzhu, and Lu Yao discussed before was the appearance of the galaxy 7 days ago. Did this happen 7 days ago? Lin Xu asked. Not sure. Beijing replied. Go to the place where you can see the image 6 days ago. Lin Xu ordered. So the Skylark moved forward quickly at 1,000 times the speed of light and soon stopped. Observing again through the naked eye and optical telescope, the galaxy not far away was still intact. So the Skylark continued to move forward until the image it saw was the image 3 days ago. Finally, it saw the moment when this advanced civilization hiding on the edge of the Milky Way was destroyed. First, a large number of space channels appeared inside the galaxy. Some space channels even appeared directly on the tortoise-shell-like planets. Then a large number of warships of various types appeared inside the galaxy. And all kinds of mecha robots appeared on the planet. Then there was a one-sided massacre. A massacre without any resistance. Lin Xu frowned slightly, watching the battle that took place 3 days ago. Until the black hole-like image of the antimatter bomb was detonated, swallowing the light. Lin Xu and the optical telescope could not continue to observe. When everything returned to normal and could be observed again, Lin Xu saw a galaxy in ruins. Broken planets and completely failed defense lines. There were also a large number of wreckages of spacecraft that failed to escape. And ended the massacre, opened the space channel, and were about to leave the suspected cleansing fleet. 10 hours. Nanzhu, who was calculating the time next to him, said when the fleet evacuated and the space channel was closed. It only took 10 hours to completely destroy an advanced civilization. Lin Xu sighed. They also have space jump technology. Lu Yao said with a serious expression. Yes. Lin Xu nodded. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. Among the known civilizations, Lin Xu has not seen any civilization other than humans that has mastered the technology of space jump. These cleansers who claim to be the second sons of mankind, are they really related to humans? Then what is the purpose in doing this? Lord Lin Xu, do you want to go over and take a look? Nanzhu asked weakly. Go, we need to confirm whether these are the so-called cleansers. Lin Xu said calmly. So the Skylark continued to move forward. At 1,000 times the speed of light, it quickly arrived at the interior of the galaxy, which was already a ruin. The Skylark slowly slowed down, and the huge wreckage of the warship that passed by and passed outside the porthole of the Skylark. The warship decorated with patterns of different civilizations looked very beautiful, but unfortunately only half of the wreckage was left now. The wreckage was not only a warship, but also a planet. The shattered gaseous planet raged in the universe, attracting the broken iron chains connecting the surrounding planets. The wreckage of various warships also fell towards the planet. But this is only a corner of the battlefield. On the battlefields throughout the entire galaxy, even after 3 days, various subsequent chain disasters are still continuing. But on this ruin, the Skylark did not detect any electrical signals, quantum signals, or any signal reactions. This can only mean that this civilization is indeed dead. Not even a living life remains. Is it so thorough? But didn't the exile fleet say before that the cleansing would only cleanse the technology level to regress back to the planetary era? Nanzhu looked at the empty galaxy with only wreckage left, and felt a bone-chilling chill. What they said is that only by withstanding the cleansing can we just regress to the planetary era. If you can't stand it, that's the end, right? Lin Xu sighed. But why is this? Miss Qiu didn't understand. Although the fairy ships had punished countless civilizations in the past, it was because those civilizations were disorderly and filthy, so they were punished. And the fairy ships would not kill them all. Even compared to what these cleansers are doing now, the fairy ships are already merciful to the point of being saints. Who knows? Lin Xu shook his head. Then, the portable space opened, and a large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates poured out and began to search the entire galaxy. Soon, several pieces of armor fragments suspected to be dropped by the cleansers were found. Baizing immediately sent them back to Earth for data analysis. Soon the results came out, and they were the same thing as the cleansers' armor traded to Lin Xu by the exile fleet. They are all nanorobots that will not respond to human calls, or simplified nanorobots that have lost their activity. This also proves that the one who did all this 3 days ago was indeed the cleansers, who claim to be the second son of mankind. Is that all? Lin Xu looked at the battlefield that had been collected by the autonomous mechanical aggregates in the entire galaxy, and only a small part of the armor fragments were collected. He didn't know what to say. Are there no destroyed cleaner warships? Are there no dead cleaner personnel? Or is the cleaner fleet composed entirely of artificial intelligence? Lin Xu continued to ask. There are only these armor fragments, and no destroyed cleaner warships have been found. Baizing replied. The destruction of an entire advanced civilization only resulted in a small loss of the opponent's armor, and not even a single cleaner fleet warship was destroyed. Should we say that the cleaners are too strong, or that this civilization is too weak? Lin Xu could only sigh again. Look for the database of this civilization, whether it is on the warship or on the planet, and try to piece together the information they know about the cleaners. Lin Xu could only save the country in this way. Since there is no way to directly obtain the wreckage of the cleaner's warship, there should be a lot of information about the cleaner in the database of this civilization. Next, the autonomous mechanical aggregate entered the search time for the entire galaxy. Because it is necessary to carefully search whether the database on each warship wreckage is intact, and whether there is an intact database on each planet, it takes a little more time. During this time, Lin Xu has been standing in front of the porthole, staring at the ruined planet outside the window in a daze. Miss Qiu looked at Lin Xu, then looked at Nanzhu, and winked at Nanzhu. Nanzhu immediately returned a wink. Why don't you go? Miss Qiu hesitated for a moment, and returned a wink, indicating that they should go together. Nanzhu nodded, and said they would go together. So the two of them stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, leaning on Lin Xu's shoulders. Lord Lin Xu, I think that the so-called cleanser must be pretending to be the second son of mankind. I am a human family, and I understand it best. How could humans allow such a thing to be done, right, Miss Qiu? Nanzhu blinked wildly at Miss Qiu. Yes, although the fairy ship also kills a lot, it will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Miss Qiu nodded solemnly. You don't think I will take the responsibility for what the cleansers did, do you? Don't worry, I don't have that hobby. And now it's not certain that the cleansers are really the second sons of humanity they are talking about. Maybe they are just pretending to be human beings. Lin Xu smiled and shook his head. Then what's wrong with you, Lord Lin Xu? Nanzhu asked curiously. How should I put it? Seeing a civilization disappear so easily, it's still a bit sad after all. Lin Xu sighed again. Lin Xu sighed more than once today. This is how the universe is. The strong prey on the weak, and it has never changed. Nanzhu also sighed. Then, Nanzhu pulled Lin Xu to lie down on the sofa, resting her head on her thighs, and gently pressed his temples to help him rest. It was also to prevent him from continuing to look at the scene outside the porthole, to prevent him from continuing to feel uncomfortable. Until Baizing's report sounded again. Lord Lin Xu, we have found a relatively intact database of the current galaxy-destroying civilization and found some information about the cleansers. Do you want to hear it now? Go ahead. Lin Xu opened his eyes immediately. Above his sight were hills and fox ears that blocked his view, and he could not see Nanzhu's face. According to the data records of the current civilization learned about the existence of the cleansers 800 years ago. At that time, although this civilization had not just stepped out of civilization, It had just developed a curvature engine and became a truly advanced civilization that could navigate the universe. At this time, they encountered another advanced civilization. It was also during that encounter that they learned about the existence of the cleansers from the other advanced civilization. The cleansers will not cleanse civilizations that have not yet developed a curvature engine. Only civilizations that have developed a curvature engine and become truly capable of sailing in the universe will become the target of the cleansers. It was from then on that the current civilization began to prepare for the cleansers' crisis. They knew that the cleansers would cleanse the Milky Way every 1,000 years, so they began to prepare 800 years ago. First, they moved to a remote star system on the edge of this Milky Way, and then built defense facilities here in an attempt to survive the cleansers' cleansing. Unfortunately, they failed, and everything now is the result. Baizing reported to Lin Xu in an extremely stable voice. Lin Xu nodded slowly. According to the previous intelligence of the exile fleet, they had been sailing outside the Milky Way for 800 years. And they started sailing 200 years after surviving the last cleansing. So 1,000 years have passed, and this cleansing has arrived as scheduled. But Lin Xu did not expect that he would encounter a cleansed object as soon as he arrived in the Milky Way. I don't know if it's good luck or bad luck. Why did they choose to avoid the cleansing of the cleansers here? Lin Xu asked. The database shows that they learned a piece of information in a transaction with a high-level civilization. Although the cleansers will not let go of remote galaxies, the intensity of their attacks on remote galaxies is generally low, so they chose this place as a place to resist the cleansing, which would have a greater chance of withstanding the cleansing. Unfortunately, they still failed. Is this news true, or were they deceived? Lin Xu frowned. If this level of cleansing intensity is still a low intensity of attack, then what kind of intensity of attack will the civilizations in the Milky Way face? In this case, they can still survive a cleansing. Lin Xu suddenly felt that the exile fleet he encountered before didn't seem so weak. Before being cleansed again, it should have been a very strong civilization. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 147 Father Human and Sun Cleanser. The database of the current galaxy civilization contains a lot of information related to the civilization itself. Whether it is the internet within the civilization, the ethnic culture, the literary encyclopedia, etc. Lin Xu only browsed roughly, and he could see from it that this civilization had a brilliant culture. But all of this became a piece of dust in the universe within just 10 hours. No individual of the entire race survived. Lin Xu didn't know whether this civilization still had wandering spaceships that had escaped the disaster by chance. But even if it escaped the disaster, a separate spaceship that existed without the main body of the civilization could not be maintained or refueled, unless there was another civilization nearby to take refuge. Otherwise, the spaceship would sooner or later become a coffin in the starry sky. The remote area outside the galaxy chosen by this civilization is precisely where advanced civilizations are extremely rare. However, these are not the focus of Lin Xu's attention. Lin Xu's concern is always whether the news obtained by the current civilization is true or false. Unfortunately, there is no answer after all. The civilization itself does not feel that it has been deceived, so Lin Xu naturally cannot detect the truth from the database. Maybe Lin Xu will know the answer in the future, but at least for now, this has become an unsolved case. Human Lin Xu, the autonomous mechanical aggregate, retrieved the spatial information near the jump channel opened when the cleaner space jumps, and roughly determined the direction and coordinates of the cleaner jump. Baizing suddenly reported an important message. Lin Xu was immediately refreshed and asked, "Where did they jump to?" "Another galaxy 30 light-years away." Baizing replied. 30 light-years? I saw that they had very little time to prepare when they jumped before. Lin Xu recalled the scene he saw outside the galaxy. Yes, the space jump technology of the cleaner is better than ours. Baizing replied. Lin Xu nodded, not surprised at this. Now Lin Xu can confirm with a high probability that these cleaners may really have a close relationship with the humans who once stayed in this galaxy. Whether it is accidentally opening the human remains, or really being the second son of mankind as they said. It is not surprising that the technical level of space jump is above the current Skylark. After all, when humans stayed in this galaxy, they must have made new breakthroughs in technology. It is normal that the preparation time for space jump is greatly shortened. Let's catch up. Let's see where they are going and what they are going to do. Lin Xu thought for a moment and made a decision. In any case, the cleaners are likely to be caused by humans. But Lin Xu doesn't believe that the humans who stayed in this galaxy 10,000 years ago would intentionally leave such a being as the cleaners. So he wants to find out what happened. As for the possible gap in technology between the two sides, Lin Xu doesn't care much. After all, this high-dimensional creature is not a decoration. The technological gap between low-dimensional creatures may not make up for the essential gap between low-dimensional creatures and high-dimensional creatures. So, under Lin Xu's order, the Skylark began to prepare for the jump based on the jump data of the cleaners collected by White Star a few days ago, as well as the direction and coordinates. The preparation time takes about a day. During this day, Lin Xu was not idle, but planned to erect a tombstone for this unknown civilization on a planet near the star of this galaxy. According to the database read by Beijing, Lin Xu found some representative works of art of this civilization from the ruins after the destruction of civilization. Whether it was the first bronzeware refined by this civilization in ancient times, or the works of artists after the invention of writing, or some paintings. Originally, these things should be treasures worth thousands of gold in civilization. Just like the Samuwu Square Ding, the Sword of Gaojian, the Imperial Seal, the Qingming Shangtu, the blue and white porcelain and other artworks on Earth. But at this moment, Lin Xu found a place at random and built a small tombstone of civilization. Lin Xu placed these artworks in it personally. From now on, these artworks will be worthless. Without the civilization that relies on them, their existence itself is meaningless. The autonomous mechanical aggregate took local materials and stood in front of this temporary tombstone for a long time. Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, and Liu Yao were all behind him. At this moment, even the noisy Nanzhu felt very sad. A civilization died. From then on, there was nothing related to this civilization in the universe, only a ruin was left, for future generations to pay tribute. Or the ruins would just be abandoned, just like the ruins of the ancient country in the Gobi Desert, where not even the broken walls were left, leaving only a little trace, making people doubt whether the ancient country had ever existed. Let's go. Lin Xu turned and left. Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, and Liu Yao followed. Soon the group returned to the Skylark. At this time, the space jump of the Skylark was ready. In the space channel opened in front, the constantly folded space had reached 30 light-years away. Then, the Skylark rushed into the space jump channel. In a blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of 30 light-years and arrived at another galaxy 30 light-years away. But in the same way, it was outside the galaxy, not far from the galaxy. Of course, this not far is for civilizations that have mastered curvature navigation. For ordinary civilizations, this distance may not be covered in a lifetime. Because from here, although it is possible to see everything in the galaxy from a distance through an optical telescope, what we see is the scene 7 days ago. Because it takes 7 days for the speed of light to reach here from the galaxy. 7 days ago, the cleaners arrived. Lin Xu stood in front of the porthole. He didn't need an optical telescope. He relied on his naked eyesight to see the cleaners' fleet that appeared in the galaxy after the space jump in the distant galaxy. It seems that there is civilization in this galaxy. Nanzhu used an optical telescope to see more clearly. It was clearly seen that in the galaxy, there were cities suspected to be large intelligent life on the 3rd planet, the 4th planet, and even the 5th planet. There were also extensive passenger spacecrafts between these 3 planets, connecting the traffic between the planets. At the same time, it can be seen that this civilization seems to have launched a probe to the 9th planet, the farthest in the galaxy, and even established an observation station on the satellite of the 9th planet. It can be seen that this is also an extremely developed civilization. But now, the most brutal cleaners in the entire galaxy have broken into the home of this civilization. Are they here to continue the cleansing? Liu Yao couldn't help but ask, and at the same time, he was worried about the unknown civilization. Although it is known that this is an image from 7 days ago, if there really was a cleansing, it would have been over by now. It shouldn't be. Isn't it said that the cleansers won't attack civilizations in the pre-nuclear energy era? This civilization obviously hasn't developed a curvature engine yet. Well, it shouldn't have developed it yet. Nanzhu said uncertainly. If it's not for the cleansing, why did they come to this galaxy? Are they just here to make contact with this civilization? Have a friendly exchange? But whether it's the exile fleet we met or the last cleansed civilization, there is no record of the cleansers having friendly exchanges with any civilization. Liu Yao asked back. This time, Nanzhu had nothing to say. Yes, according to the records of the exile fleet and the data in the cleansed civilization. The cleansers never have any communication with any civilization. They will only coldly execute the cleansing instructions and ruthlessly destroy any civilization that has developed curvature navigation technology. If it wasn't for the cleansing, they wouldn't go out at all. So, this civilization has already developed a curvature engine, but it hasn't had time to apply it, and it caught up with the cleansers cleansing every 1,000 years? If that were the case, it would be too unfair. However, soon, the real-time images provided by the hyperspace radar and quantum radar dispelled the doubts of several people. Because this galaxy is really intact. Yes, after 7 days, there are no cleaners in the galaxy. But this galaxy is intact and has not experienced any signs of war. So, the cleaners really just came here to take a look? This is not right. Lu Yao felt that at this moment, her brain was more brain-burning than doing a math problem. Is there a possibility? Lin Xu's voice attracted everyone to look over. The data records of the exiled fleet and the cleansed civilization only know one side of the cleaners. They don't know more about the cleaners. Lin Xu guessed. Lord Lin Xu thinks that they will be cleansed for another reason? Not because they have developed curvature navigation technology. Nanzhu frowned. Who knows, but I think this civilization should give us the answer. Lin Xu said with a smile. Yes, we should go and see. This civilization must have relevant information. Lu Yao also nodded repeatedly. She was now full of curiosity about all this. It felt like she had a math problem but had no idea where to start. This gave her a headache, but she also looked forward to the feeling of sudden enlightenment after solving the problem. So, the Skylark quickly accelerated to 1,000 times the speed of light and headed for the galaxy ahead. It soon reached the edge of the galaxy and entered the interior of the galaxy. Then, the Skylark not only turned on the quantum radar invisibility, hiding its traces on the quantum radar. Although this civilization may not have the technology of quantum radar yet. At the same time, it also turned on the optical camouflage to hide its visual figure. Optical camouflage is actually useless in advanced civilizations, and there are countless ways to be seen through. So Lin Xu rarely turned it on. But facing a civilization with the technological level of the pre-nuclear energy era, it was able to make the spacecraft invisible from the visual perspective. In this way, until the Skylark arrived in the interior of the galaxy, between the third, fourth, and fifth planets where spacecraft traveled most densely, there was still no existence belonging to this civilization, and no trace of the Skylark was found. Master Lin Xu, where should we go first? Nanzhu looked eager to try. Baizing, how is the data analysis going? On which planet is the core database of this civilization? Lin Xu asked first. According to the analysis of the electrical signals between the planets, the 3 planets of this civilization are all cores. Baizing replied. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Lin Xu nodded, which was not surprising. It was normal for 3 planets to be cores. However, Baizing's next words surprised Lin Xu. At the same time, these 3 planets are in a state of hostility and may start a war at any time. What? Hostile state? Only 3 planets are still hostile to each other. Nanzhu looked incredible. There's nothing to be surprised about. When the Earth had only 1 planet, weren't there hundreds of countries fighting each other? Lin Xu was the first to react after being surprised. After all, he was a person from the 21st century, and he could understand these things. On the contrary, people like Nanzhu, who grew up in the era of the Great Wall of the Galaxy, can't understand the internal strife between the 3 planets. Let alone the internal strife between the 3 planets, even if the 3 planets are divided into hundreds of forces and become a mess, Lin Xu can understand it. Yes, these 3 planets are currently under the jurisdiction of 32 countries, forming an alliance with each other, and are on guard against each other. Nuclear war may happen at any time. Baizing said immediately. And Lin Xu immediately looked like I was right. This, I can't understand. Nanzhu wanted to complain about something, but found that complaining would also complain about the former Earth, so he just held back the complaint and was left with a confused face. And Lin Xu could only pat her on the shoulder to comfort her. Lu Yao could understand this better. After all, the Zionid star where she came from was also a planet where countless countries and countless sects fought each other, but she didn't find it surprising. Are these 32 countries formed by the countries on each planet to fight against each other? Lin Xu asked curiously. No, It's the countries on the 3 planets that are allied with each other. For example, the Armada Alliance is composed of 11 countries, 7 of which are located on the 3rd planet, 3 countries are located on the 4th planet, and 1 country is located on the 5th planet. Baizing replied. Wait a minute, I have a question. There's only 1 country in this alliance on the 5th planet. Why don't the other countries on the 5th planet kill this country, but keep it? Lin Xu expressed confusion. A large number of nuclear weapons from allied countries are deployed on the territory of this country. If other countries want to disarm this country, they will be counterattacked by nuclear weapons and the world will enter a nuclear winter. Baizing explained. This. Lin Xu said that he couldn't understand it. Instead, Lin Xu expressed understanding. Isn't this just like the script after Big Brother successfully deployed nuclear weapons in Cuba? So, the other 2 alliances must also have allies on each planet to ensure that the 3 planets are dragged into the nuclear winter together. Lin Xu has seen through everything. Yes, so these 3 planets can maintain the current peace. Baizing replied. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. It's really a small temple with strong demons. Lin Xu couldn't help but complain in the end. Yes, the shallower the pond, the more turtles there are. Lin Xu also sighed. In the end, Lin Xu still made a decision to go to the 4th planet located in the middle of the 3 planets. Because according to Baizing's monitoring of electrical signals, the most powerful country on the 3 planets is on the 4th planet. There's even the only 5,000-meter-long warship in the sky above the 4th planet, which is the big handicraft of that country. So if the civilization in this galaxy really has some communication with the cleaners, it must not skip this country. In this way, the Skylark quickly arrived above the 4th planet with the optical camouflage turned on, passing by a civilian passenger spaceship. The passengers on the spaceship, who were floating slightly in the vacuum and tied to their seats by seat belts, seemed to see the starry sky outside the window in a trance, which flickered slightly. It was as if some invisible behemoth passed by. But everyone was just an illusion at the time. Does the spaceship here still float? Is there no artificial gravity? Lin Xu looked at the spaceship that just passed by. The feeling and tone were like seeing primitive people who used slash and burn farming. This reminded Lin Xu of when he just woke up and took the Earth to Proxima Centauri. At that time, the spaceship built on Earth did not have artificial gravity and had to rely on centrifugal force to simulate gravity. Thinking about it, it seems that not long has passed, as if it was just yesterday. The Republic of Gumagang occupies the largest land on the 4th planet and is also the largest country on the 4th planet. The capital is located in the northwest corner of the Republic. It is said that the ancient Gumagang was born here thousands of years ago. After thousands of years of development, it gradually occupied the entire continent and developed into the most powerful country on this planet, and also the most powerful country in this galaxy. Today is the consecration festival of Gumagang, which is held once every 100 years. And the consecration festival accompanied by the coming of the Son of God will only come once every 10 consecration festivals. How lucky are the people of Gumagang today to be born in this era and catch up with the coming of the Son of God, which can only be seen once every 1,000 years. So the whole Gumagang, the continuous carnival has been going on for a whole week. No, not only Gumagang, the entire planet, and even the 36 countries in the entire galaxy, are all immersed in the carnival of the advent of the Son of God. The Festival of Blessing is not only a festival for Gumagang, but also a festival for the 36 countries in the entire galaxy. When Lin Xu arrived at Gumagang, he encountered such a carnival scene. A large number of Gumagang people who are 5 or 6 levels similar to humans gathered in every corner of the city. They were either parading, or reveling, or singing and dancing, celebrating the advent of the Son of God, and also celebrating the departure of the Son of God after the advent. At the same time, the scenes of the advent of the Son of God were played over and over again on the major squares in the city. On the big screen, it can be clearly seen that in the dark universe, space jump channels are open one after another, and warships cross the space and arrive in this galaxy. Then, warships belonging to Gumagang and the 36 countries came up under the banner of welcome. The two sides remained silent for a moment. According to the news broadcast on the big screen, the two sides had a friendly communication. The Son of Heaven's civilization affirmed the development of Gumagang and other countries, and hoped that Gumagang would make persistent efforts. Then there was some meaningless nonsense. Finally, after the fleet of the cleaners stayed for a while, It opened the space jump channel again and left. In this process, the people on the 3 planets were all in a carnival. This carnival has continued until now. Even though the cleaners have left for a long time, they are still celebrating, and if nothing unexpected happens, they will continue to celebrate for a long time. Disguised as a Guma Gang person, Lin Xu took Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Lu Yao and walked on the streets of the city. Looking at the various carnival scenes around him, and the images of the cleansers that were constantly replayed on the big screen. For a moment, he only felt an inexplicable sense of absurdity. Holy Sun civilization? Is there a Holy Father civilization? If so, who is the Holy Father civilization? Lin Xu asked curiously. According to Guma Gang's official data on the description of the Holy Father civilization, it is most likely a human civilization. Baizing replied. I don't want to be a Holy Father. Lin Xu frowned. Baizing did not answer, and did not know how to answer. Lord Lin Xu, the Holy Sun descends once every 1,000 years, which means that the cleanser's fleet will come once every 1,000 years. Nanzhu found a blind spot on the side. It looks like that. Lin Xu nodded. Has this civilization been like this for thousands of years? Since ancient times before it entered space? Is there something special about this civilization? The cleansers pay so much attention to them. Nanzhu asked in confusion. Are they waiting for them to develop curvature navigation technology, and then they can start a massacre? Lu Yao speculated maliciously. No way, didn't the civilization that was just cleansed by the cleansers know about the existence of the cleansers after they developed the curvature navigation technology and came into contact with other advanced civilizations? Nanzhu retorted. This. Lu Yao was speechless for a moment. Also, why is the consecration festival here only once 100 years? Is there any special reason? And which saint is it consecrated for? Nanzhu asked again in confusion. Which saint? Of course. Lu Yao paused at the tip of her tongue. She wanted to say of course it was the Son of God, but suddenly realized that if she was referring to the Father. Could it be that because the people on this planet worship humans, the cleansers look at them differently? Did humans do something here back then? Lu Yao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. And this explanation also made Lin Xu's steps pause involuntarily. Worship humans? Just because of this? So the cleansers look at them differently? Is it possible? Nanzhu frowned. Who knows? Lu Yao shrugged. At this time, Lin Xu had already issued an order. Shirahoshi, check all the information related to the Holy Father on this planet. P.S. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 148 Intercepting the Cleaner. The library is one of the symbols of the development of civilization. Maybe the name is different in each civilization, but the function is the same. Soon Lin Xu found the library of the current city, and Baizing copied all the information in it. At the same time, Baizing also connected to the global internet on this planet and retrieved all the public information, and determined the location of the national database. Although the database is physically isolated from the outside network. But this is not difficult for Baizing. Using nanorobots to establish a connection channel, it is easy to get all the data in the database. It didn't even trigger the defense mechanism of the database. It's really too big a gap between civilizations. In Baizing's view, Guma Gang's database defense mechanism is like a building block built by a child, which can be easily bypassed. Have you found anything useful? Standing on the side of the road, watching another grand parade to celebrate the advent of the Son of God, Lin Xu asked Baizing. At the same time, Nanzhu beside Lin Xu was already jumping and perfectly integrated into the atmosphere of the carnival, just short of showing his tail and fox ears. Even Lu Yao was infected by this atmosphere and cheered from time to time. That is to say, Miss Qiu and Miss Qiu were not disturbed by the external atmosphere as usual. The data related to the Holy Father have been searched, and no specific records of the contact between the local civilization and humans have been found, and there is no relevant evidence that the cleansers look at the local civilization differently because of this. Baizing replied. What else? Lin Xu looked at the parade passing by and continued to ask calmly. We found video materials about the Blessing Festival and the coming of the Son of God in the past 2,000 years. According to the records, although the local civilization sent spacecraft to try to contact the cleansers when the Son of God came, there was actually no record of contact. It seems that the cleansers just came to take a look and left without leaving a word. The spacecraft sent by the local civilization was just treated as air. 2,000 years. Lin Xu noticed something. Yes, 2,000 years ago, the local civilization had already entered the digital age where digital video data could be left behind, so the database contains video data of the Son of God's coming 2,000 years ago. However, at that time, the local civilization could only send out a small spaceship to try to contact the cleansing fleet, but the cleansing fleet left before it flew far from the planet. Then, 1,000 years ago, the Son of God came again. At that time, the local civilization could already send out a fleet to get in close contact with the cleansing fleet, but there was no response either. The last one was the one a few days ago, and the cleansing fleet also did not respond. They have entered the space age for 2,000 years and have controllable nuclear fusion technology, so how is the research on the curvature engine going? Lin Xu asked. According to the records in the database, the local civilization does not have the relevant technology of the curvature engine. Baizing replied. Isn't this normal? Isn't it said that the curvature engine technology itself is a big filter? I remember that in the Milky Way, only those who master the curvature engine technology can be considered advanced civilizations and have the ability to navigate the Milky Way at will. Many civilizations have not developed the curvature engine technology, even after tens of thousands of years in the nuclear energy era. Lu Yao next to him interrupted. No, Miss Lu Yao, the local civilization does not just not have the curvature engine technology, but also has not conducted any research related to the curvature engine technology. Unexpectedly, Baizing was the first to refute. No relevant research. Lu Yao was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. Given the difficulty of the curvature engine, many civilizations have not been able to develop it for tens of thousands of years, or even until the end of the civilization, so it is normal that they cannot develop it. But it is abnormal if there is no research. This shows that this civilization has not invested any research resources in the curvature engine at all. Just like the Earth in the 21st century, everyone is studying controlled nuclear fusion, even if it has never succeeded, but the research is still going on. But this civilization, it doesn't even have research on the curvature engine. It seems that research in this direction has been completely abolished. In other words, it is forbidden to conduct relevant research in this direction. Can you find the ban? The ban on the research direction related to the curvature engine? Lin Xu asked. There is no clear ban, but all cutting-edge research projects related to the curvature engine cannot be approved, and the research can only stagnate. Baizing searched again at the fastest speed and answered. So, although there is no relevant ban on research related to the curvature engine, it is actually banned. Lin Xu nodded slowly. So, this civilization is considered to have abolished its own martial arts, so that the cleansers can let them go. Lu Yao on the side also suddenly realized. Then he wondered, in this case, if the cleansers let this place go, it has nothing to do with the local civilization's worship of humans. Maybe it does have nothing to do with worshipping humans, but we still can't explain how the local civilization here knows the existence of humans. We also don't know why the local civilization knows that as long as they don't develop curvature navigation technology, the cleansers will let them go. Lin Xu shook his head and said. Could it be that the cleansers told them? Lu Yao guessed. But in the past 2,000 years, the cleansers did not pass any information to them, unless this civilization hid the information they received and did not store it in the national database. Lin Xu was thinking about various possibilities. Nanzhu, who had been immersed in the carnival atmosphere, looked at Lin Xu's frowning and thinking, and then looked at the laughing crowd in the parade in front, and the colorful ribbons that were sprayed from time to time around and hung on the people in the parade, and everyone was laughing. Nanzhu's eyes turned and winked at Miss Qiu. Miss Qiu hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Then Nanzhu pounced directly on Lin Xu, pulled Lin Xu and rushed into the crowd. Miss Qiu took the opportunity to push Lin Xu from behind. The two worked together and brought Lin Xu into the carnival crowd. Master Lin Xu, this is a rare opportunity, let's play together. Those troubles will be troubled later. Nanzhu's fox ears hidden under her hair occasionally popped out a little bit, but were quickly hidden by her. The blonde girl smiled like a flower, her face full of youthful aura. She hugged Lin Xu's arm and took him into the revelry crowd. On the other side was Miss Qiu, who was usually very reserved, but in the warm atmosphere, she rarely smiled. Lin Xu also laughed. Well, now is the time for revelry, so let's not think about those troublesome things first. In this way, Lin Xu also began to enjoy the festive atmosphere. As the flow of people moved and cheered, The sky was projected with a holographic projection of the journey of this civilization and this nation from ancient times. Lin Xu was also full of emotion when he saw it. It can only be said that it is not easy for every civilization to develop. At this moment, the explanation in the sky went to myths and legends. According to legend, in ancient times, the Son of God came and left a stone slab with 3 laws, making an agreement with the ancient ancestors. Looking at the ancient people in the sky, who seemed to be still in the Stone Age, wearing animal skins, kneeling on the mountains, meeting the Son of God who descended from the sky and drove a huge sky boat, and took the stone tablet from the Son of God. Lin Xu suddenly thought of something. Baizing, have you ever investigated myths and legends? Lin Xu asked. There are too many stories that are imagined and woven out of thin air in myths. Baizing replied. But is there a truth hidden in myths? For example, is the stone tablet with 3 rules real? Lin Xu asked. I will investigate all museums and everything related to the ancient stone tablet. Baizing replied. Lin Xu also wanted to go to the museum in person, but he hesitated when he saw Nanzu still jumping happily. At this time, Nanzu pounced on him again, hugged him and said directly, Master Lin Xu, let's go to the museum. Don't you want to play? Lin Xu asked in confusion. Well, we've almost had enough fun. If we continue playing, it will be the same. Besides, business is important. I can still distinguish the priorities. Nanzu looked at Lin Xu with a look of I'm great. Okay, let's go. Lin Xu reached out and rubbed her head. Just like that, the group quietly disappeared in the revelry crowd. Covered with the optical camouflage, they soon arrived at the largest national museum in the capital of the Republic of Gumagang. It is said that the most precious cultural relics of the entire Gumagang are treasured here, and many unique pieces can only be found here. When Lin Xu and his group arrived, Baizing had already obtained the database information in the museum, and found the record of the stone tablet that the Son of God and mortals made an agreement in ancient times. It is collected in this national museum. It's just that it has not been exhibited, but has always been regarded as a treasure and treasured in the safe of the museum. I never thought that the things in mythology actually exist. Lu Yao said in a strange tone. So-called myths are not created out of thin air. Even if there are some fabricated parts, at least some of them are true. Of course, the premise is that the civilization is old enough and pragmatic enough, not the kind that takes dreams as facts. Nanzu explained while shaking his head. For example, Lu Yao asked. For example, a certain country that is the largest in the universe. Nanzu replied. Ahem. Lin Xu on the side almost choked. I know, you are talking about a certain country on Earth in the past, I understand. Lu Yao looked suddenly enlightened. Hey? You all know this? I thought you didn't know. Nanzu looked surprised. You forgot that I have played a lot of games from that era. Of course I know this joke, but how did you know it? Lu Yao was puzzled. That was the era when Lord Lin Xu lived, I must understand it well. Nanzu said as a matter of course. As the two chatted, the group had successfully invaded the interior of the museum and found the location of the safe. It was easy for Lin Xu and his team to use nanorobots to directly take over the entire museum's defense system. Until now, the staff on duty in the monitoring room were still watching the normal internal scenes of the museum. But in fact, Lin Xu and his team had already walked in swaggeringly, and no one noticed it at all. As for the safe with a physical lock, it was also easily pried open. Lin Xu and his team bypassed the precious cultural relics preserved in the museum and came to the stone slab. They saw the words engraved on the stone slab clearly. They were Chinese characters. But they were just a few simple phrases. There was no real meaning. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. At the same time, just by approaching the stone slab, Lin Xu felt the same material used on the stone slab as the cleaner armor. Baizing then tested it and also confirmed that the material of the stone slab was the simplified version of the nanorobot. At the same time, Baizing also read the data from the stone slab. That's right, this stone slab is more like a hard drive, and the words engraved on the surface are more like a ritual. The data recorded inside the stone slab is the most important. What does the data record? Lin Xu asked. It records the agreement between the cleansers who claim to be the second son of mankind and the local civilization. This data lists all the future research directions of the civilization. The prohibited parts are all related to curvature navigation. At that time, this civilization was still in the Stone Age, right? To put it bluntly, It was a group of primitive people, right? Make an agreement with primitive people on the future scientific and technological research direction. Nanzu's eyes widened, with an incredible look on his face. But the cleansers did this. As early as 4,000 years ago, they agreed on the future research direction with a local civilization, and at the same time informed that if the local civilization violated the agreement, it would be cleansed. At the same time, the cleansers will patrol every 1,000 years to determine whether the local civilization has abided by the agreement. Baizing explained. But why did the cleansers make such an agreement with this local civilization? The previous exile fleet and the destroyed civilization we encountered, the cleansers did not make such an agreement. Nanzu didn't understand. Could it be that this civilization is really special? Lu Yao brought up the matter again. I think that the destroyed civilization and the exile fleet we encountered before may have made similar agreements with the cleansers in ancient times. Lin Xu thought about it and said, that can't be the case. The database clearly says that the destroyed civilization learned about the cleansers only after they developed the curvature engine and started sailing. They met other advanced civilizations and knew about the cleansers. They didn't know anything about it before. Nanzu asked. Yes, they didn't know, but is it possible that they have forgotten it long ago? Lin Xu nodded and shook his head. Forgotten. Nanzu was stunned for a moment. How many civilizations on the earth that still have memories of ancient times? Most civilizations have already lost themselves in the long time. Some were ruled by religion and smashed the legends left by their ancestors. Even if some still remember the ancient legends, the colonists have already smashed the stone slabs of civilization, leaving only a little legend. Lin Xu sighed. So, the exile fleet and the destroyed civilization may have made an agreement with the cleansers in ancient times, but they had already smashed their own stone tablets in the development of civilization. Even if there is still a little memory of the legend, without the data in the stone tablets, after they developed, they would probably just regard it as an ordinary myth. Nanzu said with some realization. Yes, it is extremely difficult to keep the stone tablets in the development of civilization. They must have gone through a long time until there were computers that could read the data in the stone tablets, so that they could understand the warning from the cleansers. Otherwise, it would only be passed on by word of mouth. Without the stone tablets, I am afraid that the myth would have been distorted in the process of transmission. Lin Xu nodded. What about the Holy Father of mankind? Nanzu asked again. There are some records about humans in the database of the stone tablet. In addition, the cleaner calls himself the second son of mankind, so it is not surprising that humans and cleaners are respectively honored as the Holy Father and the Holy Son. The origin of everything comes from this stone tablet. Lin Xu reached out and stroked the stone tablet that had gone through the years, feeling a little emotional. Although this stone tablet is made of a simplified version of nanorobots, the nanorobots are not tightly aggregated, forming a structure that is very similar to rock. With the passage of time, it will naturally weather, but it will not affect the internal data storage unless the stone tablet is completely destroyed. And it is actually very easy to destroy the stone tablet, because the strength of this stone tablet is not much stronger than that of real stone. Why did the cleaner back then leave such a stone tablet that can be easily destroyed? If the stone tablet cannot be destroyed, wouldn't it be preserved forever and warn future generations? Nanzu asked, puzzled. Maybe this is also a test. Lin Xu thought about it and could only come to this conclusion. But what exactly are the cleaners testing? What is their purpose? Lu Yao asked, puzzled. We may have to find out the purpose of the cleansers ourselves. Lin Xu took back his hand on the stone slab. Master Lin Xu, are we not going to take this stone slab? Nanzu asked with his ears shaking. Since leaving the street and sneaking into the museum, Nanzu's ears and tail were finally freed again and no longer had to be hidden. No, let's leave it to them. The data has been read, and this thing is of no use to us, but for them it is proof of the existence of civilization and a precious historical relic. Lin Xu shook his head and said, Then are we leaving? Nanzu nodded and asked, We have almost finished the investigation. Let's take a look at the feedback from the other two planets. If there is no updated information, we should leave too. Lin Xu nodded. Soon, Lin Xu and his party, who had completed the preliminary investigation, returned to the Skylark. At this time, the autonomous mechanical aggregate sent by White Star had also sneaked into the other two planets and obtained a lot of information. However, this information was nothing new and was all information that was already known. There is no new stone tablet-like thing. 4,000 years ago, there was only civilization on the fourth planet in this galaxy. The civilizations on the other two planets were developed by the people on the fourth planet after they developed aerospace technology. And obviously, the only people the cleansers had contact with 4,000 years ago were the ancestors of the Republic of Gumagang. And 4,000 years have passed, and the descendants of the Gumagang people are still standing at the top of the civilization of this planet. This is the luck of this civilization. Otherwise, this stone tablet would have been smashed by the conquerors long ago. Just like everything the Spaniards did in America. Intelligent life brainwashed by religion has always been so stupid. Have you determined the direction and coordinates of the cleansers when they left? Lin Xu asked on the Skylark. The jump information when the cleansers left has been scanned, and the next jump direction and coordinates of the cleansers can be determined. Baizing replied. Open the space channel, let's continue to chase and see what the cleaner will do next. Lin Xu said. Lord Lin Xu, should we rush ahead of the cleaner? Nanzhu on the side thought for a while and suggested. Go ahead? Do you mean to block the cleaner in front? But we don't know their subsequent routes. Lin Xu shook his head and said. Baizing, where's the cleaner's target this time? Nanzhu asked instead. The cleaner's target is a galaxy 50 light-years away. Baizing replied. Is that the closest galaxy to here? Nanzhu continued to ask. Yes, it is the closest galaxy to here. Baizing replied. Lin Xu was stunned for a moment, and then reacted to Nanzhu's meaning. So without waiting for Nanzhu to continue asking, he spoke directly. Where is the nearest galaxy to the galaxy 50 light-years away? Lin Xu asked. Obviously, the cleaner is cleaning one galaxy after another, so it is not impossible to rush ahead of the cleaner. A galaxy 80 light-years away. Baizing replied. Then the coordinates of this jump are determined to be a galaxy 80 light-years away. Let's go there and see if we can stop the cleaner. Lin Xu decided. Your will, human Lin Xu. Baizing replied. With Baizing's reply, the space jump channel in front of the Skylark opened. At the same time, space folding continued in the channel. 2.5 days passed quickly. The space folding in the space jump channel had reached 80 light-years away. So the Skylark drove straight into the space jump channel. In the blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of 80 light-years and arrived at the outer edge of the galaxy 80 light-years away. How is it? Is the cleaner here? Lin Xu asked a little nervously at this time. Soon, feedback from the hyperspace radar and quantum radar arrived. There is no sign of the cleaner coming in the galaxy ahead. The cleaner has not arrived yet. Baizing replied. Chapter 149, The Battle Between Humans and the Cleansers. There are also civilizations in this galaxy. It seems that civilization is quite common in this galaxy. Nanzhu sighed as he looked through the porthole at the spacecraft flying back and forth between the planets and the distant galaxies. In a sense, the restriction of the existence of advanced civilizations is indeed beneficial to the development of lower civilizations. Lin Xu also said with some emotion. Indeed, in the past, the Milky Way was also like this. Many lower civilizations had not yet developed to the nuclear energy era, and the galaxies they relied on for development were occupied by advanced civilizations, becoming resource galaxies for advanced civilizations, and they themselves were destroyed. The expansion of advanced civilizations, in a sense, is like cancer in the universe. Nanzhu also sighed. Cancer of the universe, if the universe is compared to the human body, then humans must be a terrible disease. Lin Xu said with a smile. Of course humans are different. Humans have jumped out of the universe, and humans have been trying to maintain the balance of the universe. Nanzhu immediately retorted. Cancer of the universe? If so, then the cleansing of the cleansers is not just removing cancer cells. Lu Yao thought for a while and said. Maybe, but no one is qualified to define whether others can survive. It is wrong for a high civilization to destroy a low civilization and occupy its planet. It is also wrong for the cleansers to cleanse the high civilization and restrict the development of all civilizations. Lin Xu replied. At this time, the Skylark was traveling at 1,000 times the speed of light and had quickly arrived inside the galaxy. Using optical camouflage to cover its body, it blended into the routes between planets. In this galaxy, in addition to the original home planet of the civilization, there are 3 planets that have also been transformed into habitable planets. There is one more planet than the previous galaxy. But what is different from the previous galaxy is that the 4 habitable planets in this galaxy are actually unified under one regime. The same civilization, the same country. And this country without foreign enemies is developing peacefully in this galaxy. Everyone is enjoying peace. This is the information that Beijing obtained by solving the electrical signals circulating between the planets. At the same time, Beijing also learned that the people on these 4 planets are preparing a grand celebration. Celebrate the return of the Son of God once every 1,000 years. According to the calculations of this civilization, the time should be very recent. The Son of God they are talking about should be the cleanser. So, this civilization, like the previous one, still has the memory of ancient times and the stone tablet for signing the contract. Lin Xu said in surprise. It seems that's it. Lin Xu nodded, and then told Beijing to find the myths and legends of this civilization, see if there are any related myths, and find the location of the stone tablet of this civilization. So Beijing quickly began to investigate. With a clear investigation goal, Beijing's ability easily found the target. In the history of this civilization, there are indeed myths and legends similar to the previous civilization. The legend of intelligent life signing a contract with the gods, then gaining the favor of the gods, and dominating the planet all the way. And the stone tablet of the contract is still preserved in the National History Museum of the Mother Planet. Knowing the location, Lin Xu set out in person. With Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Lin Xu, and Lu Yao, he came directly to the capital of the Mother Planet, the National History Museum, which collects precious cultural relics and is not open to the public. All the alarm systems were easily deactivated along the way. Without anyone noticing, they entered the History Museum and found a stone slab that was almost identical to the one seen in the previous civilization. It is said to be almost identical because different stone slabs have undergone different weathering under the erosion of time, so they look different. But according to Beijing's analysis, at least when they were just distributed, the 2 stone slabs should be the same. At the same time, Beijing also copied the data in the stone slab, and even the data was the same, with the same warning that certain technical research was not allowed. So, the cleaners really distributed the stone slabs in batches? Just like wholesale vendors. Lin Xu poked the stone slab with his finger. Wholesale. Why do you feel that the cleaners are like unscrupulous businessmen when you say that? Lu Yao complained. Several people were still studying the stone slabs here, and suddenly there were waves of cheers from the street not far from the History Museum. The sound waves even penetrated the thick walls of the National History Museum and reached the heavily guarded storage room inside. What's wrong? Lin Xu paused as he poked the stone slab. The cleansers have arrived. Beijing's voice sounded. Let's take a closer look at what the cleansers are, and then we'll go say hello later. Lin Xu thought about it and decided. Anyway, since the cleansers claim to be the second son of mankind, it is necessary for Lin Xu, a human, to meet him. But soon Beijing's voice sounded again. I'm sorry, human Lin Xu, according to the investigation of the Nanorbits, the cleansers fleet is suspected to be just an AI fleet that is executing a fixed program, and it is an AI fleet that can only execute a set program, has no wisdom, and cannot think. Beijing replied. You mean, there is no intelligent life in the entire fleet? Lin Xu was surprised. Yes, to make an analogy, the entire fleet is more like a sweeping robot that executes a cleaning program at a fixed time every day. Beijing replied. It executes the program once every 1,000 years, no wonder it is called the cleansers. Lin Xu was a little speechless for a while. But after thinking about it, Lin Xu decided to try to communicate with the fleet. Because the cleansers fleet is likely to be connected with the real cleansers who set the program. It is impossible for the cleansers to release the fleet and then just ignore it. Send a signal to the cleansers fleet, explain my identity, and say that I want to see the cleansers. If the fleet can communicate with the cleansers, then tell the cleansers to come and see me. Compared to a request for a meeting, Lin Xu said it more like an order. Since you call yourself the second son of mankind, and have been using this title for so long, Lin Xu doesn't mind recognizing you as the second son. However, before Beijing sent a signal, the entire planet suddenly shook. The shaking was so strong that it was as if an 8-magnitude earthquake occurred at the same time around the world. In the National History Museum, the chandelier kept shaking. Fortunately, the building was strong enough, so the venue did not collapse directly. But on the entire planet, some buildings that did not meet the standards were unlucky. Soon, the entire planet was full of collapsed ruins and people's wailing. What's going on? Lin Xu was surprised. Lord Lin Xu, the cleansers have taken action. Baizing replied. Take action? But didn't the civilization of this galaxy develop the curvature engine technology? Lin Xu asked in confusion. However, no matter how puzzled he was, the cleaner finally took action. Lin Xu took Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu and Lu Yao, and flew directly out of the National History Museum and came to the sky above the capital of the mother planet. At this time, as the shaking on the planet became more and more intense, the buildings that could originally withstand an 8-magnitude earthquake also collapsed one after another, and the entire capital was simply a ruin. No, not only the capital, but the entire planet was almost a ruin. Birds and beasts ran around, the earth collapsed, mountains and rivers collapsed, and rivers and seas flowed backwards. An obvious crack appeared on the planet, and gradually began to split to both sides. What is this? Nanzhu looked at the crack that covered the planet. Space cutting directly cut the entire planet in half. Baizing replied. At the same time, the Skylark appeared nearby. At this time, the Skylark no longer needed to remain invisible. So Lin Xu and his companions entered the Skylark, and the Skylark took off directly and arrived in space again. At this time, the fleet of the cleansers that spread across the space had already easily wiped out the fleet of the current civilization that went to welcome the cleansers. Even the fleet of the advanced civilization was vulnerable in front of the cleansers, not to mention the fleet of the lower civilization. The fleet of the advanced civilization was at least able to knock down a few pieces of armor of the cleansers, but the fleet of the lower civilization was wiped out without even a chance to resist. Then, the various planets in the galaxy also became the targets of the cleansers. At the same time, on the satellite base closest to the mother planet, a group of senior officials of the current civilization were desperately watching the mother planet shatter into two halves before their eyes. Mr. President, the mother planet is finished. How could it be? How could it be? We are obviously a race favored by God. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Mr. President, please calm down. We have been hit by God. We must escape. How to escape? How do you say how to escape? Even the mother planet has been destroyed. We can't escape. We still have other planets. Do you think the Son of God will let go of other planets? We are finished. Our civilization is finished. But why? We are so obedient. We haven't even studied the curvature engine. Mr. President, do you remember that the advanced civilization that passed by here some time ago traded us the curvature engine? The face of the Minister of Defense who spoke was pale. But wasn't that traded? Didn't we hide it? Mr. President's face was also pale. He already knew the reason. If possible, he really wanted to slap himself in the face. Why can't he resist curiosity, thinking that it was just a trade, not researched by himself? The Son of God wouldn't care. After all, his own race is favored by God. But everything is too late. The mother planet was only the first target. When the Skylark was launched, Lin Xu saw that the second planet had also been hit by a thick plasma, which directly penetrated the entire planet. A huge hole appeared in the center of the planet, and magma flowed inside. This planet has obviously entered death. Even if the planet collapses and reorganizes due to pressure, it will take an unknown amount of time for it to be suitable for life again. And obviously, the third planet is next. Lord Lin Xu, what should we do? Nanzhu stood in front of the porthole and looked at the planets that were suffering outside, then turned his head and asked Lin Xu. Has the signal been sent? Lin Xu asked Baizing first. The signal has been sent. Baizing replied. Is there a reply? Lin Xu asked again. No, the cleaner fleet is like a black hole. Any signal entering it will not be replied. Baizing replied. Very good, it seems that the child is disobedient and it is time to spank him. Lin Xu nodded and said. So the next moment, with the Skylark as the core, a large number of space channels were opened within a radius of 10,000 miles. A large number of autonomous mechanical aggregates emerged from Lin Xu's personal space, and then they combined into temporary warships. The size of these temporary warships is much smaller than the tens of thousands of meters long ships of the cleaner fleet. Each temporary warship is at most a few thousand meters long. But they have bravely rushed towards the tens of thousands of cleaner warships that are spread throughout the galaxy. Afterwards, as soon as the two sides fought, they won and lost. Amidst loud explosions, the tens of thousands of meters long cleaner warships did not gain any advantage in the bombardment with the 1,000-meter long temporary warships, and were directly blown up in the air. The countless advanced civilizations in this galaxy, the achievements that the entire fleet could not achieve, were easily achieved by the temporary warships. And in the bombardment, more and more cleaner warships were blown up one by one. Of course, the temporary warships also suffered continuous losses. All this made the local civilization leaders on the satellite base that had lost their mother planet stare with wide eyes. That is, what's going on? Where did that fleet come from? No, I don't know. It seems to have just jumped through space, just like the Son of God fleet just now. The latest novel is first published on the 69th book bar. Where do these warships come from? No one can answer the president's question. At the same time, detectors hidden on meteorites in various corners of the galaxy have already been quietly activated, detecting everything that happens in this galaxy. At the same time, everything detected is transmitted to an equally secret communication base station hundreds of light years away through hyperspace technology. Then this communication base station will continue to transmit the signal to hundreds of light years away. It is the hyperspace communication technology that the Galaxy Alliance once used. And now, in this galaxy, there are also civilizations that master this technology. In this way, after being transmitted from one station to another, the signal has been transmitted to 1,000 light years away. 1,000 light years away, on a war star exiled in the galaxy, a recorder was recording another cleansing by the cleansers. According to past experience, it would not take long for the cleansers to complete the cleansing and then move on to the next cleansing location. In this cleansers countermeasures research room, which was responsible for recording the cleansing process of the cleansers, hoping to summarize more rules of action of the cleansers and find the weaknesses of the cleansers, there were more staff members busy. They were also recording the cleansing actions of the cleansers taking place in other places in the galaxy. For the cleansing that takes place once every 1,000 years, there could not be only one cleanser's fleet in action. Instead, there were countless cleanser's fleets acting together. Otherwise, it would be impossible to complete the cleansing of such a vast galaxy. While these recorders were working hard to record the countless cleansing actions that took place at the same time in the galaxy, the recorder who is responsible for recording the cleansing process of the galaxy where Lin Xu was located suddenly overturned his chair with a clang and sat on the ground. At the same time, he looked like he had seen a ghost, pointing at the cleansing process that was taking place in the galaxy that was being displayed in front of him, with an incredible expression on his face. Recorder number 189, what happened? The supervisor in the distance glared at him with some dissatisfaction. The cleansers fleet is being annihilated. Recorder number 189 chuckled in his throat for a long time, and finally shouted out. The cleansers fleet is being annihilated. Someone repeated his words. Then all the recorders who were recording looked at each other and laughed. What, are you kidding? Were there too many happy fans last night? All of them are hallucinating. I told you, such a serious job is not suitable for him. Let him do something more suitable for his status. Everyone laughed at him, and some took advantage of him. The supervisor came over with a frown. Number 189, you have to understand that no matter what you say, every word you say now will be recorded. The supervisor's words were obviously cold. I'm not lying, it's true, you can see for yourself, it's really being annihilated. The cleansers fleet is almost wiped out. Number 189 saw that no one believed him, and he even doubted whether he had seen it wrong, so he took another look and argued. The supervisor who came up to him was too lazy to listen to his explanation, and grabbed him and was about to throw him out of the countermeasures research room. This is on the entire war planet, and it is also one of the core departments. Those who can come here are all elites. How can such a madman continue to stay here? The cleansers fleet is being annihilated? Why didn't he say that the universe is being destroyed and we will be annihilated in the next second? But before throwing number 189 out, the supervisor subconsciously glanced at the recorded information in front of number 189. Then, he rubbed his eyes carefully and read it again. Then he grabbed number 189's hand and let it go. With a bang, number 189 sat back in his seat. The supervisor held the recording screen in front of number 189 with both hands and started to yell. The cleansers are being annihilated. Suddenly, the many recorders who were just looking at each other looked at each other again. The meaning between them was obvious. Did the supervisor also have hallucinations this time? What should I do? Should I continue to laugh at myself? Until the recorders were brought to the screen of number 189 one by the supervisor, everyone confirmed that the cleansers were really being annihilated. So the entire countermeasures research room went crazy. And the news that the countermeasures research room went crazy was quickly reported to the top. After all, the countermeasures research room is the core department on the War Star. Any latest news can be reported directly to the top. So an emergency meeting was held, and all the senior executives on the War Star were gathered together. Everyone looked at the recording data transmitted from 1,000 light years away, and they all seemed stupid. Are you sure it's the cleansers? Could it be that it's not the cleansers? You can't fail to recognize the cleansers fleet. Of course I can recognize it, but how is that possible? That's the cleansers, the second son of humankind. Yes, the second son of humankind. We have never seen humans, but we have been lingering under the shadow of humans for thousands of years. What do you think humans are like? Don't even think about humans. A second son almost wiped out our race. If it was the legendary humans, we would have been wiped out long ago. But I think humans must be far more brutal and terrifying than the second son of humankind. Okay, let's stop going off topic. Let's talk about this civilization that suddenly appeared and can fight against the cleansers. What is their origin? I think this should be a civilization from the extragalactic galaxy. Someone speculated. Why do you say that? That's not simple. If there was such a powerful civilization in our galaxy, would we have to be oppressed for thousands of years? And look at the location of this civilization's fleet now. It is at the edge of the galaxy, so it is very likely to be from the extragalactic galaxy. What do you think? I think the possibility of coming from the extragalactic galaxy is the greatest. Then, should we contact this civilization? Of course we should contact it. After so many years, we finally have hope to fight against the cleansers. How can we not contact them? How can you be sure that it is hope, rather than new despair? Even if it is new despair, it is better than a stagnant pool of water, waiting to die. Everyone, vote. Do you want to contact this civilization that is suspected to be from the extragalactic galaxy? I agree. I agree too. I abstain. I oppose. I agree. Under the pressure of a large number of temporary warships, a large number of cleansers' warships were constantly destroyed. Although there were losses in the temporary warships, they could be replenished as quickly as they were lost. In contrast, the cleaner warships did not receive any replenishment. So soon, the number of cleaner warships became fewer and fewer. Shirahoshi, can you capture a few for research? Lin Xu asked. I'm sorry, human Lin Xu, I can't hack into the opponent's control system, and the AI fleet has no option to surrender. Shirahoshi replied. Forget it, destroy them all, and study the wreckage as well. Lin Xu nodded. So the fate of the cleaner fleet was decided. Until the last cleaner warship was blown up in midair. A large number of temporary warships that were still on the front line of the battle instantly disintegrated into autonomous mechanical aggregates, carrying the wreckage of the cleaner warships to the open entrance to the portable space. Lin Xu planned to move all the wreckage to the portable space for careful research. At the same time, the detectors hidden on the meteorites inside the galaxy had also received instructions and sent signals to the location of the autonomous mechanical aggregates. The signal was naturally captured by Shirahoshi at the first time. P.S. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 150 They Betrayed Humanity. Rebel Alliance? Resist the cleansers. Lin Xu looked at the message that Baizing had just received, and his face looked strange. Yes, they want to invite us to their headquarters to discuss fighting the cleansers together. Baizing replied. We go to their headquarters? Why don't they come to see us? Lin Xu asked with a smile. The other party said that they saw that we have space jump technology, and if we go to see them, it will be faster. If we ask them to come, they have no objection, but they may need us to wait for a while. Baizing relayed the other party's answer. How long will it take them to arrive? Lin Xu continued to ask. 10 years. Baizing replied. 10 years? Where are they now? Lin Xu asked. About 1,000 light years away. Baizing replied. 1,000 light years away, 10 years, which means that their curvature navigation technology can only reach 100 times the speed of light. Lin Xu nodded, indicating that he understood. Human Lin Xu, the other party asked if they need them to come to see us. Baizing continued to relay. Forget it, let's go find them. Ask them to send the coordinates. Lin Xu shook his head and said. 1,000 light years away, The Skylark can reach it with just a few jumps. There is no need to wait here for 10 years. Understood, I have replied to the other party, and they welcome our arrival. Have you found their detectors? Lin Xu continued to ask. We have found them. There are more than one on the meteorites hidden inside the galaxy. Do we need to destroy them? Baizing asked. No, it is not necessary. At the same time, after receiving the news that the Skylark will go to the War Star for a meeting, the high-level officials of the War Star 1,000 light-years away also became excited. The other party agreed to come to meet with us. It can be seen that this is a reasonable civilization. This is good news. But we just exposed the coordinates of the War Star to the other party. Is this really a good thing? What if the other party has malicious intentions? Some people are still worried. Yes, the opponent is so powerful. The opponent is powerful, but our war planet is not made of clay. If we really fight, we might be able to break all his teeth. Forget it, our war planet does not have the ability to destroy the cleanser's fleet, so some things are better to think about, and don't lie to yourself. I don't know if you have noticed that except when the opponent summoned a large number of warships when fighting with the cleanser's fleet, it usually only acts in the form of a small spaceship. Indeed, I noticed this too. Could it be that they have established a base outside the galaxy, and that small spaceship is just a reconnaissance ship? After determining the target, they called for the warship to come? But why did the warship immediately jump away after the battle? Not sure. By the way, did the other party say whether they would send a fleet to the war planet, or just send advance personnel to contact us? The other party did not explain this. Do I need to ask? How about this? In the name of preparing for reception, ask about the scale of the personnel sent by the other party, and also ask about the approximate arrival time of the other party. Understood. Soon, the senior executives who were in a meeting received a reply. Only one spaceship. Great, it seems that the other party is indeed well-intentioned. Not necessarily, even if there is only one spaceship, they know our strength and can send a fleet at any time. Pessimists are always pessimistic. Wait a minute, the arrival time is the time for the standard planet to rotate 30 times, so it will be here soon, right? Are they so fast? After all, they have the technology of space jump. Looking at the speed of the cleaner's jump, we can probably guess their speed. It's still too fast. Can our resistance alliance really be seen by such a civilization? They are now the only hope to fight against the cleaners. We have no choice. On the war planet, the upcoming visit of the Skylark was still being discussed. The Skylark, which had just cleaned up the battlefield, received a signal sent by the civilization of this galaxy. In the name of the president of the native country, he thanked the unknown civilization to which the Skylark belonged for its help, and invited the Skylark to go to the planet that was still intact for hospitality. At the same time, on the satellite next to the broken mother planet, a kilometer-long spaceship took off. The spaceship was originally hidden inside the satellite. Now, with the destruction of the mother planet, it will soon affect the satellite. It is obvious that the satellite cannot be saved, so the spaceship hidden inside the satellite took off and escaped when it saw that the danger had been eliminated. And the president was on the spaceship at this time. He took the initiative to greet the Skylark. What is the shape of this spaceship? Lin Xu looked at the appearance of the spaceship and was surprised. Lord Lin Xu, it is detected that there is a curvature engine in the spaceship in standby mode. Baizing replied. They have a curvature engine? It should not be developed by themselves, right? Lin Xu can roughly see it just by observing the development level of this civilization. Because the curvature engine requires a lot of pre-technology, this civilization does not have it at all, or it has never been developed from the beginning. Yes, it is likely to be obtained through trading. Baizing replied. So, this is why the cleansers took action. Lin Xu guessed. It is very likely. Baizing replied. But which advanced civilization did they trade the curvature engine from? There are very few advanced civilizations that would go to the edge of the galaxy. Nanzu asked puzzledly. Have you forgotten the Rebel Alliance that just contacted us? Lu Yao said on the side. Rebel Alliance? Why did they trade the curvature engine to the civilization? Or did they do it just when the cleansers were about to start the cleansing? Wait, you don't mean that the Rebel Alliance did it on purpose? Nanzu suddenly reacted. There are not so many coincidences in the world. When there are too many coincidences, it can only be deliberate. Lu Yao said with the tone of an experienced person. But it is true that Lu Yao, who grew up in the cultivator world of Xiantian Star, has naturally seen a lot of intrigues. Although she herself disdains it, she has also broken all the intrigues she encountered with her strength. But after seeing so much, she naturally knows the sinister nature of human hearts. In comparison, Lin Xu, a little fox who grew up on the Great Wall of the Galaxy, may be strong enough and wise enough, but he still doesn't understand the evil of human hearts. Why do they do this? Isn't this hurting others and not benefiting themselves? Lin Xu said that he couldn't understand. Maybe they do have their own interests, but we don't know it. Liu Yao replied. For example, the detectors they left behind are hidden in various places in the information. I think these detectors were definitely not used to monitor us at the beginning, right? Lin Xu also smiled and said. Are they monitoring this civilization and want to watch this civilization being destroyed by the cleansers? Lin Xu reacted all at once. Or, do they want to find out the weaknesses of the cleansers from their actions? No, that's not right. The weaknesses of the cleansers are not something that a weak civilization like this can test out. Maybe they just want to find more about the laws of the cleansers' actions. Mu Ziyu also speculated. If that's the case, then we have to be careful when we go to that rebel alliance this time. Lin Xu nodded and said. We do need to be careful, but we don't need to worry too much. After all, conspiracies and intrigues also depend on strength. If they are really strong enough, why would they hide from the purgers? Lin Xu didn't care much. Then Lord Lin Xu, should we accept this invitation code from the president? Lin Xu looked out the porthole and saw the spaceship that had been waiting there for a long time. And that spaceship was still sending various signals to the Skylark, trying to invite the Skylark to their planet. After all, in their eyes, the old gods have fallen, and the new gods are in front of them, so they naturally have to build a good relationship. But Lin Xu is not interested in playing house with them. No, and remind them not to be happy too early. What was destroyed was only a small fleet of the purgers. There are many such fleets in the purgers. They escaped this time, but they may not be so lucky next time, so hurry up and find a way. On the spaceship not far away, the president who received the reply from the Skylark was immediately dumbfounded. Purifier? Are you talking about the Son of God? Does the Son of God have many such fleets? Then, what should we do? Mr. President, if the Son of God is angry because of the curvature navigation technology, then we should destroy the spaceship. No, we can't destroy it. If we destroy it, we won't even have the last chance to escape. The president immediately retorted. The senior officials also remained silent. Indeed, one spaceship is a little short, but it is enough to take them with them to escape. If they destroy it, in case the Son of God fleet comes again, they will have no way to escape. In fact, they decided to buy the curvature engine at the beginning, just so that they can have a retreat in case of emergency. It's just that they didn't expect that their retreat would destroy the survival of the entire civilization at once. By the way, since this civilization that saved us has the ability to fight against the Son of God's fleet, if we can keep them. Yes, we must keep them. We will give them whatever they want. Money, wealth, anything. It's a pity that they didn't seem to think that in the eyes of a more advanced civilization, these things are worthless. Before they could figure out how to keep the Skylark had already accelerated instantly, and the next moment the spaceship flew out of the galaxy and disappeared in the sea of stars. The president was left with despair in his eyes. The Skylark, on the other hand, stopped after flying a certain distance and avoiding any disturbance. A space jump channel in the front of the spaceship slowly opened, and the space in the channel began to fold continuously. 3 days later, the space folded and reached 100 light-years away. The Skylark rushed into the space jump channel and arrived directly 100 light-years away. Then there were continuous jumps. This time, Lin Xu and his party did not encounter the fleet of the cleansers on the way. After all, a galaxy is large enough, and no matter how many fleets of the cleansers there are, it is impossible to spread them to every corner. They can only clean the entire galaxy step by step according to certain rules. The latest novels are first published on the 69th book bar. The Rebel Alliance took advantage of this law, bypassing the location that the cleaner was about to clean, and hiding in the area that the cleaner had already cleaned. Although the cleaner would clean repeatedly, not just once. But as long as the law is found, there is always a glimmer of hope. As for trading to the lower civilization curvature engine, using the lower civilization to delay the actions of the cleaner fleet, and at the same time more accurately predict the action law of the cleaner fleet. For the Rebel Alliance, there is no psychological burden at all. This is just a normal operation. In this universe, weakness is the original sin. Just like the colonists will not sympathize with the natives. Perhaps only humans, who have leaped all the way from the pre-nuclear energy era in a very short period of time, still retain sympathy for low civilizations. After all, many of the people who upgraded human civilization were the people when the long-distance fleet just set sail from the Earth. Those people in the 23rd century, they sailed all the way, extending their lifespan all the way until they upgraded. They still have memories of the pre-Earth era, and they also have memories of when they were weak, so they have more sympathy for low civilizations. Just like Lin Xu now, who comes from the 21st century, he can't look at those low-level civilizations like high-level civilizations. Because the technological level of those low-level civilizations is not much different from that of the Earth from the 21st to the 23rd century. When Lin Xu sees them, he will think of the era he lived in. He really can't be as indifferent to these low-level civilizations as high-level civilizations. After 10 space jumps, which took a month, the Skylark quickly approached the coordinates given by the Rebel Alliance. This is a relatively empty area between various galaxies. There are no stars around, only empty space. According to the Rebel Alliance, as long as you reach the coordinates, you can easily find the Rebel Alliance. Sure enough, as the Skylark left the space jump channel, Baizing soon found that there was a war star that was speeding at 100 times the speed of light about 1 light-year ahead. It seems that the war star is the base of the Rebel Alliance? Or the headquarters. Nance, who was lying on the porthole as usual, looking into the distance, although she could not see anything flying at superluminal speed a light-year away. There's a war star, no wonder they dare to call themselves the Rebel Alliance, but to build such a war star, they must have avoided many cleansings, right? Liu Yao said uncertainly. Maybe not only did they avoid the cleansing, but this war star may have existed before the cleansing began. Otherwise, it would be an impossible task to avoid the cleansers and build a war star in just a few thousand years. Lin Xu had a different opinion. Indeed, if that's the case, these rebel civilizations should be the remnants that existed before the cleansers began to cleanse. Nance, who also nodded. After all, humans only came to this galaxy 10,000 years ago. And since the cleansers call themselves the second sons of humans, they must have started the cleansing after humans left. It is basically impossible to hide from the enemy and build a war star in 10,000 years, so this war star can only be something from 10,000 years ago. It is not so easy to build a war star, even with the power of advanced civilization, and it is even more impossible to build it while escaping from pursuit. White Star, send a signal and tell them that we are coming. Lin Xu ordered. Then, the Skylark went to the location of the war star at 1,000 times the speed of light. Soon, a few hours later, it had caught up with the war star that was sailing at 100 times the speed of light. At this time, after a period of chaos on the war star, a welcome ceremony had been prepared. In order to show solemnity, the entire war star slowly stopped and waited for Lin Xu's arrival. In the main control room of the war star, a group of senior officials were waiting. Although the senior officials from various races and civilizations did not greet him in person on the surface, they actually attached great importance to him. As for why they did not greet him in person, it was because only a small spaceship came. In the eyes of these senior officials, this might just be a reconnaissance ship, and the people who came might just be ordinary people who were there to serve as advance guards. It is right to attach importance to it, but it is not right that the senior officials here will all go out to greet the ordinary staff members. Therefore, the docking of the war star and the grand welcome ceremony are all expressions of importance. However, the senior officials will not personally welcome them, which is also a kind of reserve. In this way, under the guidance, the Skylark slowly docked on the surface of the war star. This place has long been occupied by the welcoming crowds of various races. Various strange races are welcoming Lin Xu's arrival in various ways. As soon as Lin Xu and others got off the Skylark, there were special diplomats to greet them. Lin Xu looked at the row of reception staff of several races standing in front of him. And there was no distinction between the main and the secondary among these reception staff. It was immediately understood that there was no dominant race or civilization on the war star, and there were obviously many contradictions between the various civilizations. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the welcoming staff to be so messy, which was obviously to take into account the interests of various races and civilizations. In fact, at the beginning, Each civilization on the war star was also preparing to select a person who was mainly responsible for reception. However, each civilization was unwilling to give this position to other civilizations. Otherwise, what if the powerful civilization that could fight against the cleansers thought that the civilization responsible for reception was the main civilization of the war star? Once a certain civilization controls the dialogue channel with a powerful civilization, the consequences will be extremely terrible. After all, they are just allies, but not subordinate. So in the end, there was no choice but to send people from each civilization. Next, it was the routine process of leading Lin Xu on a tour. Lin Xu also followed the local customs and took Miss Qiu, Miss Qiu, Nanzhu, Liao, and the reception staff to have a good time with public funds. However, while playing on the war star, Lin Xu did not forget to collect various intelligence. Beijing was constantly collecting public intelligence on the war star, and at the same time, nanorobots were spread out to collect various undisclosed intelligence, as well as intelligence on the internet. At the same time, Lin Xu also asked for information from the people who led the tour of each civilization, especially the information about the cleansers. The receptionists didn't think much about it. After all, the civilization represented by this person had just fought against the cleaners, so it was natural for them to pay attention to information related to the cleaners. In addition, they had already been authorized, so they said everything they could. Mr. Lin Xu, the civilization you represent has just come to our galaxy from an extragalactic galaxy, so they don't know a lot of things. In fact, 10,000 years before you came, there was a civilization that was probably as advanced as you. It had already come here. That civilization called itself human civilization. Human civilization? Can you give us a detailed introduction? Lin Xu was excited. He didn't expect that before he could ask anything, the other party would take the initiative to turn the topic to humans. He had to take this opportunity to learn more about it. It is said that the human civilization 10,000 years ago was very powerful. They mastered the technology of space jump and even some high-dimensional technology. Human civilization was also as friendly as the civilization you represent. Not only did they become friends with many civilizations, but they also taught many civilizations more advanced technologies. For example, the hyperspace communication technology used on our war star was given to us by humans at the time. The receptionist said with a face full of yearning, as if he was yearning for that beautiful era. But I remember that the cleansers called themselves the second sons of humans? What's the relationship between them? Lin Xu asked with pretended curiosity. Humph, those cleansers who tarnished the name of humans are nothing more than shameful traitors. When the receptionist mentioned this, his face was immediately filled with anger. Traitor? How do you say that? Lin Xu asked puzzledly. As we just said, humans are an extremely friendly and advanced civilization. They taught us the most advanced technology, and even created those cleansers before leaving, hoping that those cleansers would help us and assist us to better manage this river system. Unfortunately, those cleansers betrayed humans in the end and raised their butcher knives against us, the former friends of humans. It is really hateful. Another receptionist continued to tell the story, but what remained unchanged was the gnashing of teeth when telling the story. So the cleansers were created by humans? Why did they betray humans? Lin Xu continued to ask. Who knows why? Humans originally intended to let those cleansers better maintain the peace of this river system, but they were the first to start the massacre of civilization. These traitors who betrayed human expectations even had the nerve to call themselves the second sons of humans. It's ridiculous. The receptionists were talking one after another, criticizing the cleaners. Lin Xu nodded slowly, like an outsider who was learning about this for the first time. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.